We've had a good chat with just about everybody we've talked to this week. We're going to talk to Tanner Engstrand coming up at 9:02, get some of his thoughts on this offense. And a lot of it is about continuity. A lot of these guys are the same guys from last year. They're decorated with all these guys who are all pros, from St. Brown to Sewell, guys who could be all pros, Laporta, breakout candidates in JMO, and the best offensive line in football. Like, the expectation you have for this offense this year is what?
That they are going to outpace even what they did last year, because they have – and part of that is the continued development of Sam Laporta, the continued development of Jahmyr Gibbs, and then Ben Johnson being more comfortable with how we can use Jahmyr Gibbs, how to get the ball to all of these different playmakers. And when we talked to Tanner Engstrom, that was one of the things he talked about is I asked him, is it a joy to coach an offense and to be a pass game coordinator with so many weapons? And he said it's actually a challenge because there's only one football, and we got to try and spread it around and make sure the guys get enough touches. So I think the sky is the limit for this offense, and if you can pair that with a defense that is even middle of the pack in the NFL, big things are in store for the Lions this year.
A couple ticket checks that have come in, right? Baseball's been a theme this week as well as football. We just had Jim Leland on. Texter says, interview's awesome. You guys should get him on more often. It says, if genuinely positive texts aren't allowed, just say that I said Rieger sucks. Rieger was listening. He texted. He thought the Leland interview was a good one, too.
He's taking strays without even being here.
I know. This one says, who would not run through a wall for Jim Leland? If not, I'd question your heart. What a great man. That's from Matt in South Lyon. Texter says, way to bring the negativity, Jim. Was that too negative?
Yeah, you asked him why he couldn't win a World Series.
He brought up that they fell short, and I wondered his theory, because everybody always wonders, man, how did that team not win it?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the way you asked it, though, I mean, hey, you had so many Hall of Famers, you had so many great players. How could you possibly not win a World Series? That's what I heard. Probably what Jim Leland heard, too.
He heard, hey, bum, why couldn't you get it done here in Detroit? What good is finishing second, loser? That's not what I said, despite what people hear.
It doesn't matter what you say. It's what they hear.
Well, trust me, I've learned that doing this long enough. I thought it was interesting at the end when he reflected on this team. He doesn't think they're as far away, which, weirdly enough, is I kind of feel like we share that opinion if they were to do a little more, right?
Well, and he also kind of couched his statements by saying this team isn't deep enough now. You get an injury from Kerry Carpenter, and it's very impactful on your offensive production. Riley Green misses a couple of games. It's impactful on your production. And, I mean, that's the story around so many ball clubs around Major League Baseball. And it's when you look at even the Dodgers, when they came here, injuries impacted their ability. Now, it wasn't on the offensive side of things, but it was in their pitching staff, which is why they were after Jack Flaherty.
You know what I think the missing ingredient is?
Bats.
Maglio. Pudge, Carlos Guillen. He mentions 06 and the surprise. They added some vets in the years leading up. It wasn't all in one big offseason where they spent a bunch of money. Some of those guys were a little long in the tooth, had some flaws, but there was a clear decision to bring in some veteran bats to help the young guys to do both at the same time, right? And if they did that, could they not be more interesting next season? And I really do. I know Scott doesn't want to put a specific year on the timeline. Scott Harris, who we had on yesterday. He says once the core is ready, we'll spend, quote, heavily. When the core is ready doesn't exist on a calendar, I checked. I think 25, if they added some bats.
They could be a team that would be competitive and compete for a wild card spot.
Like, look at the Royals. 50 wins a year ago. They spent some money on pitching, right? Their situation was the opposite of the Tigers. They needed more pitching. And now they're in the wild card spot. They're not a World Series team, but their GM came out at the end of last season after a 100-loss year and said, we expect 80 to 85 wins. And they made moves to do that. And here they are in that position. So why not us would be my question. Why not us?
Well, yeah, why not go out and spend? Why not be that team that does enough to be able to get into the playoffs? And the argument is, well, we don't want to just do enough to get into the playoffs this year. We want to make sure that we're building it through and have a sustained run,
which
you can. And again, it goes back to we can do both.
Yes.
Right, yeah, you got to walk before you can run.
Yes.
And again, it goes back to and the question that we asked is, are you wasting Tarek Skubal? And his answer was no. I don't know if he was going to answer it any other way, but if you're a team that can get into the playoffs. There are certain teams that, just getting in the playoffs, they're not a World Series team. And I'm not going to sit here and argue that the Tigers would be a World Series team. But if you were to get into the postseason where you go from a 5-person rotation to a 3-person rotation with, and let's just say before the trade deadline, if they were all healthy, Tarek Skubal, Jack Flaherty, Reese Olson. The Tigers, at the very least, would be a tough out.
You would low-scoring games, give your bats a chance. And if
as long as you give Reese Olson more than one run to deal with.
You have a chance. 248-539-9797. That's the deal, right? Their offseason, Scott Harris didn't want to commit to spending the money, wants to see how the core develops first, and then said they will spend heavily. Also, in listening back to the Harris interview, because he was on with us yesterday, and I wanted to go back and see, did I miss something? With the Javi answer, he said they haven't had discussions about buying out Javi Baez. I believe he also added the word yet that I didn't necessarily catch the first time.
Right.
And I don't know if that's giving himself an out where he still may be bought out. I still don't expect it, John, but I thought that was interesting when I heard back. And yet? Oh, so they haven't talked about it yet? Is it still something they could do?
I don't know that they're going to do it during the regular season.
No,
it's something that will be a discussion, and so they haven't had the discussion yet. I think it has to be a part of the discussion in the offseason where he goes up to ownership and says, hey, here are the reasons why we need to talk about this and do this. Now, it wasn't a matter of will they do it or when they'll do it. It'll happen eventually. He's not going to be here for the entirety of the contract.
Promise?
But
you promise? Can I hold you to it?
Well, I mean, what are there, 4 years left?
3 more, I think.
3 more. So, no, he's at some point it does become more financially possible to make that happen. And you could say, well, when you have a billionaire owner, is it financially
it's always
possible
financially
now?
Possible,
yes, anything is financially possible. So, but to have that conversation, they haven't had that conversation yet. They will. I would anticipate and assume that they're going to have that conversation. We don't know the results of that conversation, but they'll have that conversation when the season's over.
Wow, Cookies called Leland a bum. I can't believe it, Jim.
I know.
Can't believe it. All right, Lions passing game coordinator Tanner Engstrand next. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. It is scrimmage day in Allen Park as the ones will face the ones, 2 versus 2s, etc. Dan Campbell seeking some intensity out there for their Friday session. A coach also mentioned that Sione Vaki's shoulder injury is not long-term and he'll be fine, also mentioning that he wants to see more out of Darius Fountain and Donovan Peoples-Jones as camp continues. The Tigers' starting rotation down to only 2 true starters. Cater Montero did what he could last night against Kansas City, stretching it out to 7 innings, but in a 7-1 loss. He gave up a 3-run homer in the opening frame, made some adjustments, settled down. A.J. Hinch applauded him for turning a possible disaster outing into a solid one. Skubal is the other starter still standing, and he's going to pitch tonight's game at home. Elsewhere in baseball, another awful setback for one of the best players in the game. Mike Trout announcing that he suffered another meniscus tear in his surgically repaired left knee. Will not play again in 2024. This is the 7th straight season where he's missed at least 19 games. He'll miss 133 this year. And Olympics, Simone Biles and Suni Lee won gold and bronze for the U.S. in the all-around gymnastics. Katie Ledecky, now the most decorated U.S. female Olympian ever after she earned a 13th medal in the 200-meter relay. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
We're talking about getting excited for the football season, make plans for football season, dive into the best pool in history. It's Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino, where you catch the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. 6 pools, 3 different levels, and a perfect view of a massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen. That's Stadium Swim, America's favorite place to watch football, with the swim-up bars, the Insta-ready selfie walls. When John and I are out there, maybe I can get him into one of those areas with the selfies, and I can show him the cabana fit. Maybe we can get him one matching cabana fits in that selfie booth. No? Is that
not enough material.
Okay. It's a nonstop football party either way. Score your perfect game day spot, the cozy daybeds, the private cabanas. Lounge at the center of the action and reserve your place today. 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today, circalasvegas.com.
Hey, the summer driving season is upon us once again, and if you're on your way down here to Allen Park, here's a few things that I'm sure you noticed. Big trucks, motorcyclists, maybe not today because it's wet, the construction, it all contributes to the fact that summertime in Michigan has more accidents than any other season of the year. And if you've been injured in an accident, injury attorney David Femininio and his team are ready to help you right now. David will never take a fee until he wins your case, and you can speak to him right now by calling 855-65-CRASH. You can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Jake Bates with misses from 51 and 46 yards in the scrimmage in front of us. Yeah, that face, John, that's what that deserves. We're going to get to Derek Barnes coming up at 9:35. Why I apologize to start the show to John Jansen before the hour is over.
Apology accepted. But yeah, we're watching it.
You got the glasses on. You're
I got the
studious.
Yes. Well, yeah, just because I can't see that far to the field, which is literally
right there,
right in front of us.
So that's Jared Goff. He's the one with the red jersey.
Oh, the red jersey. Oh, that's red.
Yeah,
okay.
1-6, 16. There you go. It's Jared Goff.
Yeah, but to get starting offensive line out there, starting offense. Jahmyr Gibbs is in the huddle right now. Dave Montgomery just caught a nice pass out of the backfield there. So it's a lot of fun if you're down here at Allen Park to be able to see the players and the offense. And I think the biggest thing right now is just the defense and the way that they have played, the intensity that they're playing with, the confidence, the swagger that they're playing with. It's been a really fun week to watch the growth of this defense.
We also have word as Jahmyr Gibbs waltzes into the end zone.
Into the end zone,
yeah, a little strut as he got in there. We have the news that Confrontational Colin is in the house.
Oh!
So he is here to take in practice as well. We'll have to check.
Hey, no short jokes. I'm making sure that I mean, we know that Costa likes to be a little bit edgy.
It's true.
He was with Jim Leland. He's obviously been that way with AJ. Anybody that shows up to interview, now it's not going to be an interview, so maybe he'll be a little nicer.
Is he done taking photos with the cheerleaders?
Yes. I texted him. I'm like, where are you guys? He's like, well, we had to stop for a picture with the cheer team. It's my daughter is in her Lions cheerleading costume.
Outfit,
yes, I think it was for my daughter, but I'll have to
Follow
go
up.
through all the pictures.
Yeah, or he's just
more,
making introductions
just
for Brooks.
Sure. Oh, that could be it too.
Yeah.
I hope he got in the picture.
Yeah.
I spot him. I see him down there, so hopefully they'll be up here soon.
All right, let's get to your news.
All right, let's do it. You guys, there's an Olympic triathlete that is sharing her disgusting experience of swimming in the Seine River, and she's blasting officials who claims that this river was safe enough to swim in the beginning. So this Belgian athlete says that she felt debris in the water during her 1,500-meter swim. This was on Wednesday. She says, I felt and saw things that we shouldn't think too much about. That was her exact quote. And now she says she's actually kind of concerned for her health, because she ingested quite a bit of this water, right? She's like, I guess we're going to see tomorrow what happens. She says she took precautions. She tried to prepare herself. She took probiotics. She drank some drink, and she thought, okay, I'm just not going to get any water in my mouth, but that's nearly impossible,
it's
right?
impossible, yeah.
So it's pretty gross. I mean, it sounds.
They spent $1.5 billion to try and clean it up.
But just in June, there was all these reports of how high the levels of E. coli were.
Well, they postponed it a day because they already tested the water and it wasn't safe to swim in.
But let's put all of our top athletes. It's okay,
Right.
guys. You're in your tip-top shape. Just go swim in this nasty river.
Well, clearly
Fine.
they were pot committed because they spent all this money. But if we can put surfing in Tahiti, why can't we move this somewhere else too? I don't get it.
It's gross. There was a pretty chilling scene that unfolded this morning at the Olympics when a swimmer from Slovakia suffered an asthma attack and actually collapsed right there by the pool after her 200-meter individual relay heat. She was carried off on a stretcher. Of course, nobody really knew everything that was going on. When you listen to the broadcaster, he was just saying how silent it was. Everybody in the stands was silent because this woman was surrounded by medical staff. She had to have air mask on, right? So pretty crazy. I know.
I see him down there.
My
yeah.
gosh. I see him too, making purchases, spending some money.
Yeah.
Ugh. Anyway, it sounds like she is going to be okay, but she is being monitored by doctors. But of course, it's super scary because nobody really knew what was going on at the time.
Colin, take a look at the helmets over there.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
He got one.
Looks like he got himself a mini one, the
He
new
did.
one.
Maybe that's for Brooks. Anyway, a beloved grizzly bear at the Detroit Zoo, Mike, 13 years old, had to be euthanized after getting really sick over the past several months. He was one of 3 bears, all brothers, at the zoo, but he started showing symptoms of not feeling well, lower appetite, unable to really get up from like the lying position. And the zoo said they did everything they could do, right? They brought in specialists and did what they thought would be best, but he never really improved. His health started to decline, so they had to make the ultimate decision to euthanize him. But it sounds like it's been a sad day over at the Detroit Zoo. There's a New Jersey man that caused quite a commotion on a recent flight after consuming too many edibles. So this 26-year-old was flying from Seattle to Dallas on this American Airlines flight in July when he started to become unruly, they say. He peeled off his shirt, began puffing on a vape pen. He was yelling and hitting on crew members. In fact, he even propositioned one for sex. And then he also later tried to open the doors numerous times on the flight. And he assaulted a flight attendant.
Oh, that's
and
all.
he did admit that he had 10 marijuana edibles before the plane, but didn't
Wow.
realize how strong they were. Yes.
So he had no idea how this was going to go, just like threw them all in. Said,
He had the munchies.
let's party.
Yeah.
Apparently so. And now the whole thing is being investigated by FBI in Salt Lake City. That's where they had to make an emergency landing. And then also Salt Lake City Police Department is investigating as well. I got to get to this story. So the ABCs, the song, everyone knows the song. It's a popular song in my house right now. Emily's getting really good at it. She won't start it on her own, but if you sing some letters, she'll kind of fill in the blanks. And her favorite part? LMNOP.
Yes.
Right?
Right, yeah, because it's one letter.
Yes, LMNOP. But now I'm learning that the alphabet song is changing. Young kids
what?
it's no longer the song that we knew, that we sing and know and love. Like young kids are learning a new alphabet song where the pauses in between certain letters have changed, and the ending that usually you say, now I know my ABCs, next time won't you sing with me, is now also changing to, now I never will forget how to say the alphabet. I listen to it. I don't like it.
I'm not learning a new way.
No, and most people are outraged, but they do say it is better, and you know why they're changing it is because of the LMNOP.
No! We're losing Elemento?
Well, LMNO, it's still there, but it's not
Yeah.
LMNOP.
Right,
It's,
there's going to be
there's
some pauses. Yes. L. M. N.
I'm sorry. We can't stand for this.
No, it's an outrage.
Yes. There's no chance I'm learning a new one.
Me neither.
Because I'm going to have to teach it to Teddy. I'm going to, it's just, no, it's not going to happen.
You never know. It's like Common Core math, right? I remember when they introduced that, and I was like, please.
I don't want to go down this road.
Not learning that.
All right, on that note, let's get to Derek Barnes next. It's 97.1.
Hey, Founders Brewing Company has been making high-quality beers right here in the great state of Michigan for over 25 years. With a focus on using the highest quality ingredients, you can always count on Founders to deliver extraordinary quality in everything they release. And with that focus on quality, they set out to create a beer that lets you have it all, and it's right in the name, All Day IPA. Here is what you get. A refreshing and deliciously flavorful beer. It's easy drinking and high quality. All Day IPA is an IPA that is naturally brewed with an array of malts, grains, and hops, creating a delicious citrusy taste and a clean finish. It's the perfect beer for anyone looking to make the ordinary extraordinary and the good times great. Speaking of great times, we're out here in Allen Park watching the football. We saw football last night. We've got football on Saturdays coming up, Sundays. There's no better drink than the All Day IPA on game days. Visit foundersbrewingcompany.com to find All Day IPA. All Day IPA, it's all in the taste. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly. Hey, we're always looking for answers when it comes to managing your finances. And if you need a bank that gets you and is genuinely interested in your success, that's exactly why I bank with First Merchants Bank. Whether it's your business banking or day-to-day personal banking, First Merchants Bank is 100% interested in helping you prosper. First Merchants bankers are attentive. I stopped in at the Plymouth branch. I spent some time there with Tim. They helped me out with a number of different things, and they're going to take the same time to get to know you and work with you to build a financial plan that will fit your unique situation. When you make the switch to First Merchants Bank, you're also going to get access to their highly rated mobile banking app with innovative personal finance tools. Plus, they're deeply connected to the community's needs because it's their community as well. It's where they live, it's where they work. They're plugged in, and they volunteer and donate to local causes to ensure that we all prosper together. This is the difference of 100% interest in you. For a better banking experience, visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Started the show today with an apology to John Jansen, and it led to a poll question. Want to get to that real quick here, John, and then, of course, wrap up our week from Lions training camp. Did I see Bates hit a couple field goals since our last check-in?
Yes, he has.
Okay, good.
And it has been. I mean, this is a great environment for him to be able to kick in. One, there's more fans. It's a scrimmage environment, but it's also wet. So you want to know, can he handle some of the conditions? Because while it shouldn't be that complicated, it is another variable.
Gibbs has looked good.
Gibbs has looked great.
Looked really good.
Love him. And Fountain. I think he
You walked over, you go, who's 12?
Yeah. So he's been running. He's running with the ones here.
I know.
Great route, tight coverage, and Jared Goff is developing really good confidence in him because the ball that he caught to convert a first down on the 25-yard line ran a little in route, really good coverage, and the ball was in the air before Fountain turned around and actually saw it, identified the ball, caught the ball in tight coverage. That was a great route and a tough catch, converted a first down in this scrimmage.
People were going, wait, who's this Fountain guy?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is, and so everybody kind of assumes that DPJ will be wide receiver 3 behind J-Mo and Amon-Ra St. Brown, but don't count out Fountain. I mean, he is having a hell of a camp.
His background, Northern Iowa, 5th-round pick in 2018. He's 6'2", 210. He's bounced around mostly, Colts, Chiefs, Bears, little practice squad time in there. This is a guy who may be bubbling up to the surface, a late bloomer at a time where a team needs him to. No clear third receiver. All right, John, I apologize to you. You said it's a wet day today.
Yes.
I assumed
very moist.
You were a meathead to the degree that you wouldn't even have an umbrella during a rainy day. And there you were, as soon as I drove in today, holding an umbrella, keeping yourself dry. And you didn't strike me as an umbrella guy. And I realized I was stereotyping you as a meathead, John, and I am sorry. But I did ask people, are you shocked that John Jansen uses an umbrella? And 52% of people said they are surprised that you, the lughead that you are, would use an umbrella.
It's within the margin of error of being 50-50 if we're doing plus or minus 2%. So I'm not surprised by people's thoughts and opinions of what they think of me. But I will say this, I would hope that people would think I am professional enough to not show up drenched all day long for 4 hours doing a show with my computer, my notes, everything that we have to have dry to be able to do a good show.
Nick Baumgartner, you know who he is?
Yes. He's one of the authors on the 97 book.
Not shocked. John's like 6'7". The rain hits him before the rest of us. He's just blocking a path, classic offensive lineman.
Yeah, it does hit me before it hits you.
This one says, seems like something he would do. John's a pragmatic guy. Another one says it's common sense. But there is pushback. What's next? A bike helmet?
I'm not Doug Karsh.
This one says, should it void his man card? Get a rain jacket. There's your compromise, and your hands free.
No, get a rain jacket. No, because it was hot. Big guys have an issue with sweating. And I don't need another layer because it was like 72 degrees when I walked in, which for me is above the approved temperature.
Common case of when tall people are soft.
Tall people are soft. Huh. Interesting.
Definitely expect that of cookies, that I would use an umbrella. I think smart people use an umbrella, so I'll take that as a compliment, even though that was not how that was intended. I'll take it as a compliment.
No, people can take their shots. That's all right. Let's look at some keyboard warriors out there.
That's all right. John, stay dry as best we could today. A little drip, drip, drip. But all week long, it's been fun to be out here.
It has.
You tell me, what's your favorite interview that we've done?
Well, I would have to say one of the very intelligent, well-spoken offensive linemen that we had. And we had a Wolverine, we had a Buckeye, and I will say this. I was surprised at the amount of big words that Taylor Decker was able to use. And, I mean, I think it's been the fact that he has been here in the state of Michigan, here in Detroit, so some of that education has worn off on him.
When he walked away, I was like, "Oh, you didn't take the bait." He's like, "Oh, I'm a Michigander right now. I'm not trying to wade into those waters."
Yeah, that's that very very controversial at that time. You asked him about a man's job.
I said, Ryan Day, he's got to beat Michigan or win a national title, or he's out.
That's one thing that you learn as a professional athlete: never to talk about another man's job, because at some point, when we heard it from Khalif Raymond, it's your job, and eventually everybody ends up driving on the outside of that blue wall. The blue wall of Honolulu, blue.
The blue.
Yes.
Blue wall has a different
Fence, blue fence.
connotation. Blue fence. All of them are podcasted. All of them with the Odyssey app or wherever you get podcasts. We have them all posted. So that's Derek Barnes, who you heard today, Khalif Raymond, who you heard this week, both offensive linemen, Decker and Glasgow. My favorite was some of the coaches.
Terrell
Kelvin
Williams.
Shepard.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, Williams too.
But all of them, especially the defensive coaches, because we want to know, is this defense going to be able to hold up their end of the bargain? And Kelvin Shepard talked about playing with violence. That's one of the great quotes of the week, is that this defense is playing with great violence. That's how you've got to play defense in the NFL. Terrell Williams, he was another coach that brought up unsolicited Levi Onwuzurike. And so we're getting a chance to see him in a scrimmage situation here, and he is having a really good camp. We just hope that he can stay healthy so we can maybe see it during the regular season.
Heather, is Colin here? Hang on, I'll look for him.
Low
come on.
blow.
Yeah,
I told
ducking
you.
Down to look low.
Yeah, very
Stop.
unprofessional of this guy.
Stop.
Taking
Yes,
shots,
Colin's
even
here.
unwarranted shots. As Colin is carrying around 2 children.
Yes.
And you're sitting here taking shots, Mr. Childless.
He's doing a good job. I'm happy he's doing it, and I'm not.
I think we all are happy that he's doing it.
That's
and
what I
you're
always say. You don't want people who don't want kids to have kids, so I'm doing everybody a favor.
Very good point.
He seems like he's having a good time.
Oh, he's been so pumped. When we saw that rain was in the forecast, I think he was
The disappointment was
Oh, yeah. And I
all
kept saying,
over
like,
his
it
face.
doesn't look good. But then this morning I said, I looked at my weather app. It looks clear. So he is pumped to be here. Yeah, he's excited.
It's good stuff.
Yep.
Do we have Doug and Gator standing by?
Yep.
Gentlemen, scrimmage day today at practice.
Yeah, you sticking around? I know it's a
I'm
long
gonna stick
week,
around for a
dude.
little
I know,
bit. I
I
think
know
it's
it's a
gonna go
long
for-
week out there, and it's like, but this might be the most exciting
worth
thing
it.
that's happened. Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah, Jared Goff's operating the offense right now. I'm not going to go full play-by-play right here. Doug, that's your job, and you can't see what's going on right now. But it is really fun at the end of this week to be here and watching drills, watching practice, watching some red zone, some goal line, all that stuff. But then to finally see the guys out there performing in a scrimmage situation. Some guys have really played well.
Fully padded.
Fully padded. You can't call it a scrimmage unless
fair
if you're in shorts and skirts.
Are they?
Doug.
Is it thud or are they taking people to the ground?
They've taken some of the running backs to the ground. Obviously, they're not hitting the guys in the red jerseys, which you can't do.
Quarterbacks are your
touch a
friend,
quarterback.
John. They're your friend.
Yeah.
You're supposed to protect them, and they're not supposed to get hit, right? The offensive
Yeah,
line's supposed to be good
well,
enough
Remember
to keep
how
everybody away from
precious
Goff.
Tommy Brady was back in the day?
Oh, yes. And I know right now, looking out there, Mark Brunell is probably smiling knowing that he is healthy because we protected him and kept him upright. Nobody touched him during practice. But
Well, he got hit enough during the regular season. Why get hit during the practice?
yeah, that was a tough time down in Jacksonville. It was a very tough. That's where he got hurt. That's where his career probably would have been shortened a little bit. We tried to extend it at the end.
Is that
of
what
his
you tried
career
doing?
by-
Okay.
Yeah, keeping him well protected. Oh, there's a field goal
Off the upright?
off the upright.
Good or no good?
No good.
No good. He's been a little erratic today.
How far out was that one from?
Don't do that.
Looks like it was about a 52-yard kick.
Don't do what, Doug?
Don't start already.
Controversy.
I don't
Here
want to
we
hear.
go.
I don't want the groundwork playing for kicker
He's so
panic.
shaky. Why did they address this during the draft?
Oh, boy.
Come on.
Yeah.
Look what you
We'll leave that one
started.
on a tee for you
It's-
guys. Handle
you know
it
what that
however
is,
you want.
guys? That's unacceptable.
Yeah.
It's just unacceptable.
We will talk some Lions today. Interesting stuff from Ben Johnson, the OC, yesterday. Hype train questions. Are you going to eat that in the noon hour?
Ooh.
All right, it's Carson Anderson. They're next. It's 97-1.
I have no idea why this just happened.
Well, we got a situation here. We've got a situation.
I had breakfast when I got here at about 8:10. I've had a few drinks of water in the last hour and 45 minutes. Walk into the studio, sit down, start the show, and out of nowhere, hiccups.
Hiccups.
Yep.
Yeah. What'd you have for breakfast? All right, Kang, this is going to be funny, isn't it? Kang's already shaking his head because he knows this is.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, he doesn't?
No.
I don't know. I just shake my head at everything Doug eats. That's just normal.
I mean, breakfast. Breakfast is one of my favorite meals of the day. You know, this is wide open. What do you think, Kang? You think like some eggs, pancakes?
No, you're talking about you or Doug?
That's
For
true.
you, I mean,
This is Doug.
yeah, eggs, pancake.
Get
This
a
is Doug. We're talking like
breakfast sandwich.
I don't know,
got a
oats.
roll up.
twigs. I don't know, grass.
I don't mind oatmeal. Oatmeal's solid, but I don't think that's what he had.
Oh, like, what is that? Bran X, whatever the heck, you know.
Chia seeds.
Yeah, grape nuts,
What'd you have, Doug?
yogurt, plain.
Are you done guessing?
Oh,
I'm
we're
gonna-
throwing stuff out there.
Greek yogurt.
Was it?
No.
Oh.
But if I do have yogurt, it's Greek yogurt.
Of course, protein, whatever.
Granola,
Cottage cheese.
No granola.
chocolate milk.
No chocolate milk.
No, that's after a workout. Sorry, my bad.
No.
Because somebody said that's what you should do.
Del Monte makes this ruby red grapefruit, no sugar added, that you can. I got the big thing, like
Grapefruit
big
in a
jar,
can?
52-ounce jar,
Oh, a jar.
and
Gotcha.
it's like a plastic jar, and so I eat a little cupful of that not every morning, but I'm working my way through that right now. So I had
You had jarred grapefruit.
no sugar added grapefruit.
So you had grapefruit.
Yep.
I mean, dealing with. You like that better than a fresh grapefruit?
It's less work.
It's true. Well, without a doubt, without question.
So yeah, it was grapefruit, but maybe the
Grapefruit.
grapefruit is to blame. That an hour and 45 minutes later, I suddenly have the hiccups. I'm gonna go with the those watching on Twitch and YouTube
You're really
can
struggling.
see this. Yeah, I'm gonna go with the swig of water, and aren't you supposed to drink water upside down or something like that?
I mean, everybody's got their own styles. That's not one I subscribe to. I go with the.
Yeah, everyone has their own.
Yeah.
What's yours, Gator?
I go with hold your breath, like take a deep breath, hold it for like 5 seconds, and then take another deep breath without exhaling, and then try to do it a third time.
Without taking.
Right, with that
Okay.
just you like constantly getting
yeah,
more
yeah.
air in there,
Uh-huh.
and then after the third time, you try to hold it for as long as you can, and that usually works for me.
I do 7 to 8 quick sips of water without
Yep.
taking a breath.
I've done that
You
before.
know, just go bam, bam, bam.
Yeah.
Like that usually works for me.
yeah,
But everyone's different, man.
everyone is different. Doug's
Doug-
doing calisthenics over here.
Yeah.
Well, let me.
He's a contortionist.
So, but you know what happens when you do this? You whatever your solution is, you do it, and then you're like sitting there waiting. Like, did I
right?
get rid of
did it
them?
work? Did it take?
And I've got like this. I'm pensive now. Like, is a hiccup going to hit me mid?
Well, if it hits you mid sentence, and then it becomes hilarious.
So,
When you get that mid,
yep. I'm all hiccupy today. How are you today?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anything exciting last night?
No. The Tigers were listless, lackluster. I tried to watch some of that football game, couldn't do it.
Dude, I love the new kickoff rule. I love it. Does it look weird? Yeah. But you know what's back? Kick returns. Kick returns are back. And you got a landing zone, you got a lineup zone, you got a new touchback rule.
You like your zones.
Yeah, well, it's going to take some getting used to. It honestly will, because it looks weird. It looks arena football-y.
Mm-hmm.
But kickoff returns are back. Now, here's the thing about it is somebody's going to figure out how to exploit it. When new rules get introduced, some smart FIP out there is going to find a way to exploit it and dominate the kick return game. And I don't know what that exploitation is, but with new rules, it can happen. So I'm intrigued to see what the workaround somebody comes up with. But both teams had 2 guys deep in the landing zone, and it's just so weird to see the ball kicked off and everybody stand there.
Mm-hmm.
There's the kicker that's running downfield. There's the return guys that are lining up. and the other 19 guys are just standing there. And the ball gets caught, and then chaos breaks out. And they said it was described, the feeling the teams get, it feels like a running play. It doesn't feel like a kick return. It feels like a running play. But I think I'm really going to like it. Others have issue with it, and I'm not mad at you. But it's a pretty radical rule change, really.
Oh, it's.
Did
quite
you
radical.
see it in any of
I
those
did not
kickoffs?
see it. No.
Kang, did you see any of them?
Yeah, that's one of the main reasons why I even watched the game. I got to watch this kickoff return.
And
I don't have a real strong opinion yet, other than it looks weird.
yeah,
Because it's brand new and that's going to happen. It looks like you mentioned, what'd you say, a UFL or whatever?
it looks like arena football.
Arena football.
Yeah.
It looks like CFL, UFL to me. All the FLs, whatever. Like it doesn't look like the NFL, and it's weird. And it is. It's kind of like a running play, but spread out completely.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It's gonna take some time to get used to. I'm not sure I like it. I like the fact of the returning kicks though, and I think that was the main point.
Yeah.
Gator, you have not seen a replay or nothing?
No, I literally when I flipped the game on, Brett Rippon, great. Other guys have never.
Well, that was the second reason why I turned it on was for Brett Rippon.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I
Tyler
figured.
Badgett wasn't doing it for you.
Yeah. I couldn't get even begin to bring myself to any kind of excitement with that.
Doug, I think Gators hates this new change already without even seeing it.
Do you?
Yes.
I'm sensing that that's possible.
I don't know if I do. I just think the addition of this rule is the death of the onside kick, and I kind of like the onside kick. Onside kick was always made you anxious.
Well, the thing about the onside kick is, and if you don't know the new rules, you can only execute an onside kick in the fourth quarter, and you have to announce your intention, which I guess makes sense. You can't really do an onside kick if your coverage team is standing on the other team's 30-yard line. So, it's the surprise onside kick gone, and first three quarters gone. Of onside kick, you can do it in the fourth quarter, but you have to.
Why not allow an onside kick, but you have to kick it between the kicking team and the receiving team? As soon as it hits that 5 yards of space in there, it's no holds barred. Katie bar the door. Just go for it.
Because what you just described sounds virtually impossible to accomplish.
What?
But then again, it's
impossible to recover an onside kick anyway,
it's
right?
It's close to it. It seems like it. So, all right, football's back. Ish. Ben Johnson spoke yesterday, said a few things we want to talk about, including an update on Hendon Hooker and how the battle for the third wide receiver is going. A name I didn't expect to hear is included in that group. We'll get to that today at 10:20. It's Carson Anderson. Happy Friday, everybody. 97.1 The Ticket. I got frustrations. Hiccups are gone.
Well, now what?
Yesterday I told you about another credit card fraud situation.
Oh, yeah. Did you work your way through that?
I mean, yeah, we're working our way through it, but now all these things that are on automated pay, we have to go through, and you always forget about one or two, and then you get a late notice, and it's just a massive pain in the you-know-what. And you spend all your time, like, I know my account numbers right up here.
Do you?
Yeah. And now I got to remember them all. It's just
because getting new numbers.
Getting new numbers. It sucks.
That does suck. I don't know my numbers.
Don't you?
No.
Yeah. I want to, when someone says it's your credit card number, I don't want to have to pull.
I know some of that. I guess it's well, I mean, if you held a gun to my head, I don't think I'd be able to get it correctly.
Mm-hmm.
So don't do that.
Yeah. But these people with their frauds and their
frauds. Go ahead. Never mind.
Just go ahead.
So did you find out how you got compromised? Was this an honest mistake, or did somebody like hack in and?
No, somebody spent $17,000 of our money, and so we were like, "Wait, what?"
Do you know where it happened?
Yeah. Yep.
Mm.
Now we don't know the outlet that it happened, but we know the store that it happened. So it's just the worst. It's just
local
the worst. It's a national, but there are local outlets here. So, but whatever. I mean, life is filled with inconveniences, and this is one of them.
Well, fortunately, it turns into simply an inconvenience rather than an actual loss of $17,000.
Well, this is true. I would agree with that. By the way, listen for your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets, an exclusive 97.1 The Ticket MGO Blue preview show. Michigan football preview show coming up next Wednesday at Music Town inside the Hockey Town Cafe. Join 97.1 The Ticket's Doug Karsh, hey, that's me, John Jansen, Wojo Stoney, former players, maybe some current players, as we discuss the upcoming Michigan season, food, drink, so much more. And the only way to get in is to win them here on 97.1 The Ticket, and we'll have another Carson Anderson quiz question coming up today at 1:40. Stick with us if you want your chance to win. So here's the thing about it is the quiz question is usually something said on the show, and it's typically very easy. A question might be, what was the ailment that Doug had in the first segment of the show today? That could be a question. The correct answer would be hiccups. And the first one with the correct answer of hiccups would win the tickets. But we're starting it right now, so that can't be the answer. Starting it here at 10:20 in the morning. So stick with us through to 1:40, and you can perhaps win those tickets. 248-539-9797. All right, Ben Johnson spoke yesterday. Sorry, Kang, I should have done this during the commercial break. I did not. We got Ben Johnson 1 and 2, correct? Ready? Loaded up? Pull the trigger on. We'll start with Hendon Hooker, backup quarterback. I know that you were excited about this draft pick. There's no quarterback controversy, but there is a backup quarterback battle going on. Hendon Hooker would have been a pretty high first-round pick. At least he would have gone in the first round. Had it not been for his knee injury in a game against South Carolina, his senior year, was putting up great numbers. Came from kind of a one-read offense, so there was a lot to learn. Hendon Hooker sat out most of last season, started taking snaps here and there in practice, was back for OTAs and minicamp and all that, and now he's on the field practicing. So Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator, yesterday discussed what they're hoping to see out of Hendon Hooker to show that he can handle the backup role. And here's what he said. Interesting. A lot there to digest. Nate Sudfeld and Hendon Hooker are going to split reps. I suspect we won't see Jared Goff in the preseason, which is fine.
No, I don't think we'll see him either.
So you're going to see Nate Sudfeld running with the ones when the ones are out there, probably a lot with the twos. Same thing with Hendon Hooker. They'll probably each get a
I don't know how many ones we're going to see.
Probably not a lot. But whatever. One of them's going to start. My guess is one will start one game, one will start the next. And then, who knows how they do it after that for the third preseason game. They play the Giants next Thursday night. But there was a real optimistic tone to that, wasn't there? I thought he sounded encouraged by what they're seeing out of Hendon Hooker.
Yeah, I think that it sounded like to me that the explanation is that, once you're able to get all the jargon down and understand what all the plays are, and that just becomes repetition and you're able to repeat it and say it out to the team and bark out that once you understand all that, then it's just, okay, here's why we drafted the guy, because his arm is fantastic and because he can make plays with his legs, and all that's just going to fall right in there, assuming that the line does their job and blocks for him.
You know what's funny was we always hear this about new quarterbacks at whatever level. Something must be so much harder than we realize, because I swear to God, coaches always mention it. He does a good job now getting him in and out of the huddle, calling the play. And I'm like, wouldn't that be like, you would think it would be so easy, but
you're just repeating what the coach is telling you in your ear.
It feels like
no, there's more to it.
The way that coaches talk about that, the part of the, being monumentally naive as to what it's really like to be an NFL or college quarterback, is that it is a challenge to get in and out of the huddle and call the play, because coaches always talk about it with the young quarterbacks. He's doing a better job getting in and out of the huddle, calling the play.
I tell you, man, one of the things I love watching is the behind the scenes stuff from interviews from the combine or whatever, or if John Gruden was doing his quarterback thing, and you got to see him work directly with the quarterback, and when they start barking out plays.
65 toss power trap.
It's never just 65 toss power trap. That's the thing, though, right? There's like 10 other things.
In the 60s.
Right? It was back when Hank Stram was coaching. But now it's like there's a million things you got to say, and they're like, I want you to draw me this play. And they're like, all right. They go, and it's like so intricate, but these players are so well versed on it. They pick it up like that, and they're spitting it right back at them. Sometimes you might hear, I forgot a word in there, and the coach will remind them, okay, just keep. It was a dual right, not dual left. Whatever the hell it was.
Jet Dragon.
Yeah. Jet Dragon. So it's quite impressive. I love watching that stuff just because it tells you, it lets you in on this. The old joke back in the day was, these dumb jock, right? Dumb jocks. No, some positions are it require an incredible amount of intelligence, and quarterback obviously is one of them. And we're fortunate here in Detroit to have one of the smarter quarterbacks in the league in Jared Goff, and to see how other quarterbacks are, have to relay this information. It's impressive to me for them to be able to decipher all that, spit it right back out in a tenth of a second, give it right back to you. Oh yeah, I got you. Here we go.
So the other thing there is using the 6 weeks off, that it's clear you use the 6 weeks off. We always joke about how, as fans, here's what you want to hear. Your player has no hobbies. He eats nothing but healthy food. He gets up in the morning and works out, goes to practice all afternoon, goes to bed early. 365 days a year. But obviously that's an unrealistic expectation, but that's what we'd like to hear. To hear him say that Hendon Hooker used his 6 weeks off and came back a better quarterback, he took advantage of it, is awesome. It's awesome. 248-539-9797. We'll get your phone calls and feedback. There's more there. And there's also an update on the third wide receiver position. What Ben Johnson said he's looking for might tip the hand as to who's going to be that third wide receiver. That at 10:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. If you missed the soundbite we just played, it was Ben Johnson, Detroit Lions offensive coordinator, with a very optimistic tone about Hendon Hooker, saying he took advantage of the 6 weeks off and, this battle between him and Nate Sudfeld for the backup spot. I don't particularly care who it is. It's just whoever it is has to win him a football game at some point during this season. It'd be great if it was Hooker because it seems like he has tremendous upside, and Sudfeld's kind of defined in this league. But if it's Sudfeld, then let it be Sudfeld. I think if you are a contending team, and your quarterback goes down for the year, your chances of winning are pretty much over. There are rare exceptions where that's, the Kurt Warner coming in for dude from Indiana who got hurt. Trent Green.
I'm like, yep, you are correct, sir.
You got Nick Foles taking over for Carson Wentz. It can happen, but it's so rare. But what you hope to have in the backup quarterback is, oh, God, our guy got hurt on Sunday. He's going to miss 2 weeks. Can the backup beat Minnesota and the Rams, in back-to-back weeks?
Well, that's why I think it does matter that it's Hooker, because we've already seen Sudfeld. We kind of know what Sudfeld is, what he is. Maybe he can be a little bit better. But I care that it's Hendon Hooker because they invested a third-round pick in the guy, and it was the third or fourth round. I think it was third-round pick, and he clearly has talent. We have expectations.
Yeah, I guess
he's going to be able to step in there and get the job done. And I have higher expectations, I guess, than most because how highly I thought of him as a college quarterback. I know it's a different game here in the NFL, and he's having to learn different systems and all that, but I think it does matter.
Yeah, I guess what we'd like to hear is that the backup, the draft pick is way better than the veteran journeyman. If the veteran and journeyman's better than him, then so be it.
It's not just the investment, guys, but also I think it's better for the Lions because the backup quarterback he's not running with the ones all week, right? So he's got limited work and limited on the playbook. So when the backup comes in, I prefer my backup be a little bit more mobile because he's going to have to improvise somewhat more than the starter because he doesn't know the playbook as well. He doesn't have the chemistry down as well with the receivers. So if he has to move out of the pocket, things like that, I think it matters in on the short notice situation. I'm not talking long term, Doug. I know you don't. I'm not saying you got to be able to run, but just to be able to move a little bit when you get thrown into a situation.
What's interesting about this too is you heard him say he's more confident and he's moving more. Coming back from a serious knee injury, that's a big part of it. Is being ready to get back to where you were mentally. I can move with this. I don't play scared. And it sounds like he's gotten over that hurdle, at least in practice. 248-539-9797. Michael's in West Bloomfield and he is next. Hi, Michael.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
So I just pulled into my garage from training camp, and Ben Johnson's comments are right on. Hooker looked great. He had a couple of off-target throws, but only a couple. And he hit Jamison Williams on a square out and Antoine Green on a sideline route, although he was out of bounds. But the ball was on the money. He looked sharp. He looked evasive. I don't think he's even thinking about the knee anymore. And I'm not just saying that because I'm a Tennessee alumni, but he looked really, really good. And I tell you, the whole team looked fast. They looked sharp. I am so juiced up. I cannot wait for the football season to start. And the really interesting thing was watching them practice the new kickoff rules. That was pretty cool. I think there's going to be some interesting run backs this year. And can I just compliment the Lions on what an amazing job they did of organizing this thing. I mean, it was smooth. It was just perfect. It was very professional, and I can't wait. So let's go Lions.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, look, if Hendon Hooker would have been a quarterback that a team was building around had he not gotten hurt.
Yeah.
He would have been a quarterback that teams would like to have had as their quarterback of the future, if not their quarterback of the now coming out of college. He probably would have been an investment to learn NFL offenses. But at the end of the day, you want your backup to be as talented as he can. And yeah, I think you're more right than wrong. I don't particularly care who wins it as long as they're good, I guess was my point. But the upside with Hendon Hooker seems to far exceed the upside with Nate Sudfeld.
Yeah, I mean, of course, I agree with that statement, but I would expect that because we've seen Nate Sudfeld to a degree, is he already defined what he is, and I want a backup quarterback that can add more than what we've seen from him. Now, maybe he's got more to give too. Now that he's more familiar with this offense and more comfortable in it as well, and we'll find out when the preseason games get underway and we see both of these guys play.
248-539-9797. Mike is next. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. Good morning.
What's up?
Hey, I just left training camp. I want to give you a live update. Hendon looked pretty rough. Underthrew in the end zone by about 5 yards for a pick. But then he quickly redeemed himself afterwards, threw a touchdown to the Utah rookie. It was pretty nice. But he looked pretty rough today to start the day.
But he looked better by the end of the day.
Yeah, he was looking better at the end. For sure.
That's
I just want to give you that live update.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's young quarterback. There's going to be ups and downs. It's funny. The last guy, Tennessee grad, said he looked great.
I wish he hadn't said it.
Once you say that, bro, you immediately go, hey, I have no credibility. Not really, but in the middle of the call, he said, I'm not saying this just because I'm a Tennessee grad. You think that Tennessee grad might have been seeing it through some creamsicle and white glasses?
Absolutely. Appreciate you guys taking the call. Have a good day.
Thank you for calling. 248-539-9797. All right, there is a repetitive theme coming out of some of the beat writers that we got to talk about, and we'll get to it coming up. In the meantime, more from Ben Johnson as promised, Lions offensive coordinator. He mentioned the third wide receiver battle, how it's coming along, what they're looking for in a third wide receiver. Here's the Lions offensive coordinator. Who's going to be the guy along with Amon-Ra and Jameson Williams? So it's interesting because at the beginning of that cut, he says we're looking for smart, reliable. And the first thing I think is Khalif Raymond.
Yep.
And then he says, and if we're getting picky, a little bit of length. And I'm like, not Khalif Raymond.
No.
Because Khalif Raymond's 5'8".
5'8", right?
Yeah, but he mentioned Antoine Green. By the way, Reese is Maurice Alexander. He mentioned Antoine Green, who's 6'2". Donovan Peoples-Jones is 6'2". Traquan Smith, the receiver they signed for New Orleans, who we didn't mention, is 6'2".
Well, wait a second. Is Reese Maurice Alexander or is Reese Darius Fountain?
Actually, that's an excellent question.
Darius Fountain's the 6'2". Maurice Alexander's 5'11". So Darius Fountain is the one that's turning all the heads.
He said, yeah, there's been a lot of Darius Fountain. So maybe that is who he means by Reese. Kang, do you know what he meant by Reese? Did he mean Maurice Alexander or Darius Fountain?
Yes.
Okay. Somebody. He means somebody.
Hey, if they're going to use nicknames, they got to tell us first the nickname chart, and then we'll go from there, okay?
I'm just going to go by my gut tells me it's Darius based on all the.
There's a lot of hype in
all
there.
the hype we're getting on Darius Fountain so far the last few days here in training camp. He's the guy that's, Darius Fountain. Even I hear Jansen say today, like, who's number 12? When he was talking with Costa, and Costa said, yeah, Darius Fountain. That's the guy.
But they don't have. I'm going to spare the jokes before they get texted in. They don't have anybody who's 6'5". We once had a caller call and say, I don't want anybody who's not 6'5" at the receiver spot, which Seemed like you'd really narrow the field, but they don't have big wide
They
receivers.
do not have. The tallest guy they have in the receiver room is 6'2".
Yeah.
With Fountain, Green, and DPJ and Traquan Smith, they're all 6'2", but they do not have that tall, lanky guy that other teams do. But who cares if they're open? Just get open.
Yeah.
That length matters when you're going 50-50 balls on the sideline, right? Or jumping straight up in the end zone to get in the red zone area. It's nice to have those guys. But that's also kind of that's where you're bringing in your tight ends and you use those guys more. You got 6'5" Brock Wright, 6'4" James Mitchell. Laporte is a stud. So I don't really worry about it too much. But I do like a taller receiver.
248-539-9797. We go to Sean in West Bloomfield. You're next. Hi, Sean.
Hey, guys. How are you today?
Great, Sean.
Is it obnoxious to cash receipts in our society now? Is that just an obnoxious thing to do?
I'm intrigued to hear what this is. We will since you've SIN licensed it, sure, let's cash a receipt.
I'm a pretty frequent caller, and I've called, I want to say 4 times maybe this offseason and said, we've got to get a big-bodied receiver out there. It's critical. We need it. And I feel like you guys haven't really, grasped onto that really and gone with me on that thought.
You don't think we've endorsed it enough?
I like a tall receiver, but they don't have to have them.
Yeah, I think it's critical. And when I hear the comment he just made, I think Ben Johnson agrees. I mean, he's throwing lengthy in there as one of the top adjectives, right?
Well, he said it for picky.
You did say that.
And look, I'm a high school football player, so I'm not trying to be a guru or anything, but I just want to tell you that I think that J-Mo's going to run the top off the defense. Amon-Ra's going to take doubles, right? You need a big guy to post up and catch a first down one-on-one.
Last year they made it to the AFC Championship game, led at halftime of that game by 17 points, and they didn't have a receiver that was taller than 6'2".
They had Josh Reynolds.
Uh-huh.
He was 6'4".
I guess technically you're going to throw it at Josh Reynolds. If he was 6'4", sure, okay. And he dropped two passes that were right there. So
that's true, Gator. But I would argue very respectfully, because I really like you guys. So don't get me wrong here, all right? So, but
wait, this isn't going to break up our relationship, is it? That
No,
we're not endorsing, Sean. We're not endorsing your theory enough, and you're going to.
No. I'm cashing receipts. It's obnoxious. I want to be very careful as I do it. So, but I just want you to know that I don't think they get as far as they get without Josh Reynolds. He was highly okay. So let me ask you this:
he was actually, just to be fair, he was listed at 6'3", but I mean we're quibbling over an inch.
Oh, I've seen him listed at 6'4". So, but okay,
whatever. He's bigger than anybody they got right now.
Yeah, he's taller than anybody.
I can do this analysis myself, but I'd rather just say it to you guys and have somebody there do it. But show me a team where the second receiver on the team, or even third, has caught 30-some first downs in a season, okay? And tell me which team that is that's comparable. I'd bet you it's a team that is highly successful, right?
And you're talking about that because Josh Reynolds did it.
Correct. And I'm just saying he did it for a reason, because he had one-on-one coverage, right?
Okay, so the top two receivers, the top two players that caught first downs last year were St. Brown and Laporta for the Lions, right? And Reynolds came in last year at third at 32.
Laporta's a tight end.
Right. Okay, fair enough. But you're saying in Josh Reynolds at 2. Do you think that Jameson Williams is going to catch more than 14 first downs this year? Oh, don't hem and haw.
I don't know.
Come on.
I don't know.
Don't do that.
There's not clear evidence.
You're not expecting Jameson Williams to have a breakout season this year?
I think he'll catch 14 first downs in a different way than Josh Reynolds did, and that we need that role in the offense, Gator. That's all I'm saying.
I don't think you need it. I don't think and again, the guy is an inch taller than anybody else on the team. I don't think that's. I mean, if you had said somebody who's like 6'5", 6'6", gotta have it. It's about what? The fact he was 190 pounds?
Hey, man, my man's got his theory, and I have to respect his commitment to it.
I like having a tall receiver. Don't get me wrong. I really do. But they're not necessary if, like I said, you know what matters is getting open, getting the step, catching a football.
No,
that stuff matters.
But I think his point is, Gator, and I agree with you as in I'd prefer a taller receiver, but you don't need one. I think that the point lost in this is you got to have a receiver that can make contested catches. So that's why I back off where you're getting open, because there's times when you can't get open and you still have to make the catch. That's what Josh Reynolds did good. He was not a burner, but he was taller, so he's able to make those contested catches. As long as my third or fourth receiver can make contested catches, I don't care if they're 6'1 or 6'4. And I think if you're being picky, which I think the caller was, yeah, sure, you want a taller guy. But if that guy can make contested catches, end of story.
I do have an observation about him. We're up against a break. Then we'll get to your phone calls. It's 97.1, The Ticket.
So my favorite place to go is 24 Seconds Bar and Grill in Berkeley. They're awesome. The food is fantastic. Best wings in town, and they got amazing drink specials as well. And if you're going to want to watch a pro football game or a baseball game or the Olympics for that matter, 24 is a great place to check it out. And how about this? Nothing's better than winning a trip to Vegas for Thursday night's opening game at Circa Resort and Casino. Talking about the NFL here. You can go to 24 Seconds for your chance to enter to win a 3-night stay at Circa, limo transportation to and from the airport, Legacy Club welcome party, stadium swim cabana party, and NFL season kickoff watch party at Underhang with owner Derek Stevens. Now, the trip is September 3rd through the 6th. And the drawing for winners is coming up on August 15th. So you still have a couple of weeks to register for that. And if you're having a party, book yours right now on the 24 Seconds rooftop deck. It's an awesome view up there. They got great specials for Detroit baseball. You get $4 bottles of Miller Lite and Coors Light. And new Saturday specials. It's Valentine's Day. You get $5 Valentine, White Blossom, Berry Blossom vodkas, and Liberator Gin, plus $6 Mayor Pingree bourbon as well. And don't forget, trivia night is Thursday night, and they're open for lunch on Thursdays and Fridays. Check them out on the web. Every seat is a great seat that they have there, 24 Seconds, all the high-definition TVs they have. It's 24secondsbar.com. Go ahead and grab a taste of the action for yourself. 24 Seconds Bar and Grill on 12 Mile in Berkeley.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Lions scrimmage today. There are some interesting reports coming out of said scrimmage. In the meantime, reacting to a couple of things. Ben Johnson's sounding very optimistic tone on Hendon Hooker. Talking about all the things he's doing well, but says they're coaching him very hard and they are letting him know when he makes a mistake. They are all over him, but throwing a lot at him. He's more accurate. And he made the most of the 6 weeks off, in Ben Johnson's estimation. The other thing he talked about was the third wide receiver and said that they want someone who's smart, reliable. And I'm like, Khalif Raymond. But then he threw in, and for being picky, someone with length. And I'm thinking, Donovan Peoples-Jones. But we'll see who wins this job. But it's a big part of this team. Now, to the previous caller, who has got his theory, has apparently called about it 4 times, doesn't think we're endorsing it enough, which God bless him. But I'm not going to endorse it because I'm not sure he's right. But he is. Would I prefer that they have a reliable 6'4" go get it receiver? Yes. But he's doing something that we went through with the Tigers for the better part of a decade. And that is, I want my team to be perfect. I want my team to have everything. I want my team to have a game-breaking speedster, little water bug wide receiver. I want my team to have a power running back. I want my team to have a third down specialist running back. I want to be elite in all these areas. I want to be able to stop the run. I want to be able to rush the passer. Like, all of these things are, he's right. It's something they don't have. The question becomes, and this happens a lot, is people will have their beliefs, and I do this too, that you have to have this, and you make it like you make a definitive statement. You can't win without it, when of course you can. But you get into this position where, and we'll take calls on this, how can you expect to win when A.J. Hinch blows that game on June 4th in Kansas City? He's not a good manager. You can't expect to win. Like, you come with these definitive statements, and he's got his belief. But I went through and immediately found 2 teams. I think there were Dallas and Green Bay that had their second wide receiver catch 30 or more first down passes. And I think Jameson Williams, is everything's being said about him. I think it's a safe bet that he will catch 30 or more first down passes this year. But Josh Reynolds did fulfill a role. More than just a guy who would drop critical passes, which is such a weird thing. He spent all of his career building up credibility in Detroit and then went out and had just the worst possible game as his last game of the line. Left a memory that probably isn't representative of what he meant to this team.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate with the way it finished out. But I think, like I said, when we would all like to have that, but it's not necessary. I think what it comes up is every year during the draft, I look at the receiving group, and one of the first things I want to see is how big they are. Mm-hmm. And so there have been guys we've called for in the past. We'd love to see them draft George Pickens. You and I both love Pickens from Georgia. That we would have loved to have seen him take Christian Watson, who ended up going to Green Bay. Those guys are both 6'3" and 6'4", and the interesting one was Drake London a year ago, and he was a guy who's 6'5", 6'4", whatever he was, and it's fun to look at and get those guys, but it's not necessary to get those guys, I guess is where I disagree with the previous caller. But look, the team was successful last year without having one dominant big receiver. And you want to bring up Josh Reynolds. Okay, I mean, he was the third receiver on the team, and was he necessary to get as far as they were? I mean, it was necessary for other reasons, not because of his height. To me, it was because of the familiarity we had with Jared Goff and got the ball rolling. I will always remember Josh Reynolds for being that guy, for being the guy that really kind of kickstarted that offense that first year with Jared Goff. But it's not necessary to have it. It's nice to have it. I don't even want to say it's a luxury, because that's like putting it off too much, because I do want to give what he had to say credit. But
do you want to give it a full-throated Carson Anderson endorsement?
No.
Neither do I.
You guys think that Josh Reynolds is turning to like Jamal Williams in a way? Remember when Jamal Williams left and we got the calls and texts that how that guy scored so many touchdowns here, you're gonna need him. What are they gonna do at the running back and all this stuff?
No, I think that's the first guy that has said that. And for him, it is. But do you recall hearing anybody else saying we're going to rue the day that moved on from Josh Reynolds?
I mean, I get it now. Every now and then, I don't send you guys every single text.
Right.
But I will say this to his point, and it's not about height. It is about the rest of the receivers, though. After St. Brown and J-Mo, I look at this on paper, and I do worry a little bit about the rest of the receivers on the team. I know they have Laporta at tight end. I know they have Gibbs at running back. I know Brock Wright has come on. But if you just look at it's Khalif Raymond and a bunch of other guys that really haven't done anything in this league, you do have to kind of raise an eyebrow. But all right, someone's got to step up.
Well, it's kind of what they did last year.
What, Josh?
J-Mo wasn't anything special last year, right? Towards the end of the season, he was much better, no question about it. But I mean, he didn't catch that many passes during the course of the season. He wasn't that integral part of the offense. So this year he will be. It's a different guy. So someone else has to step up in the J-Mo role is really what it comes down to.
A lot of feedback coming in from an unnamed texter. This guy is actually right. There's your endorsement. Who is it? Is it Brian? It was Brian, right? This guy's actually right. Josh Reynolds was a very critical piece. I compare him to Doug Brown or Chris Draper or Darren McCarty for the Wings. Guys were absolutely critical despite not leading the team in goals or assists. The Lions will really miss Reynolds. J-Mo thus far doesn't seem like a 3rd and 12 chain mover.
I would imagine that Khalif Raymond, if Khalif Raymond does what he does and has a similar type season like he did last season, that we're not going to miss Josh Reynolds because I expect Jameson Williams to take such a big jump. Josh Reynolds had 40 catches last year, 32 or more for first downs, right? He was a first down machine. I expect Jameson Williams to catch far more than 40 passes this year.
Agree.
And J-Mo himself caught 24 last year. If you combine the two, that's 64 catches. Is that a fair jumping off point for what you expect from Jameson Williams this year?
I'd say so, yeah.
Okay. It's 4 catches a game. Not even.
Brandon and Shelby are on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Brandon.
What's up, guys? How's it going?
Okay.
So I went to training camp yesterday instead of today. And going back to like when you're talking about Hooker, so Hooker did good throughout the day. I don't think he did that great, but they did a little scrimmage towards the end, and Goff threw a touchdown with 1 second left in the scrimmage, and then it was Hooker's turn, and Hooker threw an interception on like the 3rd throw or something like that. So training camp ended on an interception by Hooker, but altogether he seemed like he did pretty good.
Look, he's not in contention for the starting job, and there's a reason why. Goff is well entrenched as a starter, but in a case of Hendon Hooker, we're asking, can you be that guy that can win us games if Goff goes down for a couple of games? And it's going to be interesting to see if he can beat out Nate Sudfeld for that job. And he's not going to be perfect. In fact, now's the time to make those mistakes, to learn from them, right?
And one of the cool things yesterday was, so J-Mo, every time he came out, you heard the crowd. It was like the wave was going on. It was like, whoa,
Yeah.
And they were doing like short pass drill where they have to like catch a short pass to go against the defender. J-Mo caught a short pass and then just bulldozed the defender, and everybody at Allen Park just lost their mind.
It's underrated how physical he is. He really is physical. Got a ton of feedback on this. Plus, one of our favorite players, Kang described it thusly, Gator.
Mm-hmm.
One of our favorite players did something one of us, you and me, doesn't really like or understand. But we love the player. We'll get to that today at 11:05. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hall of Fame manager Jim Leyland ready for his number to be retired at Comerica Park tomorrow. He joined 97.1 The Ticket this morning to reflect on his career, saying that he misses relationships with his players the most and gave an interesting response to what's missing from the current team as they struggle. Leyland will have an autograph appearance at the D Shop tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. Pre-game on-the-field ceremonies to begin prior to tomorrow's 6:10 p.m. game versus the Royals. Tonight it'll be Tarek Skubal on the bump against KC, 6:40 game on 97.1 The Ticket and Apple TV Plus if you're looking out for it on TV.
Did you say Apple Teeny?
Apple Teeny is delicious, I hear. Apple TV Plus is where you'll find the Tigers. Dan Campbell said rookie Sione Vaki will be fine as he deals with a shoulder injury from camp. The team is doing a scrimmage session today in front of the fans with hopes of a preseason game feel. Olympic golfers back on the course in Paris for the second round. Hideki Matsuyama, Tommy Fleetwood, and Xander Schauffele are 1, 2, and 3. The rest of the Americans not quite in contention at the moment. As for U.S. soccer, in the quarterfinals, they were blasted by Morocco, down 1-0 at the halfway point, and Morocco went up 4-0 in the final few minutes of that game. And Steve Kerr making it very clear that Team USA basketball wants that number 1 seed in the tournament. They're undefeated so far, but point differential will be the tiebreaker against other unbeaten teams. The superstar-packed American team will take on Puerto Rico in their final group game tomorrow. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
I got a ton of feedback about the Ben Johnson comments in hour one around Hendon Hooker 1, the third wide receiver 2. This season could be all about Laporta, Gibbs, and Williams. With Monty St. Brown doing less, Laporta is a big target. This is no problem. That's from an unnamed texter. Laporta's the one player that I don't expect more from. His rookie season was so incredible, and he won't surprise anybody any longer. I think Laporta's numbers may go down, but he will be effective, an effective tight end. I think teams will try and take him away a little bit. And, I mean, maybe they go up, but it doesn't mean I don't think the pass game's going to be any less effective, because if you focus on Sam Laporta, somebody else makes a play.
I would expect his numbers to go up unless he gets hurt. If he gets hurt, then obviously they'll be down. But I mean, it's a rookie season. You should always improve off that. I don't know how many wide receivers have just had a rookie year and that was it, or a tight end or a running back that they were done. It's so infrequent and so few times in the history of the league that happens. I wouldn't expect it. He had a great rookie season, but he's got way more to give. What? Oh, you got the hiccups again? Are they back?
The hiccups are back. I got rid of them like segment 2, and now here we are at the beginning of the second hour, and they're back.
Nah.
What the hell?
Here we go.
Great. All right, more feedback. I don't see why the Lions just don't pick up a 7-foot 2-inch receiver with a 4.2 40 time in great hands. It's just so obvious. Why doesn't anyone else see it? That's from Gary and Southgate, and I absolutely love that. Just leaving training camp right now. Fountain had another nice day, made a couple of contested catches and looked pretty good. Darius Fountain. He's in his 5th year. I think I saw he's caught 2 passes in his NFL career.
Yeah, he's like a former 4th round or 5th round pick or something.
Unnamed texter, will some fans start saying Amon-Ra isn't good since he isn't tall enough? Just like the Goff isn't good because he's not mobile? I mean, that's the whole, I have a hard and fast rule. You can't win with an immobile quarterback. And our caller that kind of sparked the conversation seems to have a hard and fast rule that you need a tall wide receiver.
Now, if you ask me who I think of the Lions is set for maybe a drop in production, I would say it's St. Brown. Because he was so phenomenal. I mean, 119 catches in 16 games, 1,500 yards. I think that maybe those numbers can go down, but his touchdowns might go up. He had 10 touchdowns last year, as did Laporta.
We won't miss Reynolds' talent, but what we might miss is his trust and chemistry with Goff as a third option. This is Drew on his way to his golf weekend. Good luck. When I think tall receiver, I'm thinking of contested catches and a red zone threat. That's from an unnamed texter. These are worse than they were.
All right, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath and hold it. Okay, hold it. Hold it. Hold it. Gasp for another deep breath. Okay, hold it. Hold it. Gasp for another deep breath. Hold it as long as you can. Okay? And then exhale slowly. Okay, you can exhale now, slowly. All right, so you were saying.
Now I'm in that weird period where you're
just
wondering if the
we're
hiccups
just
are
talking.
gone.
We're just talking.
I'm a JMO fan, but I would be lying if I said I wasn't worried about him based on what I've seen. Interesting. Because all the hype. Ben Johnson had a quote today that he can do anything you can ask for. You guys are sleeping on DPJ, and it's annoying.
I don't know what to expect out of DPJ. I don't. You know, he had one productive season in the NFL, showed a lot of promise, and then, can he get back to that? I sure hope so.
DPJ is weird. A couple of years ago, he looked like he was going to be a star.
Because he was erratic at Michigan, too.
He kind of was. And I was like, if you watched him.
Oh, there you go.
If you watch him as a season went on, his snap counts went up, and then I realized, no, he had 21 snaps in the game where they'd already clinched a playoff spot in the division against Minnesota. That was the most snaps he played for Detroit. In the playoffs, he played 2, 3, and 6 snaps in their 3 games. I can't believe I still have the hiccups. I believe Josh Reynolds was critical, too. He was always there when we needed him until the last game. I'm worried you're giving JMO more balls, and he's going to hurt himself. He contorts and twists so much because he's athletic as hell, and he's going to get himself into a bad situation. That's from Scott. All right, speaking of wide receivers, one of them, and a player we love, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Kang said he did something that one of us doesn't really like or doesn't understand. And my first reaction, he didn't say which one of us. My first reaction was he changed to the number 0. Is that what it is?
That is not what it is.
Okay.
There's a Terry and Arnold, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess it would be a double number. And you don't do
double
that
0. He changed his number to double zero.
Would be doubly bad. Whatever. It's a young people thing. I guess I should just roll with it. Is there anything you can think of that it might be you that he's done something you don't understand or you don't like?
Maybe it's both you guys. I don't know. It's definitely one of you guys.
Well, it's not math because Doug's good at math.
My math skills have eroded.
I don't know.
Is he?
It's something he does that we don't like and we're not.
He just did.
We don't understand.
It's something he just did.
Something to do with the equipment? Like, is he wearing loud colored armbands or something like that?
No.
Okay.
Is it wearing a flat-billed hat?
Ooh, no. Good guess though. I like that guess.
I got several of those.
You're kind of getting on the right path a little bit. Like you just don't get the flat-billed hat, right?
I don't get it.
Yeah.
Is it the dark
Stupid look.
visor? The dark visor?
No.
Okay.
I'm
curious.
Wearing sunglasses on your head backwards.
He's into travel sports.
Is he visor? Did he
Gator.
Did he leave practice as visor and fake hair guy? Did he put?
Oh, don't tell me.
Gator doesn't like that guy.
I don't like that guy at all.
No, he did not do that.
Okay. I'm curious.
Yeah, you want me to just tell you right now?
No, I want to keep thinking, and I guess people could text over some guesses.
Okay.
Is he driving a convertible car, but he has a top up?
Getting close.
Oh, really? All right, text over what you think it is. 248-539-9797. Gator,
riding a bike without a helmet?
Don't do that.
You want me to wait till after the break?
Yeah, I do. But now you got me worried. In the meantime, Kang came up with a perfect idea to improve an Olympic sport. We'll get to that at 11:22 here on Karsch and Anderson, 97.1. Okay. Something that we don't like or don't understand. Amon-Ra just did it. I got one here that might be true of Gator. Late in practice today, did Amon-Ra St. Brown hold 4 fingers in the air?
Oh, no.
Did he do that?
That would annoy Gator if he did that, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
He did not do that. I don't know. Actually, I can't confirm whether he did or didn't, but that's not what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. But I enjoyed that 4 fingers, so I'd like him even more if he did that.
You enjoy 4 fingers, do you?
Yeah. 4 fingers in the air, man.
Here's some of the feedback from the listeners. Did he eat a cheeseburger? Are you going to eat that coming up today at 12:30?
Cheeseburger sounds good.
Did he drive in the HOV lane on 75 without another person in the car? It's from John and Lake Orion. Andy from Clinton Township says, Doug and Gator, do you think he's wearing his baseball cap backwards?
Well, Doug loves that.
I don't have an issue with it.
Well, Gator.
Gator, you don't know he's Gator. Yep. But he ate blazing hot wings with Devontae Adams.
He did do that.
Did he?
But that's not what I'm talking about.
Right. He pulled his helmet off after a play. Did he do that? Did he hey, look at me? Amon-Ra is driving the stupid Tesla truck painted black. That's from Roy and Walled Lake. Have you seen those out in the wild?
Once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what it reminds? It gives me two. I'm like, this is early Commodore 64 graphics package. and it reminds me of an old video game. Do you remember the game Battlezone where you were in a tank and you were going up against
like other tanks?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the graphics that were used to build the Tesla truck.
There you go.
He's straight line. So bizarre. Any other guesses? Gator, any other guesses?
No. I've
Is it something that would annoy me or annoy Gator? Or don't understand?
You want me to just tell you what he did?
Yeah, sure.
You just read it.
Oh, I did?
Yep.
Which is?
He got a Cybertruck.
Did he?
Pulled it in Alliance practice today. Put it on Instagram. It's here, baby. You guys don't get it, right? You both seen it in the wild, and you're both
think
like,
they're weird looking.
Yeah. I know, Doug. The first time you're like, what is this?
Look, I like my EV, and I'm a big fan of. I'm gonna probably. I don't know if I'm ever gonna get another gas powered car again. And I'm used to some of the quirks with it. Like nothing's perfect, but I'm used to it. But Cybertruck is too much for me, man. It's too much. Oh my God, I still have the hiccups. See, maybe I'll just try and outlast him.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of the Cybertruck, but to each their own. You know, everybody likes different things. It's nothing that I would say, oh, it's terrible. It's awful. I'm just like, it's not for me.
All right. So we were sitting around today, and Ken came up with a perfect idea to increase the watchability of an Olympic sport. Look, we're going to have to deal with this for a while. I got the hiccups.
I'm fine with it. You're the one that's going to do it.
Right. Anyway, Kang, your idea is?
All right, so 3-on-3 basketball for the men's and women's.
Yep.
We were 0 for, I guess apparently until earlier today, I guess the women's won. Spoiler alert. But they were, I think, both 0-4 at the time, heading into today. And I'm like, why are we losing at 3-on-3 basketball? We should be dominating this, right, Gator?
Yeah, 100%.
And I was thinking, you know what? That's because we're used to playing 3-on-3 on a driveway. We need to move this venue to a driveway.
I can see that.
Right?
Yep.
If you want to watch, you got to watch from the sidewalk, the grass, or the porch, you know, like we did as kids.
Yeah.
There's got to be a tree or something by the hoop. Like, you know,
if you have a running layup, you have to deal with slamming into the garage door.
Yeah,
yes.
That's part of it. Well, that's why you leave the garage door open, but there's stuff in the garage.
You need to slam into the car that's inside the garage.
Maybe a light rain.
Yeah, there's a crack in the middle of the court, just a random crack in the
Yes,
court.
Exactly. It's not completely level. And then at some point, you don't know when. You absolutely have no idea, but a car pulls up and has to pull into the garage. So you got to stop the game.
Yep.
Like, oh, my mom's home.
And it could come at the worst time.
Yes, exactly.
I like it.
Because that's what we're used to, right? Isn't that 3-on-3 at home?
That's
how we started.
Good at 3-on-3 basketball. It's got to be played in a driveway.
Right, driveway, or you have memories of playing 3-on-3 in college at in a pickup game in the gym or something like that. At the IM, where there's nobody watching, like there'd be 4 other games going on at the same time. There's a drinking fountain.
Well, the driveway one, you'd only be able to get water out of a hose on the side of the house.
Right. Oh.
That's it. No Gatorade. No, go
No,
side.
it's perfect.
Everyone's got to wait.
Well,
Like,
or-
come
or
on,
you-
hurry up, Steve.
Or you
Thirsty.
got a bucket full of ice and beer. Which
Well, that's when you get older. I don't know
I'm
about
not
how
sure
you
you
played
do
as a
in the
kid,
Olympics.
but geez.
Play like
All
that
right,
was-
I want to play at your games.
No kidding.
I'm here
All right.
for you.
So you asked a question on your show sheet. Is there an Olympic sport that you're surprised at how interested you were in it?
This could be a mainstream sport that you just didn't think you were going to be into it, and all of a sudden you're like, wow, I'm into it.
So today, I woke up at 2:30 in the morning, and it was almost 4 a.m. and I was still awake. I was like, that's it. I'm going downstairs. So I went downstairs and flipped on the Olympics. And what did I see? A sport that I always am kind of intrigued in, but it was live. It was the first event in the decathlon. It was a 100-meter dash. Now, at first, I thought it was a 100-meter dash. I'm like, wow, that's today. And I was expecting it to be Noah Lyles and all that. But,
And you saw the times, you're like,
well, the first one I saw, I'm like, I don't recognize any of these runners. These guys don't look like sprinters. I'm like, what is this? Like the JV? What's going on? And then I realized it was the decathlon. And in literally the first heat I see, they're panning down, you know, they go in, here's lane 1, here's lane 2, and they tell you a little bit about each runner.
mm-hmm.
And in lane 8 was a kid named Heath Baldwin, who's from Kalamazoo, Michigan. And they're like, he gave up on his chances at an NCAA title at Michigan State so he could train for the Olympics. Coaches let him do that. And I'm like, oh, that's kind of cool. I'm like, wait a sec. This was the kid that was in Michigan. He was in Kalamazoo. He went to Michigan for 2 years, transferred to Michigan State, and he's in the decathlon. And I'm like, oh, I'm into this. Unfortunately, he finished dead last in his heat and finished like 19 out of 22. But it's decathlon, right?
Yep.
Plenty of time to come back.
You
So
got
then
9 other events.
they go to the long jump. And I think he finished 9th in the long jump. And I'm like, here we go. And then they went to the shot put.
Mm-hmm.
And meanwhile, I'm just sitting there on my couch at 5 a.m. watching the decathlon live from Paris. And isn't there something cool about the decathlon? Doesn't it test so many like different aspects and disciplines of the athletic, the challenges you athletically that, like, I really respect the decathlon champion.
Okay.
You don't at all. You don't care.
No, it's fine. I mean, I've always thought that some of these events are just strange. Like the shot put is the weirdest thing.
Well, shot put is very unexciting to watch.
I mean, who comes up with this idea? We're going to get this 12-pound stone that's a ball or whatever. It looks like, a cannonball, mini cannonball, and you have to see how far you can throw it. But you can't throw it overhand. You have to push it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like who comes up with that?
Kang, do you care about the decathlon at all?
I don't search it out, but I definitely care more than Gator, which I don't think is hard. I'm not sure he cares at all.
If you watch the decathlon tonight, root for Heath Baldwin, obviously, who I believe going into the high jump was up to 12th place, 11th place, something like that. But, go rooting for a Michigan native here.
I do like the decathlon. You know why, Doug?
Why?
Reminds me of like field day when you were a kid.
100% is
Yep.
You know, like that was the best athlete in school, the one that could finish field day with the most points or ribbons, whatever.
That's why I first discovered shot put was at field day in 6th grade.
So that's why I liked that.
So, but the other thing is like, all right, and they're like, here's your defending gold medalist, and it was a guy from Canada, to our friends in Windsor, Damian Warner, who is awesome. He's in 2nd place right now, and I could tell, I was like, this guy's awesome. But I also, you know how you randomly see an athlete from another country, and you're like, I like this guy. And it's a decathlete from Estonia named Johannes Erm. Last name E-R-M.
Erm.
And I immediately thought this sounds like a name Gator would make up.
Right. I'm not gonna lie.
Like a European hockey player, Erm. And then he went to do the long jump. And I mean, talk about a robotic run. He was giving off Ivan Drago vibes. He had the haircut. I'm like, all right, let's go Erm.
If he dies, he dies.
Yeah, that's the kind of so I now got my sort of favorite obscure athlete is Estonian decathlon Johannes Erm. Check him out.
Isn't there a former basketball player in the volleyball like Chase Budinger or something?
Oh,
like
yeah.
that?
Yeah, he's good.
You know what's crazy about that? He won the co-MVP for the McDonald's high school basketball game along with Kevin Durant. All right, they're both in the Olympics right now. One is on the basketball team, of course.
Was he a Pistons pick?
Yes. But I think he traded draft night. It was one of those things, where you drafted for another team.
For a half a second.
They traded for him or drafted for another team. But yeah, now Chase Budinger is on the volleyball team.
That's great. 248.
We have over 300 million people in this country. And I'm amazed when you get a country like, for instance, Morocco, right? Who they lost to soccer in, or they're losing.
Yeah, 4-0. We got smoked.
By Morocco.
Bad penalty early, but then we fell apart.
We have roughly 300 million more citizens in this country than Morocco does.
Dude, it's soccer. We don't, what this happens in soccer.
But apparently we care about it, but we don't. We don't care enough.
I think there is a small percentage of the United States population that passionately cares, and I'm happy for those people. But we don't even send our top team. We send the under 23s, I think.
Oh boy,
yeah. I think that's what it is. But yeah.
Well, I with the Budinger thing, I do like to see crossover athletes because this is why they are the best. Some basketball players, some people will say they're the best athletes in the world. I mean, people be loyal to their own sports or whatever. But I think that's the kind of cool part is when you see a crossover there. Even though it's volleyball, it makes sense. Oh, you're tall. What do you want? You're going to play goofy, and you're going to play basketball and
you can jump out the building
and spike. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I guess they feel like very translatable skills.
Yeah. It's like when you had Herschel Walker training to be part of the bobsled team or whatever.
Makes all the sense in the world. 248-539-9797. Found a fun list today. We are not going to do a Who's on Top, but we're going to get you involved next at 11:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Happy Friday, everybody. Okay, so Lions practice today led to a lot of discussion right out of the gate. We will circle back a question about the Lions hype train a little bit later on. But if you want to continue talking Lions, we have open lines. 248-539-9797. Tenor of the conversation was based off of Ben Johnson, offensive coordinator, saying today, speaking in very optimistic terms about Hendon Hooker, and talking about the third wide receiver spot, saying they need somebody who's reliable and smart, but if they had their preference, that person would have some length, which leaves it wide open to clearly a lot of different candidates to be that third wide receiver. In the meantime, Gator found a list here, and it was every NFL, MLB, and NBA stadium, ballpark, or arena ranked based upon Yelp, Google, TripAdvisor, and Facebook reviews. Okay?
All right.
So it is not hockey, interestingly. It was just NFL, NBA, and Major League Baseball stadiums, parks, arenas, whatever you want to call them, ranked. And I was thinking we'd do a who's on top, and then we started thinking about it. We said, you know what's fun about this list is that there's a top 10 and there's a bottom 10. There are 90 stadiums listed. There's a top 10 and a bottom 10. And again, it's only professional, NFL, NBA, MLB parks. Based upon the online reviews, which ones get the highest marks. Now, we got to figure that fans of these, we go to a lot of games. Detroiters go to a lot of games. Sports is a big part of our community. And people get out and go to road trips quite a bit. So we want your reviews of one that you thought was awesome or one that you thought stunk. Give us the reason why you liked it or why you didn't, and see if it is concurred in this list, if the list backs you up. Does that make sense?
Sure.
All right, so 248-539-9797. For instance, I went to a place that I was excited to go to because it was kind of an iconic venue. And I liked it. I've been there, I think, 3 times, but it's so weird. It is one of the weirdest places I have ever been. Do you know what I'm going to say?
I do.
And what am I going to say?
Soldier Field.
Bingo. It ranks 72nd on this list. It does not get high marks. And I always said it looked like the cover of a Boston album, but that's a pretty old reference. It looks like a spaceship dropped down on a classical Gothic football stadium. But what's funny is in that time in the state of Illinois, that's how they built them. The Illini Stadium, Memorial Stadium in Champaign, is almost exactly the same with the Greek columns outside that run down the sidelines on the outside of the building. And that's what Soldier Field had. But then when they went with this all-glass, circular, cylindrical, expansion, it's just bizarre. Absolutely bizarre.
So this is NFL, NBA, MLB.
Yep.
So places that I've been, I would say for me, this place was cool as hell, and I think still holds up, even though it's been around for over 30 years now.
Mm-hmm.
And that's Camden Yards in Baltimore.
What'd you like about it?
I love the way that they had it set up, how it, Utah Street is right behind right field and center field, and that's where the warehouse is, and that was cool. They built it in as part of like downtown Baltimore, which in this district area, which was really, really cool. The sight lines of where you're sitting were great. The ballpark itself it's nice and intimate, and you see a lot of action because it's not like that you're hitting into a canyon at center field. It's like you get to see action. There's home runs and everything else, and it's just a great experience.
Gator, it's number 3 on the list of the best ballparks, arenas, and stadiums in America, and it's old.
It's like I think I probably came out in '94, maybe. So it's maybe even
Sounds
before
about
that.
right. It was at the forefront of the retro park.
It was the first one.
Yeah, when everything else, the last stadium I think built before that was Comiskey Park in Chicago, which really gives off a mall vibe. I've never been to Camden Yards, but I've heard great things about it.
It's so great.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Jason on a cellular on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Jason.
Hey, guys. The worst stadium I've ever been to was U.S. Cellular Field.
which is the where the White Sox are, right? The old Comiskey.
White Sox, yeah.
Yep.
It was pretty big, but like just getting around, it was crowded. At the time I smoked, and the smoking section, we had to go like all the way up some steps and around some turnaround, and it was all crowded, and you couldn't go down to like the main part of the field unless you had your ticket. Like it was very weird. I did not like it at all.
So I'm looking for it on this list. Do we know what it's called now? Is it still called?
It was cellular. I forgot what it was. It's not Citi Field, I don't think. I think that's the Mets.
That's the Mets. I don't know what the name of their
Guaranteed Rate Field.
Guaranteed Rate Field.
That's it.
Okay. It doesn't rank at the bottom or the top. Why can't I find it anywhere?
I mean, the pictures, the images make it look like it's just fine.
It's number 57 on the list. 248-539-9797. Brian on a cell. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, guys. How we doing today?
What's up?
Hey, this probably isn't on the list because it's probably dead set in the middle. We've all probably been to Lucas Oil Stadium for some other Big Ten championship arrangement or Michigan State's basketball Big Ten tournament down there. But the acoustics there were horrible, and the lack of awesome scoreboard wasn't there as well for the Big Ten championships for Michigan, the first two that I attended. And the concourses were insanely confusing, too. They just seemed to put restaurants right in the middle of a concourse, and you had to kind of find your way around blindly.
It ranks number 17 amongst the best. So obviously people have reviewed it better than you have. My experience there has been, unfortunately, it's limited to like the media areas, so I don't see all that.
Well, we went to the Super Bowl there.
Oh, that's true. That's true. It was kind of a foggy day.
That's true.
Not to mention its location. It's a little odd.
Well, people love the location because it's right there downtown, and you could, it's walking distance from every hotel around. That's why people love it, and that's why they get the Big Ten championships.
Yeah. All right,
gotta fix the acoustics, and it'd be great.
That's something I have no sense for because I'm working. I have a headset on.
But they can open the windows there or something.
Yeah, it's cool. That seems like a cool part of it.
Yeah.
And it seems like the sight lines are good. I mean, you don't want to feel like you're miles away from the field, right?
No.
And I didn't get the sense that had that, but he didn't like it. 248-539-9797.
And we saw Dave Navarro, the guitar player for Jane's Addiction there.
What a great exchange that was. Was it you that noticed him?
Yeah.
And you said quietly to our boss, Jimmy, and I, that's Dave Navarro.
That's Dave Navarro right there.
Yep.
He goes, hey, Dave.
Jimmy said.
Hey, Dave. Hey, man, what's up? Hey, how you doing? Hey, dude, you kept walking. That's what you got? And Jimmy's like, hey, I don't know.
He didn't hesitate. He just, hey, Dave. And Dave said, yeah, what's up? And Jimmy had nothing to say.
Like Navarro was ready to be really nice. He was not. And then Jimmy had nothing.
Jimmy pulled the shoot.
Got nothing for you, buddy.
248-539-9797. We go to Mark on a cell. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Mark.
Hey, how you doing?
What's up?
Oakland Coliseum, awful.
You been there?
Yes, I have.
Did you watch football or baseball there or both?
Baseball.
Yeah, I bet you baseball is brutal there. All the foul territory, the upper deck that you can't sit in.
Remember when I said earlier you want to feel like you're right on top of the field? This could not make you feel less on top of the field. You are so far away from the field.
If this isn't number 90 or 89, I'll be shocked.
It's number 89. There's only one field that's worse, and somebody on hold is about to say it. We'll get to that next. Carson Anderson, 97.1 the ticket. There's some suggestions coming in how to make the 3-on-3 basketball tournament more authentic. And Kang's like, you got to play it in a driveway. I'm like, you have to run into the garage after a made layup, smash against the garage door. There's got to be a crack in the middle of the court.
Call your own fouls.
You have to get a drink out of a hose. And like all this stuff makes sense. Here's some more suggestions. Someone's mom will make them
100%.
let their little brother play too. So you have to have a younger brother out there.
Snack time.
Yep. 3-on-3 basketball. They need a golden retriever to run through the middle of the court at unexpected intervals.
That's when someone goes inside the house and the dog just runs out. Dogs, Gator, you know this. They see that moment of opportunity and boom, they're gone. I told you, man, watch out for the dog.
Yeah, watch out.
My hiccups seem to have subsided, but they went away at the beginning of the show, and then they came back with a vengeance in hour 2. All kinds of hiccup suggestions. I'm going to run through these. Put a wooden pencil in your mouth, bite down, and drink a glass of water. Okay. I'm telling you, dill pickle juice. That's from Manny. Here's the thing. We don't have dill pickle juice handy here at the station.
Do we have dill bread?
No.
Well, you need a dill dough to make the dill bread.
You have a recipe for that?
Just a good dildo.
Yeah. So that was a little too.
Was it? A little bit. I need a little bit more of a pause.
Yes.
Yeah.
Need a good dill dough.
Yeah, like a hiccup would help.
Yeah, a hiccup would
a hiccup would help.
A well-placed
I needed
hiccup would have gone a long way
strategically
right there. Yeah, long way to not getting us in trouble.
Authentic 3-on-3 basketball. Got to have a power line running across part of the driveway for obstructed shots.
Yeah.
It's a great call.
Oh, you got to have the rake ready to retrieve the basketball when it goes behind the basket.
Yep.
Yeah, get stuck.
Get stuck at the garage roof.
Gator, did you ever? You have an older brother.
Yes.
Did your parents ever make him take you anywhere or play, sports or?
There were a couple times, yeah. I remember that like he was going to be with his friends, and I remember this is crazy because it's like one of the literal handful of memories I have when I was a kid living in Chicago.
Okay, I was about to say, you got more memories as a kid than anybody I know. But when you added that living in Chicago, then it makes sense.
I was like 4 years old, and I remember distinctly my mom saying to my brother, "Now take your brother with you. You got to watch out for him." And like they ditched me in seconds. And I remember,
hey Scott, look at that.
Right. And I remember, walking and trying to keep up with him, and of course I couldn't. And then I ended up walking home crying, and my mom's like, "What's the matter?"
Well, let's be clear here. When parents make younger brother go along, there is a 85 to 90% chance that younger brother's going to end up crying if the parents insist. There's only 2 ways younger brother ends up on a 3-on-3 basketball court with older brother and his friends. One is when there's only 5 guys and you need a 6th, and 2 is mom makes you. And those never end well for
But that
the
was
younger
really
brother.
kind of the only time because we were 2.5 years apart. So in actual age, although he was a senior when I was a freshman in college, and we actually got along pretty well, and we swam together, so we had some of the same friends and stuff. So it really wasn't, that's why I have to go way back to Chicago to come up with an instance of that.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Found a list of the stadiums for basketball, baseball, and all professional basketball, baseball, and NFL listed 1 to 90 based upon the reviews of fans on social media. The question is, do you have any extreme? One you absolutely loved or one you absolutely hated? We'll let you know where they stand on the list. We go to Garrett in Lake Orion. You're on 97 on a ticket. Hi, Garrett.
Doug Gator, good to hear from you guys as always. I wanted to give one of each of these. I've been doing a lot of traveling the last year or two for some sports venues. So I was in Colorado in June for a wedding. I went to go see a game at Coors Field. So it's definitely, in my opinion, one of the better stadiums I've been to. I wanted to start out with that because I think I might have the worst one.
Well, Garrett, Coors Field ranks number 13 on the list amongst the best professional stadiums.
Great place for people. I don't know if the Tigers are going out there next year, but if anybody is, they have $3 12-ounce beers 2 hours before first pitch, and it is no limit to that.
They have pine trees as part of the stadium, don't they?
Yeah, they have a little preserve area out in center field there, and they actually have seats that are above, and it's really actually cool. You get to walk behind it. Bullpens are right there. It's actually quite a scene. It's actually quite nice. The area around it is a little more industrious for my liking, but it's not too bad.
All right, what do you got for the worst?
Worst, I went to go see a soccer match last year at none other than FedEx Field.
Where, home of the Commanders?
Yup, I just thought it was very basic. It kind of felt like a Creative Stadium in Madden, if you ask me. There was nothing wrong with it, but I just thought it felt like it was a Creative Stadium in Madden.
Based upon reviews, it's the worst professional stadium in America, number 90.
Got it. That's awesome. Yeah, no, it was, like I said, I didn't think it was definitely the worst. I've been to a couple other places, but it felt, when I went in there, very generic, and rightfully so for the Commanders franchise. I'm glad that Dan Snyder no longer owns them. So, glad to get the worst on the list, boys.
You got it. You got it.
Well,
Nobody's got
played.
number one yet. 248-539-9797. Randy is next. Hi, Randy.
Hi, how you doing, guys?
Good.
All right, Randy.
Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I'm a little, probably a little strange from most of the rest, but my favorite, and I've been to many, is Wrigley Field. It's like going back into the 20s with a suit and a hat, and it's just old traditional baseball.
Gotcha.
I love it when they go into the Ivy. It's just like Field of Dreams when they go into the cornfield.
Okay.
Yeah, except they come out with broken shoulders, but it's like that.
Well, that's okay.
Gator hates Wrigley Field, Randy, but go ahead. And your other one?
The worst that I feel, it used to be Metrodome in Minneapolis, but I think it's Fenway Park. And I know that's a lot of
So
people.
you love one historic ballpark, but you don't love the other one.
Doesn't Fenway have many of the same elements as Wrigley?
That one's tricked up. It's the only place they'll take a home run and turn it into a single. I don't think it's real baseball.
Okay. So Wrigley Field ranked 8th and amongst the best.
It's
and
also the
Fenway
only place
Park,
where you take a double or a
Fly
fly
ball
out and turn it into a double. So
Wrigley Field ranked 8th amongst the best, and Fenway Park ranked 7th amongst the best.
Well, I didn't figure I'd be popular.
It's okay. Hey, each their own.
So Fenway I've never been to, and I'd like to see it at some point.
It's cool. The seats are tiny.
I understand the seats. I'd like to go up into left field in that area above the monster, and because
You want to be in one of those seats above the monster?
Yeah, because that's the new area that they constructed. Well, I don't know how new it is now, but it looks awesome up there. And then I just showed you during a break a couple breaks ago that there's a bar in center field, like where you see like kind of the shed, the garage door type shed that's there in left center field. It's actually, there's a bar behind that, and the windows are there so you can see from the bar out onto the field. And apparently there's a bathroom there where the urinals that while you're doing your business, they also have little windows that you can see through to watch the game. It looks pretty cool.
248-539-9797. Matt, you're next. Hi, Matt.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Thanks for having me.
Sure.
My worst was already nominated. I was going to say U.S. Cellular Field as well. That place is a dump. I do quickly want to second the previous caller's nomination of Coors Field in Denver. That place is awesome.
Yep.
And then the absolute most awestruck I've ever been walking into a stadium, I was lucky enough to see one of the highest scoring games in NFL history down in Dallas at Jerry World.
Jerry World is pretty amazing. I mean, I don't need all the bells and whistles, but that place has all the bells and whistles.
That is something. It's a place to go. At least once in your life, I think everybody should go experience Jerry World.
It's weird. Do you remember the movie Contact where they had that big thing that spun around and you could like talk to the dead or go back in time or whatever the hell the that premise of that movie was? When I came walking up to Jerry World, I thought it looked like that big thing from Contact. Like it was so massive.
Yeah.
It stood out in the amongst all the buildings around it. It was crazy.
A giant gyroscope.
I agree.
Yeah.
The only drawback is it's in the middle of nowhere.
It really
is in the middle of nowhere. That's true. And now the baseball stadium's out in the middle of nowhere too. But by all accounts, that baseball stadium's amazing.
Jerry World ranks number 24 on the list amongst the best stadiums. They're ranked from 1 to 90 NBA, MLB, and NFL stadiums based upon online reviews. Coming up at 12:02, we'll tell you where the local parks all rank. Robert on a cell, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Robert.
Love the show. This is a great topic. My buddy and myself, we do a ballpark tour sort of thing. We checked off a bunch off a list. And as far as best, I agree with Gator. Like Camden Yards is awesome, unbelievable. But another one, I'm not sure if it was mentioned. I just tuned in maybe half an hour ago. PNC Ballpark in Pittsburgh is just it's
great,
beautiful. You can walk across the bridge. It feels like a ballpark, not a stadium, if you get my drift. And it's just. And down in Pittsburgh, I don't know. I think Pittsburgh often gets overlooked. If you're looking for a fun weekend, there's so much to do in Pittsburgh. And if you trivia question, if you want to nerd out or whatever, where is the Andy Warhol Museum? I'm going to guess nobody would guess Pittsburgh, but that's right.
You know what's funny is Pittsburgh was that PNC Park was built right around the same time as Comerica Park. And by the same architectures,
there's
it's
some
the same
similarities.
architecture. You really get a Comerica Park feel when you're in it.
Yeah, my and I like Comerica Park, but I think it's been widely publicized with local people and everything. Is the steep or the grade in the lower level is so gradual. If you're 20 rows back, you feel like you're really, really far from the field, whereas you don't have that at PNC Ballpark or Camden Yards. And if I can throw one more in there, I think the new Yankee Stadium is awful. The old Yankee Stadium was a huge stadium, and you felt on top of everything. It's like they're trying to do too much. They got a museum, they got this, they got a steakhouse. It's insane.
Well, they're very important.
It ranks 37th on the list.
they are.
PNC Park, Robert, ranks as the number 2 best stadium in all those sports. So
PNC is great. And I went. The reason I went there for a weekend with a bunch of friends, probably 15 years ago or whatever. We had an awesome time in Pittsburgh. I think part of the appeal of that stadium is just simply the location and the sight lines, because you're seeing the bridges. The fact that they paint the bridges yellow, and it's awesome. And the other side is where all the hotels and the big buildings and stuff, and you can see the water, and it's just a great place to go. And the sight lines are awesome, and it does have a Comerica Park feel to it as well.
Okay, so somebody on hold, Steve on hold, has what's number 1. Did you see what he said?
Oh, yeah, that's what I would have guessed would have been number
Okay,
1.
we will get to that call coming up at 12:01. Then we'll tell you where the local parks rank. We'll give you the top 10 and bottom 10 based on online reviews. Best and worst professional stadiums, football, basketball, and baseball in America. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up today at 12:30. I also want to get to something shortly. This has all driven us crazy, and now there's accountability for it. And I think everyone in our audience, 100% of the people, will be happy to hear this. We'll get to that coming up at 12:18. 248-539-9797. We're discussing this list we found with pro stadiums ranked based on online reviews, Yelp, Facebook, all the different ways you can review a professional stadium, Google, TripAdvisor, etc. And they ranked MLB, NFL, and NBA stadiums and arenas from 1 to 90. We've had a bunch. We were wondering if you had any that stood out that you're like, this one's great or this one sucks. Interestingly, the bottom two people said sucked, and they got them both. Mark got Oakland County Coliseum, Alameda County Coliseum, home of the A's. And then Garrett got the worst stadium at number 90, Commanders Field in Washington.
I can't believe that's worse than the Coliseum.
I mean, the fact that U.S. Cellular, or whatever we decided the White Sox stadium's called now, isn't lower shocked me as well. It was at 57, which is ahead of places like where the Pacers play, which is incredibly nice. It's ahead of where the Vikings play.
Vikings looks cool.
It looks like an art museum.
Yeah.
On the outside, but on the inside, it looks very cool.
Except for all the dead birds against the glass. But besides that,
it's a bit of an issue. 248-539-9797. Steve is next. And on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Steve.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
Hello.
Hi, Steve. Go ahead.
Hey, Lambeau Field's by far the best.
And what do you like about it?
Just the history. They do little songs and chants during the game. We took my daughter there for the Lions game this year. She goes to school in Marquette.
Awesome.
But just the history. I've been there before. They have a brewery right in the stadium, Titletown Brewery.
Well, it ranks number 1 on this list. So, Steve, you got it. That is the best one. Oh, Gator doesn't like it.
I can appreciate the history. I do appreciate the history of the stadium. But from a fan standpoint of just watching a game, are the seats great? Are the sight lines great? Is it the facilities all up to snuff, or is it all just kind of average?
No, it was nice. It was move around. It was good. Even parking was great. You're parking on people's lawn and some business. That you can park in their driveways, and it's great.
Well, I've never been there. I'm not sure I'm ever going to get there. It seems like close and yet inconveniently far.
Mm-hmm. Because it is.
Yeah. But that doesn't mean I won't get there. My Lions road trips have been Chicago. I went to a game in Cleveland. But I don't know if I'm going to ever make it to Lambeau. I should.
I thought I was going to go last year. Because my cousin who lives in Madison, he had always given this open invitation. We had talked about it a few weeks prior, and then finally I decided the week before, I'm like, all right, I'm in. And he's like, I can't do it now. He got a dentist appointment on the following Monday. It was like a Sunday night game, and couldn't do it.
All right, here's where our local stadiums rank. Which of the 3, Ford Field, Little Caesars, and Comerica, do you think ranks the highest?
I like all 3. I would imagine LCA because it's the newest.
Okay. LCA checks in at number 75. It's the lowest.
It's so good.
I know.
Okay.
Well, I will
Why don't
say
you
this.
just tell me where
hold
Comerica
on.
Park
I will tell you this, and I can speak to this from experience, knowing people that handle this. When people go to games and their teams win, they don't stop what they're doing as often to complain. When you go to a game and your team wins, they're not going to bother with complaining about anything. When they go to a game and their team loses, there are way more complaints. Concessions were too expensive. Parking sucked. The PA system was too loud. The PA system was too quiet. I mean, people complain way more often when the team loses. So maybe that's just a reflection of how bad the Pistons have been. So they get a high level of complaints. But that was somebody who works in that industry told me that after wins, almost no complaints. After losses, complaint after complaint about everything. Ford Field ranks number 43.
I think Ford Field is great.
Yep. And Comerica Park is our highest ranking field at number 22, which I guess doesn't really support when they win. People don't complain as much.
Well, they had a decade of winning.
Yeah, they did.
I like Comerica Park a lot, but I don't know if I would think that it would be that high. There are a number of football stadiums that, look, I haven't been to many stadiums, to be fair and honest, but certainly you see them all on TV, and I've looked at pictures of them and all this. I just would imagine you can come with a bunch in football that would stand out, and then you got the other sports to contend with. I mean, the newer the arenas, imagine that they have the higher propensity to get up there, but the fact that the LCA is 70-something?
Yeah, 76. Here's the bottom 10.
That's crazy.
And you're going to be stunned. The bottom 10, NRG Stadium in Houston, brand new. The Moda Center in Portland, I don't know anything about it. The Chase Center in Golden State, brand new. I don't know how they've ranked the Intuit Dome, which is where the Clippers play, and they haven't played a game there yet. It checks in at 84. SoFi Stadium in Los Angeles ranks 85.
Are you kidding me? Everyone says that place is the best.
85.
85?
Golden One Center, home of the Kings, 86. Levi Stadium, home of the 49ers, 87.
Wow.
Allegiant Stadium, home of the Raiders, 88. Oakland County Coliseum, Mark got that, 89. And Commanders Field, Garrett got that at 90.
This is a strange list.
It is a strange list.
Because Allegiant Stadium looks great. SoFi looks incredible, inside and outside. Like outside is just the aesthetics of having the ponds and everything else. But inside it, that place looks amazing.
I've been in it, but I've never been in like the stands area. I was there for a practice, Michigan practice before the Rose Bowl there. So down on the field and underneath, it was spectacular.
Right.
But that doesn't really impact these ratings. Here's your top 10. Lambeau Field, Steve got that number 1. PNC Park, home of the Pirates, Robert got that number 2. Gator, you mentioned Camden Yards, number 3. Number 4, I had problems with this place in the concourses. Busch Stadium.
Never been there in St. Louis?
Yeah. And they have this weird thing with the way the sections are numbered. Like we had our seats in section 213 or something. So we get into the stadium, we get up to the second level, and we're by suite 214. And I'm like, all right, so section 213's got to be right around here. Turns out the suite numbers and the section numbers not at all associated.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd expect them to be, but
I would. I think it would be a lot easier. Anyway, Busch Stadium at 4, Oracle Park, home of the Giants, number 5, Lumen Field, home of the Seahawks, and the Sounders, number 6.
You've been there.
F that place.
Oh, well. Aside from the experience you had, but what about the fan interaction?
It was pretty cool. Fenway Park at 7. Randy mentioned it was his least favorite. It ranks as the 7th best park or stadium. Wrigley Field in Chicago. Randy also had that as number 8. The Kaseya Center, home of the Miami Heat, number 9. And this place is pretty cool at number 10. I've been here for a Tiger game. Target Field in Minneapolis.
I'd like to see
it.
It looks great.
It is really. There was plenty of concessions. It wasn't crowded. It was easy to get around.
That would be the opposite.
We were in the upper deck and we were right on top of the field.
I was going to say that's the opposite of Comerica Park in terms of how they Comerica Park, the lower level, there's a very slow, gradual climb or decline, if you will.
Yep.
Because of the lack of real estate they have in downtown Minneapolis, they tried to build that stadium as straight up as they could.
Yep.
Which makes for a pretty cool sight line.
It's definitely tall. I liked it. All right, coming up, finally some accountability, and I think everybody's going to be on board with this. We will get to that today at 12:18. Additionally, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That at 12:35. Hey, the best place to bet games, the games, this summer is FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now new customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams in all your favorite sports and obscure sports like badminton or swimming. Or you can bet soccer, you can bet basketball, you can bet it all. FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up and start betting the games today. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. This is one of my favorite stories, maybe of the year, but certainly of the week. Online events platform StubHub. Washington, D.C. Attorney General Brian Schwab claimed in a complaint that StubHub is tricking consumers by hiding mandatory fees until just before shoppers make a purchase.
What? No.
These fees can boost the total ticket cost by 40%, the lawsuit alleges. I saw this on MSN's website. StubHub, a practice that's called drip pricing. It's when a company dangles an initial low price but later tacks on fees. The strategy violates the District of Columbia's Consumer Protection Producers Act, a law that requires merchants to provide truthful information about consumer goods. The complaint filed Tuesday says StubHub failed to provide consumers with a clear and accurate information. It also alleges that StubHub used a transaction countdown clock to induce a false sense of urgency aimed at pressuring shoppers into making a purchase. Story goes on to later say StubHub intentionally misleads consumers by deceptive offering a low price on the front end, luring them into a long, protracted buying process, oftentimes running consumers through multiple dozens of screens before they eventually are given the final price. According to Vicky Marowitz, a marketing professor at Columbia, when fees are dipped, consumers are more likely to make the purchase. Quote, it's problematic because consumers end up buying something they would not have perhaps intended to, or that's more expensive than they intended to. Right before the purchase, StubHub tacks on fulfillment and service fees that the lawsuits say are unrelated to fulfillment or service. The lawsuit, they found an Usher concert where the tickets were initially advertised at $178 each. By the end of the purchase, StubHub had added a fulfillment and service fee of $70 per ticket, final price increasing by 40%. We've talked about this on the air.
Oh, yeah.
Who's against this? This is politicians working for us.
Right. Finally.
Yep.
Getting something we care about done. Yeah, absolutely. It is infuriating when you go through that. And we've talked a million times. You advocate for just give me the full price up front. Just let me know what the price is, and I'm likely to do it. But when you jack it up at the end, and then everybody can see what your fees are, which by the way you should know what the fees are ahead of time, and then you start going through them, and you see the fulfillment and what was it? Fulfillment and service fee or whatever.
What was the great line from David Putty when he was looking at the receipt and it had an additional overcharge, which is what it all feels like. It just feels like a line item on your receipt is additional overcharge.
It's like, it's ridiculous how much that they are just bilking the customer for. And like, the one thing I disagree, I don't think you don't go through dozens of screens.
No, you don't,
okay?
but you do go a long way before you see the final price.
There are several that you have to go through. Yeah.
There are some property rental companies that you see a price of, we can rent this 4-bedroom place for $335 a night.
Right.
Yeah, okay, this is cool. And you get to it and you're like, what is this $505 a night?
Yeah, exactly. Which is what I went through when I went to Vegas, when I was setting up my hotel stay in Vegas recently. That was quoted. I'm doing it on my phone. Like, this is a pretty good rate. Friend and I are like, this sounds good. Let's do this. Okay. And go to checkout. Next thing I know, I'm like, how did this get jacked up? Wasn't I getting this room at $150 a night?
Mm-hmm.
No, you're getting it for $215 a night. Like, that's crazy.
And I'm thinking, am I supposed to feel fulfilled?
There's not.
Am I supposed to feel served? I mean, right?
It's gouging all over. And yeah, the same thing happened when I bought tickets to see that the Brit Floyd concert at downtown, and bought tickets online for my brother and I to go see the show. I got good seats. I'm like, I know I'm gonna have to pay some extra money to get good seats, and I did. And I'm like, great. And then the fees come in. I'm like, well, hey,
yeah.
Well, that's another $75 per ticket on fees.
Would you call it gouging? Or would you call it straight deception?
Gouging sounds like, to me, I always like to use gouging when they're taking advantage of the situation. Hey, it's hot out, so we're gonna take, you start to charge higher prices for ice, something like that. This is deception.
Yeah. It's awfully frustrating as a consumer. And somebody called up, I think the website is TickPix, is the one where they give you the straight up front price. So right up front, here's a price.
Yeah, but at the same time, I do want to know what I'm being charged for. Like, okay, great, I'm paying $100 for this ticket, and it's only going to be $100 a ticket. But what is it really? Well, it's a $45 ticket, and you're paying $55 in fees. And then you're like, what are these fees? I always question, like, same thing with when you buy a house,
mm-hmm.
or you refinance a mortgage, and you go through the infinite paperwork that comes through all that, you can
spend 4 weeks of reading it all, or you just sign.
Right, you just sign here, yeah, initial here, yeah, I got it all, and then they go through the fees with you at the end. Like, here's what it is, and you're like, how are there so many fees for it? Really? Everyone's got their hand in the pie, and everyone gets paid that much for it?
Yep. Well, let's just say that I think America is for this. Give us the price. Let us know what we're going to pay. There is a lot of screens. You got to move through a number. It's not dozens, but you move through a number of screens before you see what the actual price is. And, I mean, the marketing professor says you get that committed, you're that deep in, you're like,
Yeah.
And it countdown clock, pressure, I only have 7 minutes.
Right, or you're not guaranteed. It's not that the price goes away; it's that you're not guaranteed to have it if you don't do it within a certain time.
Something else as a friendly reminder to all consumers, and I credit you because this was on your show sheet. I just, it's probably important that we just have this reminder on occasion, not specific to anything. But if you've purchased a specific app here in Detroit that you perhaps no longer need, don't forget to cancel said app.
I have to cancel that app.
I canceled it this morning. You know when my next billing cycle started? August 5th. Whew.
So I got time.
Yeah. Well, that was my billing cycle. I don't know what your billing cycle was. But, yeah. So I have the app
was
for
it easy?
3 more days.
Was it painless?
So here's what's
enough?
funny is it wasn't easy online. It was very easy on my phone through the app itself.
Okay, maybe I'll try it that way.
But it's subscriptions, managed subscriptions, and that's how you do it. But when we were, I tried to do it online, not easy. But just a friendly reminder for anybody out there, if you've purchased an app that you no longer need, don't forget to. I do that every once in a while because my phone, I can go see what I subscribe to. I'm like, oh my God, I've subscribed to that for the last year.
Right.
I haven't opened this app once.
So when you started to go down the process online, did you give up on that and go to the phone?
So, yes.
Okay.
It was a lot easier on the phone.
Do you think this is something I will be able to do during the commercial break?
On your phone?
Yes.
I'd actually like to have you try online first. Because it wasn't easy. I want to see if you can figure it out. I couldn't. I'd be proud of you if you could.
Okay.
Because you're not, I mean, I don't want to, when it comes to technology and savviness,
not the best.
I don't rank you near the top.
No.
I don't
I'm
rank you
below
near
average.
I don't rank you near the bottom.
No,
You know,
I'm
you're,
below
you're
average.
ahead of my mom.
That's good to know.
But yeah, I want to see if you can do it online.
You know what?
dude.
I'm better than my mom too.
There you go. Excellent. Yeah, try it during the commercial break online and see if you can achieve it.
All right.
All right. Just a reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app, which is free. You never have to cancel it. Download it for your mobile device today. AUDACY. More and more people taking the show that way. And hey, man, during the Lions season, can you imagine being out of town when something big happens? And if that something big goes down, you're going to want to listen to what's being said in Detroit. You're going to be glad you have the Odyssey app. So go get it today. Then you can stream this show and all the shows here on 97.1 The Ticket. You can also stream Tiger Baseball. In the meantime, you can also stream to our website, 971theticket.com, and stream with video. Go to twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket. Bam, there we are. You can participate in the streaming chat. Same thing with youtube.com. And search bar, 971 The Ticket, and you can see it. Including I got some compliments on the hat today. It is not a flat brim hat, Gator. Do you like this hat?
It's okay.
All right, man.
No, I mean that it's
okay.
It's not offensive. You've got a nice rounded brim on it. The off-center logo is interesting.
You're not an off-center logo guy.
Not really, no. A couple of pine trees there.
You can check it out if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch.
The mesh in the back.
Okay, Gator's going to try to unsubscribe to this certain app he no longer needs during the commercial break online. See if you can get it done. I couldn't. I went to my phone, did it easily. Another edition of Are You Going to Eat That? 1235. 97.1 The Ticket.
Way past your mom.
Gator was able to cancel his subscription all by himself. So here's the thing about it that we discovered. You tried to do it online and got to delete account, and you started following delete account, and it said before you delete it, you have to cancel. So we went back and I said,
the subscription part.
I said, try it on your phone to see what happens. When you do it on your phone, if you subscribed initially online, like on a computer, you can only cancel online on a computer. I initially subscribed on my phone. You initially subscribed online. But either way, got it canceled. And I'm proud of you.
Yeah. The only thing is perhaps I shouldn't have canceled it now because I did have another 21 days worth of the app. But I don't really plan on using the app when I can watch it on TV. So,
yep. So maybe this applies to you.
goes.
Maybe it doesn't, but whatever. We'll get back to some Lion stuff. Questions about the hype train today at 12:50. In the meantime, another edition of Are You Going to Eat That coming up shortly.
Yes.
But, Gator, it's time for another edition. Let's do it now. Are you going to eat that?
Well, I'd like to eat. I'm hungry.
Take two in 3, 2, 1. Let's do it now. Another. So what we like to do is find new menu items, new things available off shelves, things that go viral on the socials, and see if it's something Gator would be interested in, or Kang, or even me. And we're going to start with a couple of ice creams. A couple of things are available via ice cream when it comes to ice cream. Out in Spring Arbor, according to MLive, there's a place called the Red Egg Creamery.
Okay.
At the Red Egg Creamery, they came out with a special for 4th of July. And according to someone who works there, people still ask for it, so we might actually leave it on the menu. It is called the Firework. And it was actually made by, is this the owner? I think it was the owner's daughter came up with it. It's made from vanilla soft serve, strawberry juice, Sprite, and strawberry boba.
Okay.
What is boba?
I believe it's a bakery item.
Is it?
I could be wrong there.
Isn't it the little bubbles they put in the bottom
Oh,
of
I'm
boba
sorry. I'm
drinks?
thinking of babka. Yes. Boba is.
It's like usually the tapioca pudding balls
There you
or
go.
whatever. The end bottom of drinks.
That's it.
Okay,
Maybe
so the
boba tea.
Firework here. Soft serve vanilla ice cream, strawberry juice, Sprite, and strawberry boba. Gator, would you eat that?
I'd try it. Give it a shot. First of all, you had me at creamery. I mean, that just screams, hey, it's homemade ice cream. It's goodness. And we've got to hear it. What is it? The Red Egg or something?
Red Egg Creamery, yeah.
It sounds good. I'd try that.
Okay. Kang, would you try it?
Yeah, it sounds awesome. I'd try that.
I know Doug would not because it's strawberry.
Yep. I don't like strawberry flavored stuff. I like strawberries, but strawberry flavoring.
It's got strawberry juice.
Although
It's
I
not
realize-
flavoring. It's
hold on.
strawberry juice.
I know. I realize that I do like Natter Days, which are strawberry, but other than that, so I'm out on this. Also, the boba thing, if they are what I think they are, I think I've had those in the past, and I got texture issues with those. But whatever, I got issues. I'm out.
You got
two are
issues.
in. Next up, speaking of ice cream, apparently something new is being applied to ice cream to extend. Its application can extend further to unconventional and perhaps perplexing pairing with ice cream. People are putting soy sauce on ice cream. Putting soy sauce on ice cream is rooted in the principles of umami. Umami, often referred to as the fifth taste. When drizzled over ice cream, soy sauce introduces a savory and salty contrast to create a multifaceted profile, rendering each spoonful less cloying. C-L-O-Y-I-N-G. I don't know what that means.
Sometimes it accompanies the word sweet. If it's cloyingly sweet,
okay,
it's like overly done.
Soy sauce carefully balances the amount, or by carefully balancing the amount of sauce, you have the power to transform a simple scoop of ice cream into a sophisticated dessert. Gator, soy sauce on ice cream.
Okay, a couple of things here. I cannot stand the term umami. I think it is way overused today. If you watch like Food Network, and Ken, you know what I'm talking about. I cannot stand when judges say, "Oh, it's got great umami." Shut up, you pretentious bastard.
I was waiting for pretentious to come, Doug.
It does sound like a pretentious term.
I'm intrigued by it because obviously soy sauce is salty. I think if the right amount on some sort of like vanilla ice cream, you get that, not like salted caramel, but at least you get a salt flavor to it. I'm intrigued. Obviously, it depends how much you would use. This is something I might try just to see what it's like.
Gang, would you try it?
So a lot of people know that salt does work with ice cream. Like you said, salted caramel, a little bit of salt, sea salt. It actually works. It sounds weird, but it works. I don't think I'd try this because soy sauce is salty, but it still has a soy sauce flavor to it that I don't think would work with ice cream. I know they say it's unlocking the fifth flavor here or whatever.
That's the part that has me going, I'm not sure you want to do this, but it seems like it's easy enough to try at home if you got vanilla ice cream.
Listen, you could try it. I don't want to try it, so I'm going to say no.
I'll try it when it shows up as a Blizzard at Dairy Queen, the soy Blizzard. But that's really the only ice cream I eat is the Blizzards at Dairy Queen. And
did I just see they had a Blizzard at Dairy Queen? It's like Reese's Pieces and cookie dough.
Yeah.
Look out.
Yeah. So yes for Gator.
Still got the hiccups, huh?
Yeah, it just came back. It literally just came back. That is so weird. Hit at 9 o'clock, hit at 10 o'clock with the hiccups. Again at 11 o'clock, and here in the noon hour, they're back. All right, so a yes and 2 no's. Next up, are you going to eat that, Gator? We've gone down this road many a time. The latest pickle-flavored product hitting Walmart store shelves is Kraft Heinz Pickle Mayonnaise Dressing. It pairs pickles' undeniable tang with Kraft's creamy, cool mayo, a duo of deliciousness sure to elevate summer barbecues. Gator Kraft Pickle Mayonnaise at Walmart. You going to eat that?
No. I like mayonnaise a lot. I'm not a Kraft mayonnaise fan, either like Hellman's or Duke's. And if I'm going to, the pickle aspect of it doesn't bother me at all. That just, to me, that's, you're one ingredient away from Thousand Island. So why not just get Thousand Island? I love Thousand Island dressing. And I like using Thousand Island on sandwiches. But I won't do this.
Gator's out. Kang, you in or out?
I'm out. I feel like they try to put pickle in everything now. Yeah, is that a thing?
I've never seen anybody be all excited about all these, pickle pop, pickle golden grams, pickle Reese's peanut butter. Why is everything? I don't know anybody that likes pickle in anything.
They like it separately on its own.
I swear to God, every 2 weeks we get another pickle infused item on this. Yeah, I'm out too. But I don't take mayo. Gator, next up, Twinkies is launching a new flavor. It's called the Twinkie Mystery Flavor. Hostess has teamed up with popular content creator Taylor Calmus, better known as Dude Dad, on social media to release their mystery flavor Twinkie that'll be available at Walmart stores through October. Fans can get the mystery flavored Twinkie and win a contest by guessing what the flavor is starting August 1st. Gator, will you sample the Twinkie mystery flavor?
I would. I'm intrigued by this. I like to test the palate and see what the mystery flavor is. I can't imagine it's something that's terribly outlandish.
What if it's pickle?
But I'd spit it out. But I'm willing to try it. If I knew it was pickle, I wouldn't do it. But there's a mystery to it.
Kang?
Yeah, you know those dum-dum suckers, those little ones?
Yeah.
They usually have a flavor of watermelon, cherry, whatever. There's also a question mark one, and I go for it. I don't know what it's going to be, but I'm going to take a shot, and I'll do it. Same thing with this Twinkie. I will take a shot, and if I don't like it, I will spit it out as Gator would.
Yeah, I'll pass. Next
Oh,
up.
come
What's the matter with you? What, you got no adventure?
What if it's kale flavored,
Come on,
or,
you
know?
don't know.
Yeah.
What if it's bacon flavored? I haven't had a Twinkie.
Well, that's the point.
It's probably been longer than I had a hot dog.
Yeah, I was going to say, what if something you like a hot dog?
Next up, Sonic's introduced a $7 burger, the Sonic Smasher. It's elevated
Only
burger
$7,
experience.
huh?
Elevated burger experience like no other with the Sonic Smasher. The culinary experts have allowed them to take a commitment to the next level. The burger is not just hand smashed. It's blended with textures and flavors that come together for a cheeseburger that's crispy, juicy, and melty all at once. The burger is hand-pressed and smashed to order. It includes 2 Angus patties layered with 2 slices of American cheese, their signature smasher sauce, crinkle-cut pickles, and diced onions served on a potato bun. You can make it a triple smasher for $7.49. Gator, the Sonic Smasher. Are you going to eat that?
Absolutely. That sounds delicious. It's a cheeseburger with pickles and onions. I love it. Sounds awesome.
Gator's a yes, Kang.
Yeah, I'm in, man. I mean, I'm not a big pickle guy, but in a burger, not a problem
yeah.
for me. It's not like I hate pickles, and I love burgers. Love burgers. Doug, you're in, obviously.
I'll pass.
What?
I will pass.
What if it were a turkey burger?
It actually sounds interesting. I've never seen a turkey burger smash.
Yeah. Funny
probably
meat. You really can't get it to do that.
Yeah, it's probably not enough fat.
It fights back at you.
I think it does. You're right.
Doug.
Plus, it doesn't have enough umami.
That's right. Not for Doug's
you bastard.
Taste buds. They're still trying to unlock the first flavor and taste
Right,
Doug's
exactly,
mouth.
yeah.
There you go. Another
It's
edition.
called taste.
Yeah.
Of Are You Going to Eat That? I'm going to do a live read, and these pickles are back with a vengeance. These hiccups are back with a vengeance.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it was the grapefruit I had for breakfast.
How often do you have the grapefruit?
Not often. It's been
Yeah,
a while.
there it
Today
is.
was the first day.
That's why you stay away from grapefruit.
The stage is set for one of the biggest fight nights of the year this weekend at Twin Peaks. We have the last big Saturday before football season goes down, and you're not going to want to miss it. Pay-per-view boxing starts at 6 p.m. as veteran Terrence Crawford returns to the ring against young and powerful Israeli Madrimov. A very dangerous fight as Crawford has moved up in weight. Follow up that boxing with a UFC fight. I'm not even going to try and say these names, but there's a UFC fight. Have you been to Twin Peaks on fight night? Nobody, and I mean nobody does it better. Ice cold 29-degree draft beer. It's cold to the last drop. If I drank some of that draft beer, maybe I get rid of these hiccups. Tons of shots starting at $3.99. Those might work as well to start the party, and the most delicious scratch food no other bar can touch. It's all served up by the beautiful Twin Peaks girls. Get there early and be sure to get your spot, because outside of actually being at the event, there's no better place to enjoy the blood, sweat, and knockouts. With 50-plus TVs, there isn't a bad seat in the house. Why go anywhere else? And don't forget to book your fantasy football draft parties. Go to TwinPeaksRestaurant.com for details. Special perks to league commissioners. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views. Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. All right, let's get back to some Lions stuff. Scrimmage today. There's some concern as it was a bit of an uneven performance from Jake Bates. The end of practice today, they had a bunch of field goals and stuff, and people who were there said that there were quite a few misses mixed in, which is suboptimal, one might say. Jake Bates, who came from the UFL, kind of his job to lose. Has a monster leg, but you need to be consistent. And look, there's probably a reason why he was in the UFL. Some could say it was lack of experience because he never tried a field goal in college. He did become a kickoff specialist at Arkansas. Tried his first field goals in the UFL, famously made several 60-something yarders for the Michigan Panthers, and got a shot here in Detroit. Looked like he was going to be in a battle. Then Badgley gets hurt, and his job, sorry, he could have just had a bad day. No, it's just these hiccups. But he could have just maybe had a bad day. Fine. But if this continues, there will be competition.
Yeah, and there should be. I think there should always be competition in training camp. Have a couple guys out there, but I feel like the accuracy part is just going through the reps, being consistent. Hey, this is your job now. This is what you do. So, hone that craft. You've got the leg, you've got the talent. It's just be consistent. Because if you're not, then you don't stay in the league.
And practice it. I mean, today it's not like a game, but fans are out there. It's first scrimmage. I don't know if today was a more pressure-packed day or whatever, but he apparently did not have a great day. So as far as hype, okay, got three questions about the Detroit Lions hype train. Question one, are we hearing more about Ennis Rakestraw than Terrion Arnold?
We are this week. Last week was all Terrion Arnold. This week it feels like there's a lot of Rakestraw love. Hearing that he runs with the ones every once in a while, that's kind of cool. We knew going into it that this was a highly thought of defensive back, and I love hearing it. I want to hear that all these defensive backs are doing, and we are actually. You're hearing about Carlton Davis. You're hearing about Rakestraw. You're hearing about Arnold. I saw that Dan Miller did an interview with Amik Robertson, and that was kind of cool to see where his head's at. And then we're here. Hey, look who's back at practice. Here's Branch is back, and it seems like the secondary is the group that is getting a lot of love in the early part of training camp.
Brad Holmes' second-round picks. Levi Onwuzurike, Josh Paschal.
I'm sorry. Levi Onwuzurike, one of the best, right?
One of the best so far in camp. Levi Onwuzurike, Josh Paschal, Sam Laporta, Brian Branch, Ennis Rakestraw. First of all, they're all still here, although Onwuzurike, if he gets hurt again, might not be, but hopefully he stays healthy. He's had a great camp so far. It is early. Josh Paschal was coming off an injury, and Josh Paschal has had some ups and downs and started to make some plays last year. Sam Laporta and Brian Branch look like home run second-round picks. Ennis Rakestraw, we'll see, but based upon Brad Holmes' track record, we shouldn't be shocked at all if both Terrion Arnold and Ennis Rakestraw make it. And we are getting a ton of Ennis Rakestraw hype of late.
I expect it. This is a guy that had first-round grades by a lot of people. So I think there is going to be a lot expected out of him.
Kang, your thoughts, Terrion Arnold, Ennis Rakestraw get more buzz this week?
I love it. I told you guys before, I want to hear more positive things from the defensive side of the ball than the offensive side of the ball as far as camp goes and in preseason, because I'm ultra confident in the offense. With everyone coming back, essentially, the offensive line, Ben Johnson, of course, Goff, and most of the weapons, I feel like they're going to be one of the best offenses in the league. The defense was what was lacking last year, and I needed them to take a step, if not a leap. And I feel like the more good things we hear, the more confidence it instills into me as a fan, and hopefully to the players back there, because they're going against a really good offense, by the way, too. Right? It's easy. It would be easy for them to get smoked every day in practice because, like I just mentioned on the offensive side of the ball, those guys, they got some elite playmakers and a great offensive line.
All right, hype train question 2. In a quote on DetroitLions.com, Lions offensive coordinator Ben Johnson says of Jameson Williams, quote, haven't seen anything that he can't do. We started feeling it towards the end of last year, and he's taken that to another level in the springtime and so far here in training camp. He prides himself on being some juice to the offense, and we certainly feel it out there, both in the passing game, making explosive plays, but he also wants to be a dynamic blocker as well, which we really value. All the JMO hype, at any point can it get to be too much and you start thinking tap the brakes?
I mean, when you keep hearing the same reports coming in on the same player, at some point you start to believe it. And do I want to keep hearing it? I mean, would I rather hear it than not hear it? Yes, you'd rather hear it.
Yep.
And it just building up the expectation more and more of what we want to see from Jameson Williams.
I'm buying it all. I really am.
Yeah, we know.
I mean, I don't have any reason not to. This has been the most credible coach, GM, Lion staff we had in our lifetime. And if they tell me something, I believe it. And I do think they don't blow smoke up everybody's channel. I think they tell you when somebody is struggling or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, Kang, do you ever think too much on JMO?
Yeah, sometimes it crosses my mind. As a guy who's always been a JMO supporter and thought that he would eventually come through, it gives me a little pause as how far away he was last year, though, and maybe when he came in. Because if he's getting this much hype now, I feel like there was a significant gap. You know, maybe he wasn't as far as long as I thought he was, but if he's going to hit that stride this year, then all good. I'm all aboard. So I am a little cautious, but it makes me think like, wow, maybe he wasn't as close as I thought he was. But as long as he hits stride now, we're good to go.
All right, hype train question 3. Getting good reviews on the defensive line, Levi Onwuzurike and Marcus Davenport. Both getting hype. If you had to bet on one, which would you bet on? Onwuzurike or Davenport?
I would bet on Davenport.
Okay. And why is that?
I think, well, he's actually been able to play in his career.
But he's not one of the best.
No. I think that, he's working at a position on the outside that he'll get one-on-one as opposed to double-teamed. So I think that there's that advantage. I don't know. More of a hunch. And I don't want this. I know that this week when those comments came out of Dan Campbell talking about Levi Onwuzurike,
yeah,
that makes it seem like I don't like Levi Onwuzurike. That's not the case.
I know what you're doing. You're just skeptical.
I'm skeptical,
and it made it more seem like you didn't like Dan Campbell,
which is obviously not the case. I love Dan Campbell, but I need to see it from Levi Onwuzurike first. I want to believe in it. I want to believe all the hype about him being worthy of the second round pick, about Brad Holmes dying to draft him, having to be held back from moving back up into the first round to take him. And I want to believe all that stuff, but he was damaged goods when he came to the Lions. And unfortunately he's been dealing with injuries. Now it seems like he's healthy. You're hearing all the good stuff about him. Great. But I won't know until I see it. So it got to see it to believe it.
I feel like we've gone through a stretch over the last 5-6 years where it feels like they might have an answer at one of the rush end positions, whether it was Austin Bryant or Kerry Hyder or Julius Acquar or Romeo Acquar or Charles Harris. There were all these guys that would show promise, and you start to hope that they are going to fulfill that role, and then they don't. And, in the case of Onwuzurike, look, I was a fan out of college, so I've clearly got some confirmation bias, hoping that he will live up to being worthy of the draft pick. But I also have Brad Holmes bias. But yeah, I'd probably go with Marcus Davenport as well. He's had problems staying healthy himself, but he's done it in the league. Kang, which would you be more inclined to believe the hype?
Well, I wouldn't put money on this, but I would lean towards Davenport. I mean, just because we've seen him do it in real NFL action before, in games that count and matter. We have never seen Levi do it. And as much as I want Levi to live up to all this praise he's getting right now, he's never shown he can show healthy. Davenport's coming off 2 injury seasons, but before that, he was healthy at some point in his NFL career. So I'll lean Davenport.
All right, 248-539-9797 if you want to get in on any of these hyped players, Rakestraw, JMO, Davenport. Anzarike, who do you believe in? In the meantime, just a reminder, today at 1:40, we're giving away a 4-pack of tickets to the MGO Blue preview show Wednesday, August 7th at Music Town inside the Hockey Town Cafe. Join myself, John Jansen, Wojo Stoney, former players, might be current players, giveaways, food, drink, much more. The only way to get in is to win those tickets on 97.1 The Ticket presented by Pepsi. We'll have a Carson Anderson quiz question today at 1:40 to give them away, so stay tuned for that. In the meantime, next hour, something very interesting is going on at a Big Ten school. It looks very familiar. We'll explain in the 1 o'clock hour here on 97.1 The Ticket. So yesterday I was watching Serbia versus Spain in water polo. And Serbia falls behind 10-7, and they get a stop late. Make it 10-8. They get another stop, make it 10-9. And then they just couldn't score. And it was, both teams just got really stingy defensively. And
I don't know when they're
a bunch of stops in.
When are they going to come up with a 3-point line?
Well, you know what they say about water polo? It's a game of runs, guys.
Yep, that's true.
The run stopped, I guess.
Yeah.
It's always good when the runs stop.
Yeah, take some Imodium AD and you're back to normal. Woo! Well, we're there for a while, guys.
Yeah. Okay. Have you seen the video of Dominic Raiola, the freshman quarterback at Nebraska?
You mean Dylan?
Dylan Raiola. Sorry,
Dominic's son?
Yes, Dominic's son. Dylan Raiola. Thank you. There's pictures of him walking around campus, his haircut, Patrick Mahomes. The wraparound sunglasses, Patrick Mahomes. His stance in the shotgun looks exactly like Patrick Mahomes. The way he delivers the football, just like Patrick Mahomes. The number he chose, 15, just like Patrick Mahomes. Everybody is saying that Dylan Raiola is trying to be Patrick Mahomes in every way. Have you seen it?
Yes, yesterday at your desk.
Yeah. Thanks. I appreciate that.
Well, that's how I watched it. But yeah, I've seen it, and it's. If you're going to emulate somebody's style and you're a quarterback, why wouldn't you? If you had the same physical attributes.
It got us to talking about who you imitated Mickey Tettleton's batting swing. Got it. But who are your kids imitating? Who are your kids trying to be? Because I went through a stretch where my oldest son could not catch a football with two hands. Because of Odell Beckham, he could not catch a football with two. Everything he did, he just tried to catch with one hand over and over and over again. My youngest son playing basketball can't stop taking the extra step on the step back three. You know how they do in the NBA? I think it's like he's trying to channel his inner James Harden. And of course, it's just traveling. He also will fade when he doesn't need to. He's wide open. And when he takes a three-pointer, he fades. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? You don't need to fade. But it got us to thinking, and we want to know from you out there, who are your kids, your nieces, your nephews? You can see them when they play their sport trying to emulate their star, their favorite star. And I will tell you, the proliferation of the YOLO 3 is something that you see a lot of.
It's awful.
Because of Steph Curry. I think there was a time where everybody was trying to do the Dr. J thing where he swooped under the basket for the reverse layup.
People would play with their tongue hanging out of their mouth because Jordan would. That was the big one.
Now it's the 35-foot three-point shot.
Yeah, but Raiola's taking it to another level. I mean, he's like a doppelganger. He's trying to look like Patrick Mahomes, like it's Halloween or something. This isn't just playing like him. I bet you there's kids out there wearing arm sleeves or the shades or whatever. I'd like to hear that. How far are they going with it? Not just on the field or court, but
how far are your kids going to emulate their sports superstar? 248-539-9797.
Plastic surgery.
That might be a bit much.
Facelift.
Yeah.
I remember one time my friend Nick was trying to look like his friend John, and John was trying to look like Nick.
Yeah? How'd that work out?
Terrible movie.
Yeah? The worst movie ever.
Which movie is this?
Face Off.
Oh, my God.
Nicolas Cage.
Even I know that
John
movie's
Travolta.
terrible.
It's so bad.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. Next up is Dave and Warren. Hi, Dave.
Hi, Doug and Gator and Kane.
Hey, David. How are you?
What's up?
Oh, I'll tell you what's up. Enrique, he in his fourth year with the Lions. This will be his last year. They won't resign him. He's been injured since he came here. After this year, get rid of him. He won't be resigned. And signing Marcus Davenport, he's been injured 2 years. Injuries don't get better. Players just get worse. he only had 2 sacks, and Brad Holmes signed him? Ridiculous. This will be the year the Lions are going to have one of the worst defenses. You got 4 new corners coming in. The 2 corners you signed, Brad signed from Tampa Bay and the Raiders. Look at the film from last year when the Lions played Tampa Bay and the Raiders. Amon St. Brown and the other receivers were killing them. So every time they caught the ball, they were 15 yards downfield. Are you kidding?
Well, I want to start with Onwuzurike and Davenport.
Or Enrique.
What'd you say? I want to start with the 2 defensive linemen. You don't even want to give them a chance.
No.
Why not?
The bust injuries. Dude, why don't you cut? Enrique should be cut.
Enrique should be cut?
Yes. Get rid of him.
So Enrique
is playing with the Lions. He in his 4th year.
Well, what harm does it do to keep Enrique on the roster?
Say it again.
What harm does it do to keep Enrique on the roster?
What good does it do to keep him on the field, on the roster? He can't play, can't get on the field. What are you keeping him for?
But if he's healthy and he can, what's the problem in seeing what he can do if he's healthy? If he's not healthy, I would tend to agree with you. If he's hurt, if he can't go through training camp, then I wouldn't be surprised if they waived him. But if he's healthy,
no, cut him. Dude, if you're not playing by your rookie and 2nd year and 3rd year, you ain't done.
But if you can't play because you don't have the talent, that's one thing. If you're not playing because you're injured and you still have him under contract, why not take a look and see if he can still do it if he's healthy?
Because you can go out, you can sign another player out there.
Well, they signed other players to bolster this defense.
Okay, Mark, you bring in Marcus Davenport. Why didn't Brad Holmes go out there and sign Chase Young? A 1-year deal he signed with New Orleans for $14 million. Man, that is beautiful to get Chase Young. Now you got somebody opposite Aiden Hutchinson on that defensive line. And plus, Brad Holmes should have drafted Darius Robinson. That big, massive defensive end had 8.5 sacks down there in Missouri.
Yeah, but didn't they need a corner, though? I mean, they signed 2 terrible cornerbacks, traded for one and signed one. Then wouldn't they need to draft one?
Look, you should have took a corner in the 2nd and the 3rd round.
Well, they did take a corner in the 2nd round.
First round.
They took one in the 2nd.
There's only one corner I know in the NFL in the last 2 years that was drafted. That's Sauce Gardner that did well. Majority of the corners do not do well in their first year.
Wasn't a first rounder, though.
Well,
who said Sauce?
David, I hope that you've gotten through to the Lions and maybe they can take some of this advice, but I got to tell you, Brad Holmes, you've been complaining about him for years, and he seems to have built the best Lions team we've seen in our lifetime.
No, this is not the case. You guys look at him. He took Jahmyr Gibbs in the 1st round last year.
I know, and wasn't he great?
Wait. Let's go back to the premise.
Taken in the 2nd round.
You don't think that was...
I would have given up my 3rd and 4th and 5th round, and even the following year I would have gave up a 3rd round as necessary to get Jahmyr Gibbs. I think he's that good.
David, let's go back to the premise. You don't think last year's Lions team was the best team you've seen the best Lions team you've seen in your lifetime?
I would say that was good that they did, because I said for me to stop criticizing them, being so critical of the Brad Holmes and line, they had to win the playoff game, and they did.
They won 2.
But the bar this year, you got to win the Super Bowl, Lions.
All right, thank you, David. David really doesn't like Brad Holmes.
Really doesn't.
Now, I am very much encouraged by Enrique, and if he stays healthy, the thing about cutting him is you don't gain anything by cutting.
You gain nothing. I mean, the guy's healthy. This is what you've been waiting for, is a healthy Levi Onwuzurike. If he's healthy, which he is, great. Let's see what you can do now, big fella. And hopefully it's awesome. By all accounts, the first week of training camp, they really like what they see from Levi Onwuzurike.
There's nothing to be gained. There is a chance that they could get somebody better than him. And if they can, great. I don't need to see them keep Levi Onwuzurike to have a great season. But it's like you've got this resource in-house that is showing as much promise as he ever has, and now David wants to cut him.
Well, he didn't like that, didn't like Davenport, and wanted Chase Young.
Chase Young's not a fit here. Okay,
Chase Young is not a fit. I think that's the thing that's a resounding no, because he's not a fit. He doesn't fit what the Lions culture is. He doesn't fit the player that Dan Campbell wants, and doesn't fit the type of player that Brad Holmes is looking for. He takes plays off blatantly. He underachieves. I think he's got all the talent in the world, and he just doesn't use it. He doesn't apply himself. He's like me in college or high school.
Hey, at least you got your own scouting report.
I know it, and I believe it.
97.1 the ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 a ticket. 248-539-9797.
You guys in the market for a new cat?
No.
You done with cats?
Yeah, probably done with pets. My son really wants a dog. And I'm just like,
He's going to college soon.
I know. Well, that's the thing about it is, I mean, the one thing that's good is that he did promise to walk it every day, feed it every morning and night. He did promise me that. Yeah. So I was like, he made that promise. And I know dogs can be great, but
they are great.
The thing is, we got our hands full with kids. Even though 2 of them are out of the house, there's still a lot of work. So I'm just good with the no dog situation.
I just saw this story about the 34 cats and kittens that were rescued from a Washtenaw County home. This is from the Local 4 WDIV Detroit Twitter page. I don't need to go into further detail how awful the conditions were, but they've got now 34 cats and kittens, and I assume they're going to try to adopt out once they get all healthy and stuff. And knowing that you at one point had 3 cats living in the house at the same time.
Well, the plan was never to have 1 cat, and we ended up with 3. My wife was a teacher up in the Flint area, and her kids, I think it was like the cross-country team, went through for a run, and they found this tiny little kitten, brought it back to the school. My wife was there, and the next thing you know, the tiny little kitten was brought back to our home. Then a stray showed up on our doorstep and wouldn't leave.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Unfortunately, my mother-in-law, when she passed, we adopted her cat because everyone said, well, you guys are cat people. And I'm like, not really. But all 3 we've lost. Punt, Thomas, and Frady. May they rest in peace. 248-539-9797. Brad in Commerce, you're on 97.1. Hi, Brad.
Hey, good afternoon. Just wanted to talk about the Lions a little bit. And the offense, we have, the number 1 coordinator in the whole league. Weapons. It looks like in the championship game, they're figuring out a way to scheme open JMO. So we're all good. But being a 30-plus year Lions fan, my concern still becomes really 2 things that are intertwined. And it's can we get pressure on the pocket? And can we contain running quarterbacks? And I didn't know what your guys' feel was for that, but it just seems like if you don't do those, can you really win the Super Bowl? I mean, if you remember the Ravens game last year, it seemed like the Lions were out of it before halftime. And if you get, if you're not putting enough pressure on the pocket and you're not handling, then how are you really going to win the Super Bowl? And I didn't know what your feeling was there.
Well, if they play Baltimore in the Super Bowl, they'll have to worry about that if they play Baltimore in the Super Bowl. But otherwise, I mean, they handled Patrick Mahomes in the first game of the season last year.
They handled Justin Fields the last couple of years pretty well.
I mean, sometimes it's just, okay, we'll let you beat you with our feet, but you're not going to beat us.
You're not going to beat us on the scoreboard.
With the pass, yeah.
Yeah.
So it's, and the other thing, I heard the other day, I forget which coach it was that was talking with the morning show, but they were talking about specifically how the defensive line is more in tune and staying in lanes and being responsible for their own assignments so that they don't get out of alignment that allows for a quarterback to take off and go.
To be fair,
you can't have 2 guys going and doing their own individual thing, meaning to a defensive ends. And then, next thing you know, you've got a 40-yard.
Brad, they're going to be headaches. Running quarterbacks are going to be headaches for defensive coordinators everywhere. They're a headache for every defensive coordinator, and some teams are better at handling them than others. But yeah, you can beat a running quarterback. You can beat a mobile quarterback. It's another dimension that has to be accounted for. As far as you mentioned pressuring, last year the Lions had the number 1 pressure guy in terms of pressures and hurries in the NFL. In Aiden Hutchinson, but they need more. The sack totals for the team weren't astronomical, but the pressure rate was high. And so sacks are great because they put you in jail. They put you so far behind the sticks. Pressures can get the job done too, but there's no doubt that the sack or the tackle for loss, which is the most underrated statistic, is because a tackle for loss is no different than a sack.
Right.
But yeah, they've not. It's going to be important for them to be better in that regard. We're doing the awesome thing that people in towns with really good football teams do. We're striving for perfection. We're worried about a third receiver. We're worried about a pass rush. And I guess we're not striving for perfection defensively. We're striving for significantly better. They don't have to be perfect, but if the Lions put a average to above average defense on the field last year at San Francisco, they go to the Super Bowl.
They would have. They would have. Getting back to the topic, we the Patrick Mahomes mimicry by Dylan Raiola.
Yeah.
My brother just texted me, reminded me that my niece, when she was playing soccer, that there was no specific player that she did this from, but she learned this from watching soccer on TV, and that was stealing yards on the throw-in.
Oh, God.
She was amazing at it. I remember going to her games, and my brother's like, watch this. Watch how many yards she steals. So the ball gets knocked out of bounds.
Let's say right at the midfield stripe.
Right. And you're supposed to get the ball, throw it back in. She would go and get it, and I swear she would cheat 15 yards.
You start walking, like you fake, like I'm going to throw it, and your next thing you know, you've walked 15 yards up the field.
She was unbelievable at it, and rarely got busted for it. It was amazing.
248-539-9797. Kevin, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Kevin.
Hey, guys. What's up?
How you doing?
Hey.
Good. Hey, so this channel on your Inner Sports Star, my son wound up at the U of M ER the other day trying to be Tony Hawk. Wound up with 12 stitches in his palm.
Oh.
No. Oh, no.
Yeah, and then all off season, we were like, we need to do this to bolster secondary. We need to do this to bolster the D line. Well, with Enrique, funny Enrique, with him being healthy and Davenport, we bolstered the D line. Even if they can show up for one game, the D line's going to be better. And I'm from Tennessee, so I saw those two boys play in the SEC. At secondary, we already are better. So to say that you don't like Brad Holmes or you don't like the decisions that we're making, I think as a fan, I think we touched where we needed to touch on, and we should have a very, very solid D this year.
Kevin, the guys up front defensively, they didn't go make a big splash. But the truth is, you want to have an all-pro at every position, but you got to find a few positions where you don't, but you got enough. And I think they feel like in Aiden Hutchinson, they do have an all-pro caliber player. Can the rest be enough? Can somebody else make the Pro Bowl from there? It's right. Or they don't even have to make the Pro Bowl. They just have to be effective. I mean, James Houston for that half a season was so effective.
Yeah, just be better than you were last year, which I don't think is asking much from the secondary. They've totally revamped the secondary. And to get somebody to be a little bit more consistent on the opposite side of Hutch would be great. But I also expect Hutchinson's going to be a much better player this year than what he was last year. I think he's just grown. He's gotten better.
Yeah, I agree, guys. Even if you can touch the field and be mediocre as one of the other guys, to take a little bit of pressure off Hutch, the sky's the limit.
It really is, and it's going to be really interesting because those guys in the secondary, Gator's right. There was Terrion Arnold hype early, and now there's a ton of Ennis Rakestraw hype, and they're rookies. They are rookies, but when Brad Holmes drafts you, I'm intrigued. We've got a GM in place that if he hits with those two, we're gonna be that team where everybody else looks at our drafts and go, I like what we did, but what the Lions did. Love what the Lions did because of the man making the picks. Yeah, the first 4 picks last year, they were good going into last year, and then they added 4 very useful players. It was a remarkable haul.
Let alone the fact that the guys they took after that are guys that you're expecting that are going to come into their own. Broderick Martin and then Hendon Hooker.
Brad Holmes has been so good at his job, right? If we're just talking about the Lions defense getting better, like, hey, just get better and the whole team will be better. Are we underestimating, the Lions defense may actually be really good? Not just better than last year, but the swag and the talk around, practice and camp so far is these guys, they're hitting, they're making plays. And Brad Holmes brought these guys in. He's got so much cachet right now. I understand why, Doug, you're buying everything that's coming out of Allen Park because he's been that good.
And a part of it is definitely because I want to.
Of course.
But I've spent the bulk of my professional life with everything that was good that was said during the preseason. I took with a grain of salt and I was skeptical. I'm tapping into a new side of myself. I'm going to believe it all because they haven't given me a reason not to, really. When was it last year when we started hearing Laporta might be exceptionally good? When did we start hearing that?
I think it was middle of training camp. We heard some pretty good things about Laporta.
Kind of want to go back and see if I can find one of those old show sheets. See, the first time we made reference last year to Laporta.
I mean, I felt the Lions knew because they sat him out the preseason, right? Weren't they like, we don't want to get him hurt? And I thought, well, you got to play the rookie. He's never played an NFL game before. Let him play a preseason game, see how it is.
Not you.
But I mean, Laporta, Gibbs, St. Brown, Penei Sewell. I mean, those are studs that he drafted. What if the same thing can be said for Branch, Campbell, Hutch, Arnold, Rakestraw? This defense becomes all of a sudden just as good as the offense?
Strong. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Funny, I went back and found a show sheet from the day the rookies reported last year. Okay. Here are some of the notes and things we discussed the day the rookies reported last year.
At training camp, not at like mini camp.
Yep.
Okay.
Can Jack Campbell break the mold of an off-the-ball middle linebacker not being worthy of being drafted as high as the Lions took him? Will Jahmyr Gibbs be worth it? Here are the 22 running backs they've drafted since Barry Sanders. None of these guys became elite running backs, some due to injury, but none of them developed the way you would want. Sam Laporta, of all the rookies, this guy probably has the fewest roadblocks to the top of the depth chart. Brian Branch, he may have the most obstacles between him and playing time. Kirby Joseph and Tracy Walker returning, C.J. Gardner-Johnson. Branch is likely behind C.J. Gardner-Johnson. This guy might be headed for a bit of a red shirt year, but a talented depth piece. It's funny. It's just funny to go back and look at some of the things we were talking about. And then Laporta, I don't know if you remember this. I found a show sheet right after their first preseason game. In that first preseason game, Sam Laporta dropped the pass on 4th down that would have moved the chains. And there was reaction the next day. Who is it that dropped a bunch of passes in the preseason that now from Cincinnati?
Ja'Marr Chase?
Yeah, Ja'Marr Chase. Remember Ja'Marr Chase? And he said something about the NFL football's different, and everybody was like, oh, come on, spare me, and all that.
Right.
Ja'Marr Chase has worked out.
Yeah, it's worked out. Well, Herman Moore had the same issue his rookie season. He was having trouble catching a ball.
During the preseason? Or just...
I remember it was during the season, but I guess it was in preseason as well. He wasn't the most sure-handed receiver at the time, and then obviously made adjustments and became one of the greats.
I think he needed contacts or something, though.
That was another thing. Yeah. Which played a role. If they can't see the ball, it's hard to catch the ball.
So Gator found a Florida man story. I found a Florida man story. Kang, I want you to judge which Florida man story is crazier. This is from Lakeland, Florida, home of the Flying Tigers. Polk County deputies had no trouble keeping up with an alleged Walmart thief who tried to get away with several stolen items on a stolen electronic scooter riding at a leisurely 2 miles an hour. Troyson Raymond is now facing several charges, including felony petite theft, grand theft, and unlawful possession of a shopping cart after the incident that came to a slow halt in front of the Dunkin' Donuts on US 98 in Lakeland. So he shoplifted from Walmart and tried to get away in one of those little scooters that you can get there. Not the best plan.
Maybe not, if you can only get up to 2 miles an hour. They're gaining on me. They passed me. I'll go the other way.
My Florida man story is a Lake County man taking a late night stroll who went outside to investigate the sounds of coyotes.
That's not a good idea.
He thought he heard coyotes. While standing in his driveway of his Mount Plymouth neighborhood, he wasn't expecting a surprise attack by two thick-skinned armadillos.
What?
I heard the first armadillo coming across the driveway behind me, so I turned around. And then I thought they were pretty blind, but he seemed to be right on target. So I just danced around him and ended up with my back facing the house. While spinning out of the way of the first critter, Randy accidentally kicked a second armadillo slightly. Both armadillos then scurried away. I think the 2 mile hour story is better. Not a great plan to try and get away on a Walmart scooter.
No, not a good way. I just Googled, can armadillos hurt humans?
Mm-hmm.
And it says, armadillos are generally considered harmless to humans, but they can cause harm in a few ways. Armadillos have sharp claws for digging and may scratch or bite if they feel threatened. These actions can be painful and may lead to infections if not treated properly. Bites are rare, but they can happen if an armadillo is cornered, handled carelessly, or accidentally provoked by a human. Like, say, for instance, if you kick it while running away from another one. But you don't really have to run away from an armadillo, it sounds like.
Back to the first decision.
Yeah.
You think you hear some coyotes, so you go outside to investigate?
Well, coyotes I don't think they attack humans either. I'd be interested. I don't think I'd go outside for that.
I don't think I'd do.
No, I would not do that. Well, I'm inside. Why do I need to go outside? No, thank you.
Plus the armadillos.
To find out you got armadillos back there, that's hilarious.
Just got a text here from a listener, Scott, about emulating the pros. Kid is emulating the pros, and he's right. He writes, eye black art at youth sports levels have gotten insane.
Doug, is this true?
None of my kids have. I've seen plenty of examples.
Like kids on your team?
Nobody on our team. Our kids on our team would make fun of that kid, which I kind of like.
What a hero.
I told you a story.
Were they coached the right way?
I told you a story about, I told a Gator a story about a kid that we were playing against who, it was on a turf field.
This is so
and he
great.
started grooming the batter's box before he stepped in. He had matching armbands. He had a bandana that matched the color of his armbands, showed off a bunch of wolf with extra buttons and a big gold chain. And
did he have the face paint too?
I can't remember, but I suspect that he did. And
Aggressive eye black.
One of our kids yelled out, "Whoa, look at this guy." And the other one said, "What a hero." He did drop an F-bomb in there too, but it was so great. But he is right.
The eye black
art
control.
is something else.
Max Clark
does
He's
it.
got a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously he's a great
great
high school player.
I really
but,
like Max Clark too, but that's
but he
part
gives
I'm
off
like,
those vibes, doesn't he? Like
he gives there are times you watch some of the social media stuff and with him, and just if you just look at a still photo, you think, oh, this guy's like the next Bryce Harper. I
hope he is
king of the canoes, right?
Oh, I know that part.
And yet you hear him talking, he's not. He's actually sounds like he's a really well-adjusted young man. And yes, to your point, it would be amazing if he turns out to be Bryce Harper
on the field.
Yeah, be an MVP. I'll take that. And he's got. I can't wait to see this kid play in the majors because he's got all these skills.
On the first page, when you Google image search, Max Clark, half the pictures have eye black, triangles down to like his jawline.
Don't
Another one has crosses all the way down.
Thanks,
half
Aiden.
the pictures.
Thanks,
is there
Aiden
a rule,
Hutchinson.
Doug? Like, can you just do anything with eye black? Obviously you don't write like swear words or anything, but I mean,
yeah, I think you can do just about anything you want with eye black.
could I draw on a beard? Like, I can't grow any
I
facial
like it.
hair.
I like it.
Like what, goatee or something?
Well, you got the chin strap though.
Yeah. Oh, do I just chin strap it?
I mean, for baseball, would you? I mean, baseball. That would be funny if you just grew a beard. That would be awesome. Or a goatee.
Our kids did goatees for the final game one year when we were out of a tournament.
No.
We had to play a game. We had one kid we were trying to play all 9 positions throughout the course of the game. We just said, all right, what do you want to play today? Kids were catching that had no, but we were like, okay, last game of the year. And yeah, the eye black got out of control. They goatees, beards.
Draw Riley Fingers mustache. Yep. Oh, it would be fun to just draw. Like make like real artwork with that stuff just for the hell of it.
Turn yourself into a cat, whiskers.
Whiskers.
Paint the nose a little dot like black right on the tip of the nose.
Yeah,
right there, you know.
This all sounds fine and funny. Just don't get too carried away.
Yes, please do not.
There's
Do
a
not.
woman-
Hey,
get
we're
too
not
carried-
saying like show up as Ace Frehley or Gene Simmons from Kiss,
Or
but
worse.
Yeah.
Just don't.
Stop at some
a line
point,
can be
yeah.
crossed.
Or we're telling you to do that. That'd be funny.
No, we're not. No, we're not. Gator.
No,
we're not.
Leave some of your face available.
All right.
One time.
No.
You did it one. You allowed the kids do it one time. You said. You let your kids go crazy with the eye black for one time.
Yes, but we said you could go too far. Just leave it at that. All right, now's your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to the MGO Blue preview next Wednesday at Music Town inside Hockeytown Cafe. Join me, John Jansen, Wojo Stoney. Jake Butt's going to be there. Player appearances, giveaways, food, drink, and much more. First one with the correct answer to the following question. You will get the tickets, and we'll see you next Wednesday. During the noon hour, during a commercial break, I told Gator I want him to try to do something all by himself. I said when it came to this, he's only better than my mom, and you said your mom as well. And he did it. What was it I asked him to do? First one with the correct answer, you get the tickets.
USA.
248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Hart, Scott Anderson, 97 on The Ticket. Open lines. Congratulations to Greg in Dearborn. He knew that Gator canceled an app all by himself like a big boy.
Thank you. In fact, I just got the confirmation email.
Excellent. Well done.
Dear Scott, this has been removed from your account. Details of the removed package are below. Tells me the date.
I think you actually will keep the subscription through the end of what you paid for, the end of your billing cycle. What was it, the 15th?
The 23rd.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm guessing you'll probably be able to use it. I don't know that you will choose to, but
yeah, well,
just a reminder, public service announcement. You've perhaps subscribed to an app for the last few months due to a lack of service elsewhere. You can cancel said app. Don't forget to do so because that service is back. Feedback, Tim in Flushing says, the MHSA rule is one black stripe under the eye. The rule is never followed, and as an official, I won't pick a fight. There are bigger fights to be had. I went to a game yesterday to see my 15-year-old cousin play. One kid drew a handlebar mustache.
That's great.
Yeah. It's pretty funny. It's kind of harmless fun, but yes, the kids do a lot with the eye black, the face art, as our caller put it. All right, so you watched the Tiger game last night?
I did.
I had it on. I mean, I'm like, is Colt Keith up? No. Is he about to be up?
He had a walk and he crushed a base hit. It was like 104 miles exit velocity on a base hit. Colt Keith's worth watching, man.
Who is Buddy making his debut? I guess it's not his debut. Playing first base last night.
Bly Madris?
Yeah. Yeah, I did see him and Colt Keith going after that foul ball.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Somebody should call. Well, Colt Keith should have called him off. Now, it looked like neither one of those guys was saying anything. That's not the first time Colt Keith has had a
did not call it situation.
Yeah.
I got to tell you, for a split second there, the two of them looked at each other like they were mad.
Like, your peanut butter is in my chocolate. Your chocolate's in my peanut butter. Throw it home.
So the rest of the season is basically trying to figure out what we have moving forward. I'm
Correct.
surprised. Did you watch any of the Whitecaps game, knowing you?
No.
I think our boy Lozano made his debut last night.
Tyrone Lozano, yes. It's the only reason I know it's pronounced Tyrone, the first name, is because Dan Hasty, who does play-by-play for them, printed out his lineup card, and he wrote phonetically how to say the name.
It's not Theron or whatever?
No, it's Tyrone. I was paying attention to the game, but I did not watch the game on minor league baseball. So I think he had a double and 2 walks.
Okay.
So that was good.
Part of me in the figuring out what we have is figuring out what we have in Kiter Montero. And I'm not particularly optimistic, but he was a top 10 prospect in the organization. And he was a guy that it was said that he had really good stuff. It sounded like his scouting report was similar to that of Reese Olson. He had to figure some stuff out, but they thought he could be really good. And since they did it with Reese Olson, and now Fetter's on the job, can they get anything out of Montero moving forward? At some point, a guy like Montero on a good team might be your 5th starter, right?
Yeah. Well, I wonder if he's got a little bit higher up, not much higher. I can't imagine he's like a top 3 rotation guy. But he does have the ability to have batters swing and miss. That swing and miss pitch, as people like to say. I feel like the thing he has to work on is his sequencing of pitching and learning how to pitch. Look, I'm not a pitching guru, but you can see that he's got all this movement on his pitches. It's just a matter of learning how to put it all together in what makes sense. First 3 batters of the game, you got like a base hit, 3-run homer. And then he shuts him down after that it basically goes 7 innings after that.
Yeah.
Because he didn't retire a batter in the first 3 batters. And he was in trouble. I mean, he was headed for a 30 or 40. He was headed for like a 40 pitch inning and calmed down, got through not just the second, third, and fourth, and fifth, got through the 6th inning, went 7 innings. I take my hat off to him. That was a pretty good outing for the guy after that brutal start. And I don't know how high his upside is. Only, Fetter and Hinch know for sure. But I have to think that it's not bad. There's clearly something to work with there. Will they ever be able to get him to harness it and figure out the art of pitching, as the late great Jim Price used to say? I don't know. I don't know if they'll ever figure that part out, but if they can get him to figure that out, he can be a decent pitcher in this league.
Well, if you're Kiter Montero, you got to think, well, I'm going to get my chance at the big leagues for 2 months here because the Tigers have gotten rid of so much.
He's the number 2 starter.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get a bunch of starts and trial by fire. Regarding the NFL kickoff rules that were on display last night, I know they were practicing returns last night, but I feel like once the league gets going, most teams will still opt to kick it into the end zone for a touchback out to the 30. They might. I wondered if the 30 wasn't punitive enough because they obviously put this rule in place to make teams return it, to bring the kickoff return back into the game. And when I was watching last night, I was like, I wonder how often the teams will go, screw it, we'll just kick it in the end zone. If you're late in a game and your team's up 6 with like 30 seconds left, don't you just kick it in the end zone and say, we'll take it on the 30 instead of giving them a chance at a kickoff return for a touchdown? Maybe you don't want to give them great field position. I don't know.
Create some strategy. I don't know if I'm going to love this or not. They've changed it so much over the last 25 years.
I like it because it endorses returning the ball. Daver writes in, morning, guys. Will the kick returners have to announce which way they're going to run after they catch the kickoff?
Soon.
Yeah.
That's the way it's going.
Kind of funny. Jeff Rieger's in studio. What's up, Jeff?
What's up, boys? How we doing today? Happy Friday.
Yes.
It's
Pretty
Friday.
gruesome outside, but
Well, it should clear up a little bit.
hopefully.
What's it like out there? Is it raining or is
It apparently was heavy rain over
How did I miss
on the east side.
Oh, I guess that's why.
And they got
That's how I
like
missed
up to 2.5 inches of rain or something like that. There's a flood advisory and stuff like that to worry
Maybe
about.
we'll just cancel the baseball game.
Well,
So we
it
don't
looks
have to
like
watch.
everything's going to be out of the way by like 4 o'clock.
So we get to watch. Yeah, Bobby Witt. All right, sweet.
Well, it's Scooball tonight, though.
Oh, that's true. That's
Is it
true.
an Apple TV game tonight?
It is an Apple TV.
Oh, come on. Is it?
Yep. A day after the app is gone, and they work out their deal with Xfinity.
This is ridiculous.
Now
It
you got
never
Apple
ends.
TV.
And I really thought I could handle it. I remember last year fighting the fight when we found out that Michigan was going to be on Peacock. I'm like, guys, stop bitching. You're going to buy it. And I've come off that because there's so many. My wife called me the other day. She's like, do you have any idea how many of these streaming services we subscribe to? I'm like, yeah, it can't be that much. It's like over $130 a month. You're
And
talking
just
about-
streaming?
Yeah, Peacock, Apple TV, you got the Max, you got the whole thing is insane. Showtime, you got Amazon, Netflix.
I might just cancel everything.
Go off the grid.
Disney,
Disney?
ESPN
Yep.
Plus.
Start reading more.
They say that's good for you.
They do.
Yeah, that would last for
Ratings
maybe
for-
through October, maybe through August.
I always heard reading was for suckers. That's not true.
Could you imagine a football Saturday and Doug's reading? I didn't see anything, guys. I didn't see anything.
Well, I'll
I
just
didn't see this
go.
great book.
I'll either go or I'll read. Right? I can go.
You can go.
You could go, but there's other games too.
All right. What do you guys got planned coming up next?
All right. So 2 o'clock.
By the way, you're right. Football Saturdays would kill me.
Of course.
Absolutely kill me.
Yeah. You should try. It's like the people that go on the billboards and they're like, I'm going to be here for 60 days. And they usually never last for 60 days.
Yeah.
You imagine Doug's going to be like, all right, one college football Saturday, Michigan's not
Right.
playing. I'm going to read the entire
Just
time.
one. Just one.
No, I love
By
those days.
12:06,
Michigan's
Doug's going to be watching TV.
Michigan's first bye week this year is one of the most spectacular Big Ten schedules ever.
What week is it?
I think it's October 12th. And it is. It is.
My brother's birthday.
Let me see if I can figure out exactly.
One
Make
time
sure I got
played
it.
golf in front of Gators, brother. Believe it or not. Yeah. True story.
Is it?
In Livonia.
The Michigan's bye week is Washington at Iowa, Ohio State at Oregon, and Penn State at USC.
All different times?
Times haven't been set, but I'm hoping noon, 3:30, and 7.
Night game.
There's one game.
Wow,
One
that's
of those.
nice.
You don't want to.
So I'm just curious.
Well,
though.
what's the why? I mean, I don't know what to expect from Washington or Iowa. I mean, what do we got
I'm
there?
just excited to see Washington play in Kinnick.
I'm curious though because I know how my
It's
negotiating
like watching
skills
Northwestern. It's purple. What?
Yeah, Washington, I don't think will be that good, Gator.
are. But does your wife already look at Michigan's schedule and say, "Oh, Doug's not working on this day. You're going to do this, this, and this, and this"?
No, she knows what we're doing on bye weeks.
Watching football.
Yeah.
It's a good wife.
All right. Sorry. What do you have planned coming up next?
Hi, Rico.
Hi, Gator.
Hi, Rico.
Basically, if you offered Rieger's wife $1,000, would she?
Oh, will you stop?
No,
Will
it
you
was $1 million. I'm
stop?
sorry, $1 million.
It was $1 million.
It's $1 million.
You guys bringing Trump into this?
Would she just
Come on.
leave and walk away?
Never mind.
It's a joke.
Never mind. Never mind.
Doug
Don't
is
tempt
like,
her.
well,
I'm confused.
Did you see the Trump comment at his rally?
No.
Okay,
Rieger-
don't worry about
yeah.
it. Don't worry about it. 2 o'clock, David Hatchett Hall.
Wait, did he say something outlandish? Something hard to believe?
no, it was just something.
Something that needs to be fact checked?
No,
No, it probably gets a lot of men
Debunked?
wondering what
This-
their wives would choose.
right. It was just a very awkward moment.
Yes, which is no stranger.
$1 million or a dead husband.
Wait, there was an awkward moment?
Jesus.
Sorry.
Never thought the crosstalk would go here, did you?
No.
2 o'clock,
David's
David
upset.
Hatchett Hall is really upset about what should be a great night at Comerica tomorrow. He's really upset about it, very passionate about it, and we'll talk about it right at 2 o'clock.
Have a great show. Have a great weekend. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Brought to you by CNL Ward. The Tigers look to even up their series with the Royals at Comerica Park tonight. Tarek Skubal gets the ball for Detroit. He's looking for win number 13 on the season. KC's going to have the talented young lefty Cole Reagans go for them. Good pitching matchup in this one. Tomorrow night at the ballpark, Hall of Fame manager Jim Leyland will have his number 10 retired on the brick wall up in right field. And despite another deadline of selling and the Tigers are slipping even further from a playoff spot, the skipper says he likes the direction they're headed in. The Tigers are 15 games back of first-place Cleveland, 8.5 out of the last wildcard spot in the American League. That first pitch tonight, 6:40 right here on 97.1. The Lions ended their first full week of training camp with a scrimmage in Allen Park this morning. Hendon Hooker reportedly outplayed Nate Sudfeld as the two battle for the backup QB job, which everyone's very interested in. Jake Bates apparently missed multiple field goals and an extra point. Aiden Hutchinson and Lee McNeil also reportedly unblockable at camp this morning. Lions' first preseason game next Thursday at the Giants. And at the Olympics in Paris today, the mixed women's and men's 4x4 set a new world record in qualifying. Men's soccer is out.
Are you going to take the show to 6?
Let's do it, Rico. We're going to talk about the Olympics, which I love so much. Men's soccer, they lost 4-0 to Morocco in the quarterfinals, and also 3-on-3 women's basketball. They beat Canada in overtime. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Well, we reached Friday, everybody. Hello, and I'm a little upset. Mike is back on Monday. It's been a fun week. We talked a lot of baseball. We got football today.
Yeah, we got
Rico, David, Paul in the house. No Kenny.
A pseudo football Friday. I mean, we got to get you guys ready. It's the preseason. We got a Lions topic. We also got a University of Michigan topic later on today.
We do, but I am furious with one member of this radio show because I was told, I was very excited, I was told today was Floral Friday, and I went to a store, as you can see, and I bought a floral shirt that my daughter approved of. It has Lilo and Stitch on it, and you're wearing your floral shirt that's got the Spartan logo, and it's green and white, and then I'm looking at David, he's in all black. It's like Johnny Cash over there, the man in black. Like, what the hell, David? Where were you?
David never wears.
He never does it?
It's rare when David wears a Floral Friday shirt. I'm thinking at that point like he owes Kenny money or something. Like David actually wears something floral.
He claimed it was on his
bed or
bed.
something.
Yeah.
You just don't want to put it on
It
today.
is on my bed. I did not put it on today because you were so adamant to want to wear it. I said, well, I'm not going to make him happy. I'm not going to wear mine.
David's very...
I give a week. I give a week to you people.
And thank you for that.
People.
Thank you. Ooh.
Yes.
Here we go.
The Valeni and Rico show.
And he wonders why I didn't wear it.
Wow.
Yeah, we're starting off like that. Wow. Rico starting off with a Trump comment and crosstalk. David starting off like that. Anyway, we got a lot on the show, but right from the get-go, we got to get into this because I am flabbergasted with how passionate David Hall is about one topic, and it's going to happen tomorrow at Comerica Park. It's going to be a celebratory day as Jim Leyland, who was on the morning show today, great interview, hit the Odyssey Rewind to check it out. Leyland is getting his number 10 retired on the wall at Comerica Park in left center. It's going to be sold out, I would assume. Everybody loves the old skipper. I got to believe he's going to be sitting there smoking. I'm a huge Leyland fan. And then yesterday, David comes up to me as I'm walking out the building, and he's like, hey, tomorrow we got to do my Leyland opinion. I'm like, what's your Leyland opinion? Well, tell us what your Leyland opinion is.
Here's my Leyland opinion. I don't think his number should be retired for the Detroit Tigers. Here's why. Let me first preface it with this. I appreciate and thank him for everything he's done here with this organization.
Just not that much, apparently.
So from 1995, when I was a kid, to 2005, we went to the World Series in 06. So from that stretch, I only went to the ballpark, I only cared about the Tigers when Ken Griffey came to town. That's all I cared about because the Tigers were so awful. So I appreciate everything Leland did when he was here from 06 on. We went to 2 World Series, but there's a standard here in Detroit. And the standard here in Detroit, and when I mean the standard for the Detroit Tigers, the standard is you must have won a World Series to have your number out there. Number 1, Lou Whitaker won a World Series. Charlie Gehringer, World Series. Trammell, Greenberg, Kaline, Sparky, Newhouser, Horton, Morris, all retired out there, have a World Series for the Detroit Tigers. Leland will be out there starting tomorrow. The ceremony will be great. People will be there starting at 5 o'clock, probably earlier, to celebrate Jim Leland. But he did not win a World Series in Detroit, and his number shouldn't be out there.
Wait. So this is all because
of
you're
the
saying,
Tiger standard.
Okay.
Their standard is World Series championship for the Detroit
But it's also
Tigers.
Hall of Fame. It's also
No,
Hall of Fame.
that is not the standard I'm going with. Yes, because there are 2 non-Hall of Famers out there. That isn't the standard. The standard is World Series ring.
So you're saying if Leland would have won one of the titles, then you're cool with the 10 being up on the brick wall.
Correct.
But because he didn't, you're not.
Correct.
Okay, first of all, David, I respect you. I love you like a brother. I think you're a great, great person and colleague. With that being said, it's asinine because there are certain guys in sports that are unicorns. There are certain guys that turn out to be the hero that we need, and that's Jim Leland. Jim Leland came in 06, and next thing you know, you got my 80-year-old mother talking about Joel Zamaya. The entire city was electrified by Tiger baseball, and he was on the morning show today, and he mentioned that from 06 to when he left in 13 actually, the whole decade. And yeah, they didn't win always, but the whole decade, it was all about Tiger baseball. We wouldn't give a damn about what Scott Harris is doing if it wasn't for Jim Leland. We wouldn't throw fits about the Tigers not winning if it wasn't for Leland. Like Mike would not be as pissed as he is with the direction of the Tigers if it wasn't for Leland, because pre-Leland, we lost 119 games. Pre-Leland, 96, I had season tickets. They were a 100-loss team, maybe the worst baseball team I've ever seen. Rico, pre-Leland, Tiger baseball was a freaking joke. He brought it all back, and for that alone, 3 million fans through the turnstile, for that alone, plus he's a Hall of Famer, he deserves his 10 up there. There is no question, and I am actually disrespected and offended by your opinion.
When David first brought this up, I thought it was just very stupid. I'm like, come on, seriously, David. But, David, you made a compelling argument. I think Leland deserves to be up there.
I love him for everything he's done.
Based off of what you just presented me, Rieger, he doesn't have it. Getting close does not.
But hold on.
No, getting close does not mean you have it.
I got a loophole.
Because nobody else up there has experienced a loophole.
But, okay, you said 2 guys up there are not in the Hall of Fame. Name those men.
Those men would be Lou Whitaker and Willie Horton.
Okay, we are all good. Enough of Donald. We are good. We are good with Lou being up there, considering he's got a better WAR than most infielders in the Hall of Fame. He should be in the Hall of Fame. Hell, I would make the case he's a better player than Trammell. Trammell's in, Lou isn't. So he's essentially a Hall of Famer and a World Series winner. The other is Willie Horton. Willie Horton is up there, not because he was a great player. He was pretty good, 273 average, almost an 800 OPS, 325 bombs. But he won a World Series, sure, but he's not a Hall of Famer. The reason he's up there is because he was so huge when the city was rioting. He was massive for Detroit, and he was massive for the Tigers. Jim Leland, and I'm not comparing 06 to the riots, okay? But Jim Leland and what he represented when he came to Detroit, this city falling in love with baseball again, that in itself is the reason he belongs on that wall.
See, and I knew you were going to do this, and I know a lot of people are going to do this. Okay, you want to go with Hall of Fame. Wonderful. Was Jim Leland a Hall of Famer in your mind before he coached 1 game for the Detroit Tigers?
Well, he won a World Series, and he went to a Another NLCS.
And he won 851 games in Pittsburgh.
Okay, here's the deal, though. Like,
answer my question.
You're not a Hall of Fame manager
Answer
unless
my
you have great
question.
players. He was lucky enough to have
Answer
great
my
players.
question. Did you consider him a Hall of Fame manager before
Yes.
then
Probably.
he didn't need the Detroit Tigers to already be in the Hall of Fame. So that can't be a standard. That can't be. The
David,
standard is World Series in Detroit.
David, I love the Tigers and the Ilitch and the Red Wings standard, with the exception of the fact that they won't retire Sergei's number, which is a joke. I love the standard. Don't get me wrong, because Leland said it this morning. I agree. The highest honor a team can give you is to take your number out of circulation. But there's always the asterisk. There's always the unicorn. There's always that one guy that was so integral to everything that he belongs on that wall.
So
that's Jim Leland.
Making it to World Series a couple equals winning one. Because according to this.
But it's not about a World Series.
Actually, it is.
No, it's about what he did.
No, because everybody on that wall, as ridiculous as I thought David was when he brought this up, because he brought it up to me as I'm walking out the building. And I'm like,
why bother me?
Dude, I don't care.
We've done 4 hours here.
I'm already ticked off. I had to do the final 10 minutes. I'm like, David, you know, but you and the cleaning lady, both of you, I don't care. Now, David makes a compelling argument. They all have won World Series. He didn't. Yeah, look,
that is being short-sighted and ridiculous. Because hold on a second,
Rieger, if it was just 3 people up there, I'd be like, you know what? Yeah, everyone up who's had their number retired has a World Series title that they won here, not somewhere else.
But you got a guy in Horton that is not even close to a Hall of Famer. The only reason Willie Horton is up there, hold on a second, is not because he won a World Series. It's because of what he did off the field, really. So
did I say Hall of Famer? I said everyone up there has won a World Series.
Then what, you're going to put every World Series winner up there?
No.
So every World Series winner gets up there?
Jeff, you know what? This is what Wojo talks about when you make straw man arguments.
No, because it's ridiculous.
Rieger, this is the Tigers standard. Like I said, I thought David was ridiculous when he said it, but the Tigers, everybody up there, all has a World Series title, and you're saying now it doesn't matter, put him up there anyway.
So Chet Lemon deserves to be up there. Really good player for the 84
Okay,
team,
all right. So here's my...
He deserves to be up
So
there.
if you want the standard to be World Series and then a Hall of Famer, then just tell me.
Yeah, but David,
the standard looks to be the World Series to me.
Have they ever actually documented what the standard is?
I just looked it up.
Dude, we don't
you just say because of the players
we don't
that
know
are up
when
there.
the core is going to be ready. So you think we're going to find this answer out? We
Okay,
still waiting on
all
the
right.
district. You think we're going to find out this
so
answer?
Tomorrow I want Marty Castillo and I want Willie Hernandez. He won an MVP. You know, I want every World Series winner for the Tigers up there if that is your only stipulation. I want to hear from the people because I think this is disrespectful. And you know what? David is talking out of both sides of his mouth, and it really offends me on a Friday because he starts off his argument by saying, Jim, I respect you. I respect you, Jim. And then he decides to say he doesn't deserve this honor. Without Jim Leland, we don't care about Tiger baseball right now. We're not furious at the direction of the team. Pretty powerful guy.
But David made a great case because he was a Hall of Famer. He was all of that stuff before he got to Detroit. He didn't win here.
So what about Miggy? Is he going to get up on the wall? He didn't win a World Series. But he did win a World Series with the Marlins.
So if your standard is Hall of Fame, then just let me know that's the standard.
You're not going to retire Miggy's number?
We got a few bits if you want them.
Hall of Famer, greatest right-handed hitter of all time. You're not going to retire Miggy? No 24 up there.
And stole money his last 3 seasons. Like nobody's business.
So let me get this straight. So Howard Johnson's going to be on the wall because he won a World Series, but no Miguel Cabrera.
Okay. Seriously, you make the most ridiculous arguments.
This is a ridiculous argument.
No, because at least David brought data. He brought facts. You are just pulling stuff out your backside.
I'm not.
Well, what about this guy? Well, what about this guy?
It blows me away. You can't understand the power and the honor of this man getting his number retired tomorrow.
He's using the Tigers standard and says, according to their standard, he shouldn't have it.
But
that's not David's standard. It's what the Tigers. Everybody
but
up
I just
there.
broke the standard with the Willie Horton thing. Just because he won a World Series, he's up there. Then why not put every World Series winner up there? All right, we'll get a lot of people want to talk.
Are you his agent or something?
He just deserves
y'all used
this.
to sit around and have these little chats in his office, and now look at you.
Yeah, I used to go at
My
Jim a lot.
God.
Yeah,
I didn't know you were a Jim bot.
I'll get him on the phone right now. You want him to call up?
Not really, but
you
go
guys
ahead.
he won't want to talk to you guys anyhow. Very disrespectful. 97 won the ticket. All right. People are fired up. David does not want the number of Jim Leyland on the brick wall tomorrow. He's boycotting the event, apparently. I say David's ridiculous. And by the way, apparently, you say the standard is you got to have won a World Series. That's what you claim the Tigers and the Red Wings think. And by the way, every Red Wing that is retired, they have won a cup. With that being said, so what do you do with Miguel Cabrera? What do you do with Justin Verlander? Those guys don't get up there, eh?
Just tell me that the standard is either World Series and or Hall of Famer, and then I'll understand.
No, but see, the thing is, and we'll get to the calls. It's almost like, just answer the question if you'd be so kind. Do you feel Leland being up on the wall cheapens the wall?
He didn't win a World Series. Everyone else on there
So
did.
it cheapens the wall in your mind.
It kind of becomes like the Pistons, where everything just gets retired now.
So let me get this straight. Wow. So the Pistons retired Bon Jovi and Aerosmith, and you're comparing them to Jim Leland.
Well, he did play
You
the Palace.
are an ungrateful bastard.
Standard is World Series. If you wanted to be World Series and or Hall of Fame, then I'll get it.
Who do you agree with? 248-539-9797. Quick ticket text. Shame on David and Rico for making me agree with Rieger. There you go. Nobody can ever agree with me. They just gotta rip
Hey,
on.
whoa. I thought it was ridiculous. My only thing is I said David has presented a good case. I still think Leland's number should be retired. But with David, the information that he gave, I was like, well, that's the Tigers. It looks like that's the Tigers' standard. So according to their standards, he shouldn't. Now, when this was first presented to me, all the way up until the start of the show, I'm like, okay, this is the most ridiculous topic. I'm going to let you and David hash this out, and I'm going to do some online shopping while I wait.
Go get some stuff on Amazon.
But
you are amazed.
David said, let me present this. I could appreciate the research that he did. Yeah, that's the Tigers' standard.
The research that he did, he just looked at the wall and said, these guys haven't won a World Series.
No, they've all won World Series. Right. And Leland has not.
Leland has, though, with Florida. Does
So
that count?
Go to Florida and let them retire his number. Just like, according to this, Verlander can have his as a Houston Astro. He's going to go in the Hall of Fame as an Astro anyway.
No, he's not. 248-539-9797.
You really still believe he's going to be a Tiger?
I hope so. The ticket text, the exact same number. You on Team David or are you Team me? Stop laughing. Stop it.
But what amazes me, the people want to talk about this. So I'm here for the people.
Yeah, whatever. Rick in Commerce, you're on the ticket. Hello, Rick. How are you today?
Hey, how's it going, guys? Hey, you know what? I think he should be a kiosk. You know, instead of putting his name on the wall, make him a little kiosk in the walkway.
Jim, we like you, but just
you
not
know
that
what?
much.
Yeah, because here's the thing, you know, he did not have a Hall of Fame career in Detroit. If take away Pittsburgh and the Marlins, he would not be in the Hall of Fame. Miguel Cabrera had a Hall of Fame career in Detroit. He didn't win a World Series, but he got a Triple Crown. So I think Leland should be a kiosk. Thanks, guys. Have a good day.
But you think Miggy's going to – oh, he hung up.
Yeah, because he's tired of talking to you.
Wait, so he's saying Miggy will get there because he had a Hall of Fame career despite not winning a title, but Leland had a Hall of Fame career, and that's it?
He had a Hall of Fame career before he got to Detroit.
And what he's saying is, I believe he was saying you can acknowledge him by making him one of the kiosks as you walk through Comerica Park.
Those kiosks haven't changed in 30 years.
Right. So you put up a brand new, where here's Jim Leland, here's a pack of cigarettes, here's all of this stuff, here's Leland. You know, here's him doing his post-game press conferences, chewing on Chinese food. Here's Leland.
You guys ever stop and look at the Tigers' history? They got 4 world championships in 120 years. They've only gone to the playoffs like 11 times, I want to say, in 11 different years. It's not like they've been this wildly successful organization. Yet Jim Leland, because you can't put in all Maglio and Pudge and everybody else, Jim Leland is responsible for one of the most successful eras in Tiger baseball. And you have a problem with celebrating that. You do realize that Tiger fans now are only Tiger fans, young Tiger fans, are now middle-aged Tiger fans because of what happened back in 2006 and 2011.
So he's the Marv Levy of the Detroit Tigers.
You know what's funny? You say you still want his number up there.
No, I just like ticking you off right now. No, because he's Marv Levy. He got there.
I would retire Marv Levy's
Buffalo
number.
had a ton of success.
4 in a row. That's pretty impressive. I mean, 4 Super Bowls in a row. That equals at least a half a Super Bowl win, right?
It really doesn't.
No. Jackie on a cell. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Jackie?
Hey, what's going on? I don't usually agree with you either, Rieger, but today I really do. David, you don't get an opinion because you didn't participate in Floral Friday, first off. Second of all,
It's a great point.
I have to agree. It's asinine. Jim Leland changed baseball in the city of Detroit for an era for a lot of us. And I was born in 86, so I missed the 84 series. But he changed baseball in the city of Detroit. and he absolutely deserves to be on that wall. You already spoke of my argument, which is Miguel Cabrera. We're going to retire 24 one day too, and he's going to be up there too. And he didn't win a World Series with the Tigers either, but we give respect where respect is due. And Leland led this team. He led an era. He changed the landscape of baseball in this state for a long time.
He did. 06 was amazing. When they went to the World Series.
Apparently not amazing
That
enough.
was amazing, but you can just celebrate him. Just don't retire his number. Put him in the Tigers Hall of Fame.
Jackie, the fact of the matter is, and we appreciate the call, David thinks Jim Leland being on the wall cheapens the wall. That's what you think. Evan Jenkins, I know you're Go ahead.
You know what you
Evan
should
Jenkins
put
in
under it?
studio.
You should just put memories of a lost World Series ×2. Because that's what it does to me. It makes me remember that.
Says the guy that went to every autograph signing to get Miggy and to get Pudge and to get
Miguel
Maglio.
Cabrera did something that hadn't been done in like 60 years
You got
in baseball.
caught up in it as well.
100%, and they didn't win. They didn't win a World Series
Doesn't
at all.
matter.
So now they're just going to remind me every time I go to the ballpark that a manager up there didn't do it for me.
See, I guess we're different.
And by the way, World Series are fun, but they're awful when you lose them.
They are
awful.
Yes, they
And
are.
They
remember,
lost them in pretty awful fashions. I don't disagree with that.
So why are we rewarding that? Sparky Anderson was done with the Tigers in 1995. Do you know what year he had his number retired by the Tigers? Take a guess.
Yeah, they waited till he passed away.
Yeah, 2011.
Which was not great.
Alan
And-
Trammell had his number retired in what year? 2018. But why is Jim Leland being rushed to have his number up on that wall?
Immediate. Just immediate.
Are you saying they just want to sell out? Is that what you're saying? In a season that's lost, they just want to get a packed house in Comerica? Is that what you're saying?
So, okay,
Is that
let
what
me
you're
ask
saying?
you this. Maybe they waited for the Hall of Fame for Alan Trammell. Did you think his number deserved to be up there without the Hall of Fame?
Yes, I did.
So
yes,
I just don't understand why players that did more for the franchise than I think Jim Leland did. And by the way, Dave Dombrowski's number or name
Well, he
belongs
deserves
up
to be
there
up there too.
more
I
so
would
than
agree
Jim
with you.
Leland.
But hold on a second. You're not going to put the GM's name up there probably. But here's the deal.
Where's Gibson then?
Here's the
Gibson should be out there, right?
No, because Gibson's not a Hall of Famer.
Oh, so
Jim
your
Leland
standard is
is.
Hall of
Either
Fame.
is Lou
So
Whitaker.
World Series doesn't matter to you.
Lou should be a Hall of Famer. In every analytic, he should be a Hall of Famer. But very quickly, listen to this, okay? Just let me read you some numbers. 43 and 119, 55 and 106, 66 and 96. I mean, these were the records that the Tigers teams were for two
Okay,
freaking
so let me
decades
remind you
before
about
Jim rode into town.
07, 08,
07, almost a wild card
9,
team.
10,
Yeah.
11.
09, a playoff team. 11, a playoff team. 10, a playoff team. Or not, 10 was not a playoff team. 12, a playoff team.
I think what
13,
David's saying
ALCS.
is that
12, a World Series.
The Tigers appear to have a standard, and it looks like they're dropping the standard to put him up.
Yes.
I don't know why you're fighting this so much. So what would you say he is in the realm of Tiger baseball?
I think he's a manager that led the Tiger to a playoff appearance.
Nothing special.
Because here's where I stand with it, Jeff, is just the single fact that honor of having your name and number on that wall is for specific reasons.
And he's up there for a pretty
And there was
specific
one thing
reason.
that was in common with all of them, right, David?
Yeah, World Series.
And the only person that would break
They're not
that
all Hall of
mold
Famers, though.
is Miguel Cabrera. Is the only one.
Oh, so it's okay with Miggy.
He won
It's okay.
multiple MVPs.
Okay, and Jim
and
Leland,
a triple crown,
right.
Jeff.
And Jim Leland did something that was impossible in the city of Detroit. He
He hit
changed
the
the
baseball?
culture.
Yeah.
He changed the culture.
He pitched.
A culture of
Oh,
nobody being
he
at Tiger
changed the
Stadium.
culture.
Yes.
Detroit Lions, you should announce Dan Campbell. You're retiring him right now.
I-
He changed the culture.
I was wondering when that
He's
name
still
was going to
active.
come up.
And Dan
Wow.
Campbell might get up on whatever they call that at one point. 248-539-9797. You guys are all ungrateful. I get it. We'll take your calls. People are all fired up. 97 on the ticket.
Guys, you hear Jeff Rieger. Rieger is a Specs grad. As ridiculous as his argument
don't wanna
is,
claim me.
No. As ridiculous as his argument is, he got his start at Specs. You can make it on the radio. If Rieger can, you can too. Trust me on this. Specs can help you get there. Or you know what? You may want to go into television, or you're a graphics design artist. Specs at LTU can help you out. Why? Well, you're going to be taught by people who work in the industry like yours truly. And with the hands-on approach and expert faculty, you're going to learn all the practical skills you need to succeed in today's media industry from day one, starting at Specs at LTU.
So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Go visit the website, ltu.edu/specs. Learn more about the Broadcast Media Arts, Digital Media Arts, and Graphics Communications program taught through Specs at LTU right here in Southfield on the campus of Lawrence Tech. Remember, the website, ltu.edu/specs to learn more. Then make magic by enrolling in Specs at LTU certificate program today.
What should be a great Friday, a celebratory Friday, a fun day at the ballpark tomorrow. Jim Leyland getting his number retired. David and Evan, Rico, I think. No. They don't want his number on the brick wall in left center.
I'm going to say this again. When David originally brought this up to me, I thought it was ridiculous. Leyland deserves to have his number up there, but David brings up a good argument. It's okay. You were a good player and you won a World Series. Not every player who went to the World Series and won, but you did something. So even if it's Willie Horton and you contributed, you did something. Leyland, great manager. You contributed. You changed the culture. You brought back the love for Tiger baseball, but you didn't win a World Series.
Okay, so you just said Willie Horton very quickly. All right, do you believe they made an exception for Willie Horton? Not Hall of Famer, won a World Series, but he was integral with the riots and he was friends with the owner. Do you believe they made an exception for Willie Horton? Did Willie Horton break the standard you speak of? Yes or no?
I believe the standard is World Series, so no, there is no exception because he won a World Series.
I give you credit for using this argument only the way you can use this argument and only include World Series, because you know damn well that Willie Horton is not a Hall of Fame player. He was really important, but he wasn't that important to that team. And he does not deserve to be up there as far as compared to the other guys that are up there. The other guys that are up there for baseball reasons. He isn't as much. So I ask you, did they make an exception? The answer is yes. Do the same thing with Jim Leyland.
Except for the World Series. That's the big point that David and I keep saying to you. There's one common denominator.
Let's go to the phones. Paul and Shelby, you're on the ticket. What's going on, Paul?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Always a pleasure.
Hey, man.
Hey, Paul.
Jeff, I'm on Team Rieger for this reason. The Tigers won their first World Series in 1935.
Correct.
They had been to 4 previous to that. 5 of the names on that wall were all retired by 1935. And they're some of the all-time greats. Cobb, Heilman, Crawford.
Didn't have a number.
Manouche,
Didn't have a number.
and Huey. Oh, is that?
Didn't have a number.
They never won a World Series, David.
What number do you see out there for them? There's no number. That's just a name.
Well, their name, the Cobb's out there. He's out there. His name is out there. But, Paul, you make a good point. Real quick.
All 5 never won a World Series.
Paul, Tigers have been around since 1901. They've been to the playoffs 16 times.
11 pennants, 4 World Series victories.
16 total times to the postseason. Of those 16 times, Jim Leyland is responsible for 4 of those times. Jim Leyland is responsible for a quarter of the playoff appearances from the Detroit Tigers. Yeah, these guys don't want to put him up on the wall, acting like he's some kind of chopped liver here.
Well, let's also not forget that in 2012, when they played at Comerica, they played in a snowstorm. So, what was that, 2-1?
So now we're making excuses?
Wait.
No excuses.
Did the other team have to play in the snowstorm?
No, it was sunny for them.
Okay.
You don't remember?
All right, we're getting off task. The point is, under David's criteria, 5 names have to come down. They did not win a World Series in the Tigers
Do
unit.
those 5 names have numbers out there or just names out there?
See, now, David, you're being unfair, and Paul, it's a fabulous point. It's a fabulous point.
It's just funny. Once again, I'm going to state, I do think his number needs to be retired, but David has brought up an interesting point, whereas it has me thinking like, well, if that's the Tiger standard, then why are they changing their standard?
The organization is 123 years old. Leyland is responsible for a quarter of their playoff appearances.
And how many
you're
World Series?
fighting this.
And how many World Series?
He's been to 2.
How many
Did he win one? I don't remember celebrating on Woodward.
They did win a World Series game, though. If that makes things better.
248-539-9797. Ken, you're on 97.1.
Remember Kenny Rogers and the schmutz on his hand.
Hey, we have guests. Ken, you're on 97.1.
Hi. I can't agree with David more, and here's my reasoning. First of all, I give most of the credit to Dave Dombrowski for bringing the players that he did during Leyland's time. I'm happy the Tigers did so well during that time. It was very exciting. I give Leyland a lot of credit during that time. However, I've been upset with him for years for the World Series, and here's why. In the 2006 World Series, he held out Kenny Rogers, who was supposed to pitch
in Game 5.
in St. Louis.
You're right.
And Rogers had
full day. Yeah, he was on full rest.
20. No, it wasn't for rest.
No, but Ken, he was on full rest. It was Game 5. It was in St. Louis, and Kenny Rogers was in the head of every Cardinals hitter because he had the schmutz on his hand in Game 2. And they had a rain out, so Leyland could have thrown Rogers in Game 5, get the series back to Comerica, go Verlander in Game 6. He never did it. 100% agree with you. That is a big beef of mine as well. What's your second beef? Big Poppy?
Second beef is that they were not only favorites, they were prohibitive favorites in the series against San Francisco, who had a very poor record for the season, and they got blown out 4-0. That, to me, lays a lot on him.
Well, you know what? Or the $1 million hitters that just flat out didn't hit. Ken, I appreciate the call. He was on the morning show today, Leland was, and Costa asked him, why didn't you guys win a World Series? And his response, and I didn't even look this up, but I believe Jim, his best hitters, he said, went 5 for 95. 5 for
awful.
95. Insane.
It was awful. It looked like Little League Baseball, that World Series. Like the team just regressed.
You know what bothers me the most is his record in the World Series. You know how many World Series games I got to see won in his tenure?
1.
Yes,
Yeah,
1.
We just talked about it.
Oh, it kills me, Jeff. It absolutely annihilates me. I am such a baseball fan. Like, Jeff, you said, I've spent so much money on that team and memorabilia and thinking that they were going to be this, that,
Don't
and
you
the third.
think the Leland stuff goes up in value since
Brad
his name's
Ausmus. Okay, how many appearances did Brad Ausmus have in the playoffs?
1.
Just
Yeah.
the one.
1.
Okay.
Yeah, they lost to
So
Baltimore.
he led there.
Yeah. Leland led them to 4 of their 16 total playoff appearances.
And one of their World Series wins all time.
And 2 of their 5 World Series appearances.
And 1 win in those 2.
And Paul brought up a great point of the Cochrans, the Crawfords, the Heilmans, the Jennings, the Manouches. They did not win a World Series.
They also didn't have numbers.
See, that is such a cop-out. I give you credit. You are like, you're Trump right now. You are a great politician right now. That's what you are right now. You have the answer to everything, and it doesn't make sense.
It makes perfect sense.
Let's go to the phone.
He never had huge wins.
Yeah, you know what? I did not realize how entertaining this would be. Evan has come flying in the studio twice.
I've never seen Evan
Paul,
move this quick.
It kills me, Rico.
Paul
I am
Sarah-
41 years old. I have seen 1 game 1 in the World Series, and we're putting his number on the wall.
And yet you want to go after the guy that brought you the World Series. You weren't alive
He
in
didn't
84,
bring me a
were
World
you?
Series.
Were you alive in 84?
Yes, I was.
How old were you?
In a year.
Okay, so you don't remember it. Jim Leland. Without Jim Leland,
Yeah, you know what I
never
remember?
see the playoffs. You never see the World Series.
No, I saw it with Brad Ausmus. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Leland's teams.
No, okay.
Paul Sarah's in for Kenny. Paul, we got the best seat in the house because this is so funny to me.
It is pretty entertaining. Although I will say this to Evan's thing. I do think it was a mistake for Jim Leland's strategy in the World Series to tell all his guys to stop hitting. I do think that was a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, I blame him for that too.
Or what about starting Justin Verlander in Game 1 of 2006?
Yeah,
Great choice, Jim.
Against the Kung Fu Panda,
Yeah.
Pablo Sandoval. That did not work out well.
No, I'm talking about in 06 against the Cardinals
06,
as a
yes.
rookie,
Yes.
and he pitches to Pujols with first base open. What's he do? Hit a home run down the right field line. I remember it like it was yesterday. And
Blame
those
the
memories
skipper,
just
not the
kill
players
me.
making the money. I got you.
Okay, I'm going to say this.
Yeah.
Okay, but then all those players are the reason he was successful. What are you talking about, Jeff? You had how many MVP winners on these teams? 2, right?
Biggie won the MVP.
Yep, so did Justin
and
Verlander.
Verlander won the
you
MVP.
had Cy Youngs.
You did.
Right?
Yes.
Multiple.
Porcello
you had a
won
pitching
one.
staff with David Price and Rick
Doug
Porcello,
Fister and
Doug
Anibal
Fister,
Sanchez.
Max
Yeah.
Scherzer.
Oh, yeah.
You had lineup after lineup.
Yeah, isn't it great?
Prince
But
Fielder,
look what you're
let's
doing.
get you a
Look what
40
you're
home
doing.
run guy.
Look how you reminisce on those times, yet you don't want to give the guy mainly responsible for those times any credit by
No,
putting
you know
him
what
on
I
the wall.
reminisce about? Is that we don't have a ring. I remember in 06 at a Pistons game, those guys wearing their ALCS rings, and it hurt me. It hurt me so bad.
This guy.
I'm 41.
I'm 48.
248-539-9797. Guys, we're going to continue talking about this.
Oh, you want to continue it?
Oh no. Hey, stick around because
Oh.
apparently
yeah,
David struck a chord. Rieger is fighting the good fight. And I want to hear everything that you have to say. Would you let me finish?
No.
248-539-9797. I'm trying to give you a compliment. You don't get many of those, do you? You don't know how to handle it, do you?
Listen to me. I have the silver bullet coming up next.
97-1.
David's going down. All righty. We'll go back to the calls. It's quite a fired up Friday. A fired up floral Friday. 248-539-9797. Yes. What? Go to the calls after the blitz.
So let's have a little fun here, guys. I have a list of every NFL, MLB, and NBA stadium. They are ranked here from 1 to 90.
So wait, every
NFL, Major League Baseball, and NBA arena.
Okay.
Ranked
hockey.
from 1 to 90. Yeah, no hockey.
Typical. Kenny's not here. The hockey's not represented.
Exactly. You know, they don't need to be represented here. So let's go through this here. I want to give you guesses on where you think Comerica Park is first.
Top 90. So it made the list.
Yeah,
Well,
they're all-
everybody, but everybody.
they're all
gets-
there,
everybody-
yeah.
So everybody gets an award. Comerica, 80.
Well, I heard.
I'm going to go 80.
Yeah, I heard Comerica was very high on the list, but then they put Leland's number up there, and it obviously went way down on the list. That's what I heard. I got Comerica at 84.
Oh, I see what you did, but that's Tiger Stadium.
Yeah. Oh, no, you're right. But actually, I don't love Comerica. I don't love the seating. I've never loved the seating at
Maybe you
Comerica.
should put them at 2006 or 2012.
Oh, they never won the World Series.
Maybe put them on at 68. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give you another try because you're way off.
Oh.
You're in the
okay.
80s. It's below or better than 50.
Oh.
It's better than 50.
Wow.
47.
36.
It is 22.
Whoa.
Of every stadium in, this is North America?
Yeah.
Correct?
Yeah.
Wow.
MLB, NFL, and NBA.
Did they say
my
why?
Gosh.
No, it's
I
just,
guess-
just a list here.
It's rather arbitrary.
It's what it is it's ranked by average review rating on Yelp, Google, TripAdvisor, and Facebook.
Okay. So the
that's-
people have spoken.
They
I
have
guess those Little
spoken.
Caesar slices mean something. They just mean a little more here in Detroit.
It's those daiquiris that all the Tiger fans go to drink.
The Coney Dog Pizza.
That Rico
Okay.
talks about all the time.
See? I told you.
You're
People
right.
like going down to
You're
the game.
right.
Wow.
It's not like the team's been good. So, yeah, that's interesting.
Correct. It is interesting. So let's go move over to Little Caesars Arena for the Pistons.
Oh, the Pistons.
Where do they rank?
90.
No, their attendance is actually kind of wildly good. I'm going to go 54.
Honorable mention.
Wait, they have to be a pro team to be on the list, don't they? You're right. Not on the list. Trick question.
The Mudhens is better than FCA. No, there are 75.
75
So
out of
15,
90.
15 places are worse.
I heard
Yes.
Callahan was higher than LCA for Pistons games. People hanging out with Cookie Moore.
Oh.
Ford Field.
Oh, Ford Field is probably okay. Can I ask the question? Is Ford Field ranked better than Comerica Park?
Worse.
Whoa.
Wow.
I'm just curious the time span of this list. What are we talking? It's not just
Well,
for
you know
last
what?
year.
But see, yeah, I was about to say if it was last year,
Then yes, it'd be high.
we're caught up prisoners of the moment. I will say Ford Field, in honor of your Detroit Tigers, Rieger, 68.
I will go 76 in honor of Jeff Backus.
I am going to give you another try. It is better than 50.
Oh. I will go in honor of Leonard Thompson, 39.
In honor
What
of
are we doing here? I love it, though.
in honor of Chester Earl Lemon, 34.
It is 43.
Wow. They like our stadium.
It is 43. Well, it's used in a lot of things. I see a lot of promotions with the NFL with their
Right.
stadium behind it. So, number 90. You probably won't be surprised by this. Commanders Field.
Okay.
Oakland is right there at 89.
Yeah, I was about to
So,
say, Oakland's got to be right.
You got to have a field.
Yeah, they don't even have a home. They're homeless currently. That's a good point.
90 Commanders Field. I mean, I would imagine so. Remember a few years back when that railing fell.
Falling apart. Yeah, and Jalen Hurts like saved half the crowd.
Correct. So that makes sense. 89 Oakland Coliseum. Kind of surprised by the next two here. 88 is Allegiant Stadium. The brand new stadium for the Raiders is at 88.
Well, the team sucks.
And then Levi Stadium's at 87.
Really?
Okay.
That's your people, Rico.
Well, I mean, both are like Levi Stadium's out in the middle of nowhere. So it's an hour and a half from San Francisco to get there. So I could only imagine. I mean, imagine traveling the Detroit Lions located in Battle Creek.
Right.
So it's not quite the same. But, I mean, for the Raiders, maybe it's just, getting there. It's right on the strip. Probably not good access to get in. It's weird that a brand new stadium.
Correct.
But Levi, it's not easy to get there, which is one of the reasons why I haven't made it out to that stadium yet because,
Here's another one that may surprise you. At 85 is SoFi Stadium.
I was going to say, SoFi is so much easier to get.
Yeah.
It's 3 miles from the airport.
Exactly.
So.
Yeah, that kind of doesn't surprise me considering nobody cares about the teams that play there.
That may be why.
But SoFi,
I mean, they had 4 people at their celebration.
SoFi is still, I like how it's set up. It's indoor and / outdoor. I mean, they just had this big empty spot of land and they built the stadium. I mean, it's state of the art. I mean, it's like Northwestern's football stadium is supposed to be a minier version of that, but wow.
Yeah, so I'm going to go through the top 10, but what surprised me is I gave you basically the bottom 5. 86
let me
was
guess
Golden
one in the top 10.
I'm going to guess
Hold
10.
on, before we get there, because they name a stadium at 84, an arena rather, that hasn't even been open yet. They haven't played a game yet, haven't had a concert yet. It's Intuit Dome. That's going to be the Clippers' new arena. It's ahead of SoFi, Levi, Allegiant, Oakland, and Commanders Field, and nothing's been played there yet.
Well, it's not like they have a lot to live up to.
I still don't understand why the Clippers are getting their own arena.
Because they want to be separate from the Lakers. They want to have their own
Then
stuff.
move. Go back to San Diego.
They're moving to Intuit Dome. Let's do the top 10. You got to guess.
Staples Center or whatever, crypto or whatever it's called. Staples Center, the Forum.
It is not.
What about
in the top 10? It is 26.
Number 1, Fenway.
Fenway is not in. It's not number 1. It's number 7.
Okay.
Most overrated basketball arena ever, Madison Square Garden.
Madison Square Garden is not in the top 10. Madison Square Garden is number 27.
What about Wrigley?
Wrigley is in the top 10. It is number 8. So let me give you
Yankee Stadium.
Yankee Stadium is not in the top 10.
Boy, wow.
What about Lambeau?
Lambeau is number 1.
Lambeau's number 1. Bastard
Number
Packers.
1. So number 10 would be Target Field.
Oh, okay.
The Jerry Dome?
The Jerry Dome is not in the top 10.
You know what? I quit. I'm just
the Jerry Dome, real quick. I'm looking through the list.
What about
Yankee Stadium, by the way, is 37.
What about Camden Yards?
Camden Yards
Or Yard.
is number 3.
All right. I feel the baseball parks are going to be top 10 because they're unique.
You know what? Truist Park, I know it's going to be wrong, but screw it. Truist Park.
Truist Park is not in the top 10.
Kind of figured it wasn't.
All right.
Oh, Dodger Stadium.
Dodger
That's
Stadium is not in the
All right, I
top
quit.
10.
It's old. It's old,
just
Rico.
quit.
Dallas AT&T Stadium is 24. So let me give you the top 10. I gave
Okay,
you 10.
one
Target
more.
Field. No.
Okay, sorry.
Casillas Center, which is where the Heat play, that's number 9. Wrigley Field is number 8. Fenway is number 7. Where Seattle plays is number 6.
Ooh,
Lumen
that's a nice
Field.
place.
Oracle Park, number 5. Busch Stadium, number 4. You got Camden Yards at 3. PNC Park at number 2.
Ooh, it's nice. It's very nice.
It's very small. And then Lambeau Field.
It's a great list. I like that. And Detroit did pretty well, I feel.
Yeah, with having 22 and 43, 2 in the top 50 out of 90. That's not bad.
And no hockey.
Well, we'll see if that ever becomes a ranking. That is your Blitz.
Brought to you by Lady Jane's. Walking anytime, 10 to 8, 7 days a week. It's wicked awesome. The Lions ended their first full week of training camp with a scrimmage in Allen Park this morning. A little bit of reporting from the facility. Hendon Hooker apparently outplayed Nate Sudfeld as the two battle for the backup QB job. Jake Bates missed multiple field goals and an extra point, and Aiden Hutchinson and Aleem McNeil were reportedly unblockable. Earlier this morning, right here on 97.1, Costa and Jansen asked Derek Barnes about his goals for the new season. The Lions' first preseason game next Thursday against the Giants. That is also at the Giants. Tigers look to even up their series with the Royals at Comerica Park tonight. Tarek Skubal gets the ball for Detroit, looking for win number 13 on the season. Talented young lefty Cole Reagans goes for KC. That first pitch tonight, 6:40 right here on 97.1. And over at the Olympics in Paris today, men's soccer is out after losing 4-0 to Morocco in the quarterfinals. The mixed women's and men's 4x4 set a new world record in qualifying, and women's water polo is headed to the quarterfinals looking for a 4th straight gold medal. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Absolutely despicable indeed. I like the really slow, scary voice. Hour number 2, 3 o'clock hour. Everybody's calmed down, I think. We argued, and we're still doing it because people still want to talk. Jim Leland getting his number 10 retired on the wall, at the brick wall at Comerica tomorrow. David Hull says does not deserve it. It cheapens the wall. Everybody on that wall has won a World Series, he said. That's the Detroit Tigers standard. I said, David, you're wrong about this because what Leland does is represent a time in Detroit baseball that brought everybody together, brought the electricity to the city. We wouldn't care about baseball if it wasn't for Jim Leland and the players and the executives and everything that happened from 06 to 13. So does Jim Leland deserve the honor of 248-539-9797? Now, I want to give kudos to David, but I also want to point out how he's playing unfair. Then we'll go back to the calls. Because I think it was Paul and Shelby called up. And he brought up the names on the wall, like George Kell. George Kell had a number. George Kell in Detroit never won a World Series, but he wore 21, he wore 15, but it just says Kell on the wall. So Kell, great third baseman, great radio and TV man, never won a World Series, which goes against David's standard, right? But yet he's on the wall, but Jim Leland can't be on the wall.
Wait.
But yet you're saying because
the number on the wall.
That's so stupid. No, the number is not on the wall, but his name is on the wall. He never won a World Series. So why can't Leland be there?
So maybe just put Leland on the wall.
There you go. Great compromise.
Oh, you're good with
no
that?
number, Leland.
Just Leland.
The man's name is on the wall.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So put Leland on the wall, and it holds true.
So you just want to allow other people to wear number 10?
If the yes. But if you're going to change the standard to World Series and or Hall of Famer, then just tell me. But I haven't been told that.
They never told you about a standard to begin with. You're just
everyone on there has a World Series.
Except for George Kell.
No number.
Who doesn't? So silly. And by the way, you are weakening. You are weakening in hour number 2. I knew you could not keep up this fight. All right, let's bust out some calls. Rico, by the way, is the best seat in the house. He's just enjoying it. He doesn't have to take one side or the other. He just likes us ripping on each other.
Take this to 610.
No, we're not going to do that. I'm already exhausted. Bill on a cell, you're on the ticket. What's going on, Billy?
Not much, but let me just start with your concern about Horton being on the wall. Horton won a World Series, but for him making a perfect throw to the plate in Game 5 in the '68 World Series to stop. I think it was Gibson coming in. They wouldn't have won that World Series. Okay, they would have been
Brock?
Or Lou Brock. I'm sorry. Second, okay, Mayo Smith, who managed that team from a 3-1 deficit, is not on that wall. Has a World Series. Mickey Lolich, who pitched 3 complete games and hit a home run in the '68 World Series,
not a Hall of Famer.
Is not up there. That's not the standard you're using. The standard I thought we were using was whether or not they had a World Series.
That's David's standard. George Kell is up there, never won a World Series.
Yeah, but Kell was also a broadcaster. That's an apple and oranges argument.
Well, there's other guys up there that don't have a number but have never won a World Series. I don't believe Minush ever won a World Series.
And again, I mean, with all due respect to you, a lot of those are just strawman arguments. Let's go to Leland, and I agree with the caller that said, first off, I respect Jim Leland. I really enjoyed him when he was a manager here. I think he is one of the great managers, and that deserves to be in the Hall of Fame. But in Detroit, okay, he had 2 chances at a World Series and won only 1 game, including with that pitching staff that he had in 2012. And the caller that said before, if his name is on the wall, that's the first thing I'm going to remember when I see it. And it's one thing that I've said for years before this issue came up of them wanting to put his name on the wall was that, I understand what he did when he was here and he turned the Tigers around and all that stuff. But it was like, you got to remember, okay, 2 chances in 6 or 7 years, and he could only win 1 game with the talent that he had. I just don't think that warrants him being up on that wall.
Thank you, Bill. A lot of people agree with you. Never thought this would be so polarizing.
No. But maybe the compromise is just Leland. Put Leland up on the wall.
I fail to understand why it's such a big deal that the 10 would go up with it.
No. How is that just not the perfect compromise?
But why? Explain it to me.
It's
why is
Tigers,
it more important or less important?
It looks like the Tiger standard is if you didn't win a World Series, but you contributed a lot to the team, we put your name up there. If you did both, you get your name and number. To me, that's how it looks. Okay, Rieger, that's the Tigers. That's not me.
The reason a Cal's number isn't up there is simply because he wore like 5 different numbers. So you want to put Leland up there, but you want to cheapen it. Is what you want to do. Like David believes Leland's existence on the wall cheapens the wall. You just want to cheapen him by saying, yeah, Jimmy, we'll give you the name. No. Hell, you know what? You're lucky if we spell it correctly.
No, it's not cheapening. It's not cheapening at all. You still celebrate him. You still honor him. Every time you go out there, you see his name, and you say, wow, you know what? I remember the times. But his number should still be used.
It is amazing, the fight you get into in sports radio, isn't it? Let's go to Pat. Rico just shaking his head. Pat on a cell. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Pat?
Just having this conversation with Gov.
Hi, guys.
Hey, Pat.
Good to hear your voices. What's been lost, if I haven't heard it already, is Leland's contribution to the '84 team. From the minor leagues to mentoring Kirk Gibson from the day he flew in as a draft pick.
It's a great point, Pat. Fabulous point.
Big piece being lost that I didn't want to go by, and wish you guys luck. Enjoy the show.
No,
Thank you.
Pat, it's almost like a Lifetime Achievement Award, too, because the dude, and again, he was on the morning show. Go check out the interview on the Odyssey Rewind. He's been in the organization since the 60s. No, he left to take the Pirates job and the Marlins job, and Colorado was kind of a bust.
He left to go win a World Series elsewhere.
No, because he wasn't ready to be a skipper here. And then he got his chance, and I don't think he disappointed. You want more of these, Rico?
Let's go.
Okay, great. Matt on a cell. I'm exhausted at 3:09. Hello, Matt. How are you?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic.
I am just wanted to call. I was kind of probably beating a dead horse a little bit, but I'm 33 years old, born in 1990. So obviously, as you know, I probably did not care at all about baseball. I couldn't name a single player from any of the teams when I was growing up. I have no memories of Tiger Stadium whatsoever. And I agree with you. Like, Leland did a ton for the city, brought a ton of money back to the city, I mean, you guys are aware, he's countless achievements to the city, but I agree with everybody else that he still shouldn't be up on that wall.
Rieger?
All I think about when I see that name is going to be the magic from Maglio when I was a kid.
I got you. So should Maglio get his number retired?
I feel like Maglio deserves it more than Leland does.
Maglio had like 4 really good seasons in Detroit, kind of failed off a little bit. Listen, Matt, I get what everybody's saying. I do. But again, if you got to pick one guy, and if you look at the Tigers organization as a whole, and I said this already, but I'll say it again, they are 123 years old. They've been to the playoffs 16 times. Leland is responsible for a quarter of those appearances. It's a big deal what he did.
How much is Leland paying?
I mean, I think that says a lot more about other managers than it does about Leland. I mean, that shows more about our history than it does anything. In 123 years, we're not.
So
we're
let me
not
get this
good
straight.
enough to.
Just trash the rest of the organization. Don't give the one guy that did great things any credit, right?
Oh, I'm not saying don't give him any credit. He is my skipper. I would walk up to that man. I would give him a hug and I would shake his hand. Like I love that
I think
man.
what Matt is saying is the bar is kind of low.
Thank you, Matt.
So
248-539-9797.
Here's the thing.
Yeah, tell me the thing.
If you guys want to keep talking about this, hold the line. We will take your phone calls. But we do want to talk some Detroit Lions. We will get into this next because to me, what's going on at Lions training camp, it's kind of funny. Some people are upset, but I don't think you should be. I'll explain it next. 97.1.
It's amazing. Whoever from this station, next time one of you guys is out, works the afternoon show, I'm going to tell them, counsel them.
What?
Don't say anything.
What?
I mean, you guys got me saying I was a racist the other day. Even though I'm not.
Yeah.
There it is. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. The Leland stuff is still out there. Tomorrow he gets his number 10 retired, never to be worn again, on the wall at Comerica Park. But Rico, Lions training camp is going on. They had a scrimmage today.
Yeah.
People are dunking on Jake Bates. The kicker they wanted from the Panthers is now missing field goals.
Yeah, because they got enamored. He hit some 60-yard field goals here in Ford Field. And
damn near 70.
UFL games. And you were like, okay, we have our own Justin Tucker. We got that guy who could be the difference maker. And now he can't. Like, he's very inconsistent. And if you really looked at his UFL days, he was inconsistent there as well. He was just hitting long field goals. But now, as much as people love you, man, they're starting. Lions fans are starting to get into panic mode. I just thought it was funny because it's not like you have a coach who likes to kick field goals anyway. So
right.
Why are you so upset? Why are you panicking? Why are you freaking out?
Kicker. They're panicking because you want to trust your kicker if you get in a situation like the NFC title game next year.
But the real thing about the Detroit Lions is this.
Yeah.
The first preseason game was last night, and it was kind of weird watching that kickoff. And
I dug it.
It's going to take some getting used to because it's almost like it seems like the computer is freezing. Like you're playing a video game and all your guys just froze. Like, okay, why aren't they moving? Okay, there they go. Now they're moving. The guy said it feels like a running play to them. So NFL preseason football is happening. Lions training camp is going on. The season is not that far away. But I do have a question for Lions fans. This upcoming season, are you comfortable? Do you feel good about this team? Now, I know you expect Super Bowl, but deep down, when you're in your room, when you're in your man cave, when you're driving in the car, does this upcoming season make you feel a little bit uncomfortable because things are going so well here in Detroit and you kind of feel like, man, I'm not used to this. I don't know how to handle this. I don't know really what to do next. I don't know what to do with my hands. Like, I don't know. This is all new territory for you. Does it give you the feeling of being uncomfortable? You're beloved. The nation loves you. You're all over. People love your coach. Your GM is a genius. Your draft picks are hitting. Heck, you got people ranked real high in the NFL top 100 for the first time ever. You got multiple people up there.
Deep as hell.
Right. Like everything is going so well for you. Does it make you feel a little uncomfortable?
It's a great question. And I know people immediately are going to jump and say, yeah, dummy. Of course I'm confident. I mean, hell, you say
I didn't say confident. I just say, are you uncomfortable just knowing?
Right. But I think people are comfortable. I do because just from the prediction game, right? I had him winning 10 games. Some people had him winning 11 games, and people got angry. Like, how dare you not predict us to win at least 12 or 13? But I'm just going to give you my own personal mindset and tell me if maybe I'm the lunatic here. But I think the Lions are great. And I think they have a legitimate chance to go to the Super Bowl and win the whole damn thing. I think they're deep. I think the only thing we're really arguing about is like a kicker or a third receiver. The only real negative story I've heard out of camp is that Matthew Betts, the Canadian D lineman, not playing all that great. Duh. Okay, big deal. He's a free agent.
Think about it. New territory that we're talking about a Canadian defensive lineman and your kicker.
Right.
Like, we're not talking about your quarterback situation, your running back. We're not talking about anything of major things. It's like, you're one of the halves now.
Even Levi Onwuzurike, a guy we all wrote off, apparently is playing great football early on. But here's what I feel like. And again, feel free to call me like a lunatic. Because of the history, I admit this, because I grew up here and I've watched this team kick me in the you-know-what year after year after year, I feel like I'm Nancy from Nightmare on Elm Street. And I finally got rid of Freddy. He's no longer in kids' dreams anymore. No longer. Freddy Krueger's dead, man. And I'm walking one last time to home because I want to take a nap. Because I can finally go to sleep without Freddy showing up. And at the very end of the movie, you see those damn claws. And Freddy's back, kids. Freddy's back. That's kind of what I feel like. Like, I know in my brain they're a good football team. And they should do wonderful things this year as long as they stay healthy. But the history in me, I think, for a while, I'm going to feel like this.
Of not winning 10 or more seasons
How about
back to back?
Never. They've never had double-digit win seasons in back-to-back years, ever in the history of the organization. But yes, I admit it. I have this unsettling feeling like all the good things are going to come crashing down, like they always have. And I know I shouldn't think this way, but I wonder how many Lions fans actually think this way.
248-539-9797. Are you feeling a little uncomfortable? Not saying you're not confident in your team, but this is that moment where when you're by yourself, you're not with your fellas, you're not with your kids, but just by yourself, and you just have that idle thought driving in the car. You see this upcoming season, and you almost feel like, okay, things are going so well. I'm not used to this, and is it like Jeff said? Are you feeling like you're being set up for something that you just don't see it yet? There's a rake that you're about to step on that you just don't see the rake, but it's there.
1, 2, Freddy's after you. 3, 4, better shut the door. Do you remember this?
I do.
5, 6, get a crucifix. Yeah, that's what I feel like. I'm
Unless
not lying.
you're Jew-ish, then it doesn't matter.
Jew-ish. But 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number. Does all the good talk about the Lions freak you out just the slightest bit? Because me, I admit it. I want to talk to the average Lions fan that has been here their whole lives, that has watched this team their whole lives, that has gone down with the ship their entire life. And now you look at 2 years ago and this last year, and you're hoping.
Yeah.
And you're thinking
this
is going to be a great team.
It doesn't make you less of a fan. I'm just asking, are you uncomfortable? Are you just a little concerned with all the pats on the back and how much people are saying that you're a different team, that you're just like, you know what? I kind of like the fact when everybody wrote us off. I kind of like the fact when we were under the radar. I don't like the fact of being that team. It's not to say that you're not a fan. It's not to say that you don't believe in your team. I'm just asking, are you uncomfortable with this situation because you haven't been there before? And can you just be honest? Or you know what? You're going to say, Rico, you're crazy, and I'm embracing this. It's all good. We're moving forward. 17-0. Let's go. 248-539-9797.
You know what it's like? It's like you don't want it to end. You just got used to things being amazing. And you don't want it to end. But I think your point of when you're alone, not by your boys, when you're just thinking about football, do thoughts of yesteryear creep into your mind? Do negative thoughts like, oh my goodness. But the other thing too is if you do feel like I feel, if you feel like some Lions fans might feel, like the other shoe's going to drop, like Freddy Krueger's after you, like he's not really dead, what is the biggest worry about this team? Because I'll give it to the Lions. It's hard to pick out something real tangible that you're really freaked out about because they've done such a good job building this thing.
Yeah. That right now we're worried about the kicker and the kicking situation. And honestly, if I'm a Lions fan, I really wouldn't panic about the kicker. You'll find one, but you don't use them. Because think about it. 3rd and 15, you may run the ball, try to get to about 4th and 5, and you're going for it. You're not kicking a 37-yard field goal. So what does it matter if he can make it or not?
Like the latest story I saw on social media was one of those predictions grading out offensive lines. And they had 4 different categories. And the first category was elite. The second category was the little muscle emoji. And it was like really, really good offensive line. There was one O-line in all of football that was elite. It was the Detroit Lions. The reason I bring it up is because there's been stories like that all offseason. Everything. Jameson Williams is now not just good. He's borderline great. Ben Johnson the other day. There's nothing he can't do.
J-Mo may be borderline psychopath.
Oh, you see the stuff he eats?
Yeah.
Did you see, David, did you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
My God.
Okay, J-Mo may be borderline psychopath. You know, it's good to have the digestive system and metabolism of a young man like that. Because
okay. Is he eating candy?
No, much worse.
Like the an egg sickle.
What?
Dude, it's literally
it's a fried. It looks like a fried egg,
in a popsicle.
Frozen in a popsicle.
Yeah, it's a clear popsicle. And so the popsicle is just ice. So I would assume it has no flavor to it. And then when you get to the middle of the popsicle, it's a raw egg.
See, you're right,
That's
Rico. It's great to be young.
encapsulated.
It is great to be young.
And then it's like some other thing with I think some meal with
Well, that was
flaming
from
hot
last year.
Cheetos crushed on top of it.
Macaroni and flaming hot Cheetos. That
Yeah.
looks good, actually. And then last year, he put the blizzard on the hamburger. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Yeah,
now,
so-
people have been doing that kind of weird stuff. That's like the French fry and the frosting.
Right. Yeah,
I've
similar.
seen that before. But that egg sickle, you may be a psychopath. You may be a killer, a real killer.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Here's the question. Are you really that comfortable? I mean, it's such a great question because I think Lions fans are going to fill the lines, and they already are. They're going to say, oh my God, shut up, idiots. We are comfortable. But in those moments when you're by yourself, just you and maybe you're on the potty or something, are you thinking it can't happen again?
Are things going too good?
Right. This makes me just uncomfortable.
Yeah.
97 won the ticket. 97 The Ticket. Talking a little Lions football. The Jim Leland stuff is out there as well on a Friday. David, do we have any ticket text? And we'll get to some calls. Are you a little uncomfortable with how great things are going at Lions training camp?
Not worried at all. Totally different team, since the common denominator for a crappy team for the 6 years was William Clay Ford. Tom in Detroit says, not everyone is comfortable with where the Lions are. Rico, you and David are skeptical about how well they will do. Rieger has them finishing at 10-7 and losing the division to the Packers. Do you have them losing to the Packers?
I do.
All right. Makes sense. I am 62 years old, Lion fan, and I prefer to be the underdog. Signed, Carl from Milan.
I think there's something to that.
I think some people like being the underdog because there is no pressure on the underdog. You're not supposed to win. Here's the thing, Detroit, you're supposed to win. You're supposed to win your division. You're supposed to be in the NFC Championship game again, which means that any slip up, anything that does not happen and get you at least back to the championship game, I hate to say it, makes your season a failure.
Yeah. No, I remember.
Now you can say, well, we won 13 games. Did you get knocked out in the first round of the playoffs? Yes, failure.
I remember doing the show. I filled in for Cookies. I was with Jansen, and I said I got him at 10-7. And Jansen got pissed at me. Because I got him at 14 wins, and Tom had him at 14 wins. But I asked John, I'm like, is it real? Is the target on your back thing real, or is that just media talk? He's like, oh, no, definitely real. When you become the hunter instead of the hunted. When teams in the offseason game plan for your team.
Rieger, I call it you're now a circle game, which means when the teams look at the schedule, they circle Detroit. We got to get prepared for Detroit. We got to come up with new plays, new game plans, new offensive plays and defensive plays. We got to try to figure out how to beat this team. There is no, we're going to rest some starters. We're going to rest some guys. We're going to get people healthy. Case in point, you don't believe me? Let's just say that Jahmyr Gibbs was injured and you're playing the Carolina Panthers. Guess what, folks? He's probably not going to play in that game. Why? You don't need him. You're going to get everybody's best punch for 17 weeks. At least, and in the playoffs. But all throughout the season, all those teams that you're thinking, oh, we can beat this team, you're going to get their very best punch. You probably will beat them, but it's going to be a battle week in and week out. You're now going to find out what it's like to be the Kansas City Chiefs. You're going to find out what it's like to be those top elite teams because you're there now.
Like, I'll be honest with you. I think if there's one guy that will make sure this team doesn't rest on their laurels, read their press clippings, it's Dan Campbell. I am so sold on that guy, maybe not so much with the game management, but with just the culture that he's built. Like, I was watching Good Morning Football, and they were all saying the same thing, like Kyle Brandt, and who's the other guy on that? I'm drawing a blank on his name.
Peter Schrager,
yeah. And they had Gronk on today, pretty funny. But anyway, they both agreed. They're like, the one thing that could derail the Lions is reading their own press clippings, which is something I don't think they're going to do.
But see, here's the thing, though. Coaches coach, players play. You could sit there. It's like Rieger as a parent. You could tell your daughter what to do and what not to do, but until she actually learns the lesson her own self, it's like, I told you not to do that.
Oh, my daughter learns. Oh. The motto in the Rieger family, you're allowed one mistake, can't make the same mistake twice. What, you don't believe
I could say something there.
I could too, David. And you know what? It's personal growth on your part and mine. We're going to move on. Going to go to the phone lines.
I don't know what you could possibly say.
JP, you're on 97.1.
Great dad and parent.
Hey, guys.
Hey.
JP here from London again.
Hey, man.
London, Ontario, not London, England. Just want to clarify that.
Oh, okay. I thought you were in London, England. Okay.
Yeah, that would have been more exciting for me, JP.
Sorry, I grew up with family ancestry is Scottish, so I wouldn't be London, England to begin with.
JP, real quick, you got us on speakerphone? If you do, can you take us off?
Sure. All right, done.
Oh, so much better.
Wow, that sounds great.
Sorry. Actually, I had it on Bluetooth. Maybe that was the issue. So about the Lions. I grew up a Montreal Canadiens fan. I grew up a Toronto Blue Jays fan. I grew up a Montreal Expos fan, and then when I moved to Windsor, I continued to grow up being a Red Wings fan, a Tigers fan, and a Lions fan.
Great choices.
From the Niners. Well, I switched from the Niners, which were my parents' team, to the Lions because I just didn't want to be the Niners anymore because I didn't like my dad. So that's a whole other stuff. So Niners are still okay.
Get into some stuff.
Oh, yeah. So the thing is about these Lions, I've watched teams succeed. I've watched teams fail. The one thing about this team is they're doing the same thing that the Red Wings did in the early 2000s. They're doing what the Blue Jays did back in the early 90s. They did what the Montreal Canadiens did back in the 80s and 90s. They're drafting well. They're developing well. They've brought in good coaching staff. They're keeping their guys. They're taking care of the guys they need to, and they're not just throwing money at the wall. Now, the Red Wings did throw a bunch of money at the wall to win some of those Stanley Cups, so I lose that argument there. But this team is being built the right way. They're taking the time to put all the pieces together. They're building it from the inside up. And I've seen teams that have won Stanley Cups, seen teams that have won World Series and stuff like that. And this is how they've done it. And so I want to be the team that everyone hunts, because it means that you're at the top of the mountain. You're not halfway up the mountain. You're not looking to get up the mountain. You're there. And that's where I want this team to be.
JP, that's a great point. No, that is a fantastic point. Yeah. Because it's one thing to think about it from my negative slant, I guess, which is like, oh, man, what's going to go wrong? Oh, man, Freddie's behind me. Oh, man, somebody's going to get me. But JP is so dead on. If people are chasing you, that means you're close. And we've never been close.
Oh, that's it. That's why I said you're the hunted. You're the circle game. People are going to give you their best shot. Why? You're standing in their way. You're not the Carolina Panthers where they can take a day off and still beat you.
Let's go to Charles, Southfield. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Charles? How are you, bud?
Hey, that was a great call. Hats off to you, JP. I've been watching the Lions since '61. Guys like Joe Don Looney and Bill Plum moved away for 10 years, came back 15, 20 years ago. Told my buddies a couple of years ago, before the start of the 22 season, that the Lions would contend in 23 and go to the Super Bowl in 24. So my butt is on the line. Having said all that, I am definitely, now that my butt is on the line, you have to be nervous. You're confident, like JP said, you got the right pieces. But things can go wrong. It's not going to be automatic. Just because you won 12 last year and just because you got to the championship game doesn't mean you automatically take that next step and go to the Super Bowl.
It's not a rite of passage.
Yeah, exactly. I think they're capable. I think they have a great shot to do it, but you have to be a prudent.
I think we lose
Charles. Charles, you're breaking up. Charles,
yeah,
if you're,
Charles, you were breaking up, Charles. Go ahead.
I'm just curious, what's the big sticking point, though? Because we went from one caller that said, I love where we're at. We're the hunted, we're close, Super Bowl potentially. Then Charles is like more like me, I feel, which is like, damn, I've been through this before. I feel the negative. I feel the past.
Well, he said he's been there for, since 61?
Yeah. Long time.
Yeah.
Long time. But I wonder what's the one thing that freaks him out? Or is it just being a Lions fan for his entire life?
I think for a guy like that who's been following the team so long, you know the history that you don't follow up a good year with another good year.
Do you ever think you'll lose this feeling? Like, let's say the Lions go off and roll out 3 Super Bowls. They go to 3 Super Bowls. They win back-to-back Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Like, do you ever think you lose this feeling like somebody's chasing you?
Yeah, you do. Because,
It'd be nice.
You know,
I don't like
you know
it.
what you become? You become Boston Red Sox fan. For years, it was the curse of the babe and all of this, and then they start winning World Series. You think they care about that anymore? No.
Can I ask you a quick question? Do you believe, honest answer, do you believe Red Sox fans a little bit miss the bitching and the whining about never being able to win? I mean, that was who they were. That was their culture. That was their identity.
No, but you know who does? Cubs fans. Because that was their identity. The lovable losers. And they won a World Series.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number, 97 won the ticket.
111. Yep.
'97 won the ticket. How about some more football? Football today.
So, guys, we're going to do this in a different way here. It is quarterback rankings in the NFL, all 32 starters. But what we're going to do here is this Madden style. So all 32 quarterbacks' Madden ratings came out today. So where do you think Jared Goff ranked?
Madden rankings. Boy, I've been bad at this all day. So, Rieger, I'm going to let you go first.
Madden rankings. Like, obviously, Lamar and Mahomes are 1 and 2, and they're probably like 99 both, right? Is there anybody ever 100? Probably not, right?
No, I don't think so.
Never
99
100.
is the highest.
Yeah, 99 would be the highest.
Like Christian McCaffrey, running backs, is 99.
All right, I will go Jared Goff is...
We got to guess the number?
His
ranking
not his
number?
ranking.
But where he
is where he ranks within the 32.
Yeah, I'm gonna go 9. 9 for Goff.
I'm going to go 14 for Goff.
So the worst quarterback ranking, I'm gonna make you wait. The first quarterback ranking, Will
Bryce
Levis.
Young. Oh.
Will Levis is ranked 72nd in Madden. He is the worst ranked starting quarterback on the game.
What's his ranking? Do you have that?
72 overall.
Oh, it's 72 overall.
Yep,
That's not that
72
bad.
overall.
It's like a C-. I would take that in high school.
What's interesting here is they have this guy listed. He's not a starter, though.
Justin Fields.
Joe Flacco.
Oh.
At 31. He's 72 overall.
And he's like 58.
Mm-hmm.
Age-wise.
All right, I won't let you wait anymore. Here is Jared Goff. Number 13.
Okay.
Close.
He is number 13
His video
on the
game.
list.
14.
All right, can we guess the number that he's ranked?
His ranking?
Yes.
Sure.
All right, I'm going to go, he's got to be not very mobile.
I'm going to go 83.
Yeah, I was thinking, you stole my number, actually.
You should have went
I'm
first.
going to go 86.
You went the wrong way. It's 82.
Oh, damn it, I was thinking about that.
Should have went Price is Right.
Oh, nicely done. Nicely done.
He is ranked, his rating is 82 in Madden. So let's just deal with who's around him.
All right.
It's kind of interesting here.
So who is better and worse than Jared Goff?
So I'm going to go
Madden?
the two under him and the two above him. So 15, Jordan Love.
Wow.
Rating is 81 in Madden. 81 as well. Who's 14th? CJ Stroud.
Wow. So, okay. So they're not going to reward them like we are.
Right, one hit
and
wonders,
extrapolate
essentially.
them. They're saying, yeah,
Yes.
you had a good year, do it again.
If I gave you those three quarterbacks, Stroud, Love, and Goff, and you could choose which one you wanted, who would most people choose?
Who would most people choose outside
Not
the
just
city
Lions
of Detroit?
fans. Yes, Lions fans are choosing Goff.
Well, Jared Goff versus, the world.
You got to
Joe
choose Stroud,
Montana,
right?
Right. No, I would probably take Love.
Love, okay.
Here's why. Because Love has been around longer. He's been groomed, and I think he's ready. CJ Stroud hit the ground running, but now what happens when teams catch up to him?
That's just the impressive thing to me, though.
So no, that's what I'm saying. So if I had to gamble, I would take Love because he's been slow played and slowly brought along, and now it's his time.
So the two just in front of Jared Goff at 12, Matthew Stafford.
They're just trolling.
Rated 83.
Wait, who came up with these, Kelly?
This is
Hold on, the EA people. EA, it's in the game. Well, hold on a second because it's interesting. Because do you remember when the NFL executive list came out? I think it was last week. Goff was the second best NFC quarterback. Stafford was the best NFC quarterback and like 6th or 7th overall. So this is now two publications, if you will, that are going Stafford over Goff.
And the NFL Top 100. I think Stafford was ranked better.
I think he is
than
better.
Goff.
Yeah.
So it begs the question. I can give you Stafford or Goff. Who are you taking? As a Lions fan.
Oh, as a Lions fan, you're going to take Goff because he got you something that Stafford could never do.
Stafford had his chance.
And I mean, if I had to pick between the two, I would take Goff only because I think Goff has more years than Stafford.
I would go Stafford. Number 11, Aaron Rodgers. Also
Really?
rated
No,
83.
I'm fine with it.
No.
Fine with it.
No.
I'm
We're
fine with
done.
it.
You did not reward CJ Stroud. You did not reward Jordan Love, but you rewarded Aaron Rodgers for playing 3 plays. 3. Not 3 series, 3 plays last year.
No, they're rewarding his career. He's a 4-time MVP winner.
He takes more trips to smoke mushrooms than he does to play NFL games.
But
wins.
these ratings, Jeff, are based on last year. They adjust.
He should be down there with Levis.
I agree.
Okay, if they're based on, but I don't know if I believe that because, like,
he played 3
Stroud,
plays.
Right, that means he should be below Stroud and Love, but since he's not, I think they're giving him the lifetime achievement for MVPs and one Super Bowl.
Which, once again, it's inconsistent. Because if you're going to base it strictly off of last year, he should be in the bottom 20s. He's like in the bottom third of quarterbacks because he didn't do anything.
By the way, speaking of Aaron Rodgers, very quickly, every time I hear the name Aaron Rodgers, I think of you saying Anavasia, that little cleanse that he took, and how you guys made that song.
Yeah, that's what he's known for now, not winning games.
The grease in his.
He's known for not
showing.
right. He's known not for showing up for camp, for taking oil-based enemas, and for smoking mushrooms.
Well, he had to go to
whatever.
Egypt.
Eating
He went
mushrooms.
to Egypt.
Right.
He got fined.
Right. You know what you don't
See the
hear?
pyramids.
You know what you don't hear? He's on the field leading his team to wins.
He is now.
That is very true. So
I
let's
think they're
go.
gonna be good.
Let's go through the top 10. Number 10, Kirk Cousins, 84 rating.
Ahead of Goff
Ahead of Goff.
and Stafford?
Yes.
Oh, my.
Number 9.
And Rodgers.
Brock Purdy,
Okay.
Okay.
85 rating. That makes sense.
That's a little too low to me, but go ahead.
Number 8.
Of course it is.
Jalen Hurts, rated 86.
Oh, see, I think he should have taken a step back.
But I bet you the brotherly shove is probably like a 99 play. Like you can't stop it.
That's a good
you
point.
can't stop that,
That's
I'm
a valid
sure,
point.
yeah.
But hold on a second. If it's a recency bias list, he wasn't all that good last year, especially down the stretch. They were awful.
Purdy should be higher.
I agree with you.
Number 7, Justin Herbert, rating 87.
Now, does he have the plantar fasciitis in
you
the
know
game,
what?
too?
You've lost me on this list. This is somebody just threw some darts on the board and just came up with
video
quarterback.
games,
It's a rating.
It's video games.
But
Doesn't
what
matter.
are you basing this off of? What did
Their
Herbert
skill set.
do?
Their skill set. It's their skill set they put in a game. It's
You know what?
It's probably some 13-year-old kid.
because he has an arm, a really powerful arm.
But it's not based off of last year. Put Mahomes first, and then let's just figure out the rest.
By the way, a ticket texter says it's not based on last year. It's a projection of their performance this coming year.
Okay.
So that would explain the Aaron Rodgers.
Number 6, Tua, 88 rating. Number 5.
No. Yes, because take away Tua from playoffs. That makes sense. Go ahead.
Number 5.
Yeah, Paul, what you got to say about this? This is your guy.
I'm okay with that rating.
Okay.
I think
bet
he's
you
very
would
happy
be.
with that rating.
Well, he had a great year last
Look
year.
at that big smile.
Number 5 would be Dak Prescott, 90 rating.
Above two. Oh, that's ridiculous.
Number 4, Josh Allen, rated 92.
Okay, see, I'm fine
No,
with that.
because if you're projecting, who's he throwing the ball to?
Yeah,
Keon
but
Coleman?
he's still going to be good. And yes.
Number 3, Joe Burrow, 93 rating.
Okay.
Number 2, Lamar Jackson, 98 rating. Number 1, Patrick Mahomes,
All right.
99.
I disagree. That guy sucks.
And Purdy should have been higher than 9 if you're projecting it.
That's a fun list. I like that.
No, Aaron Rodgers is way too high.
And that is football today. A 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. The Tigers look to even up their series with the Royals at Comerica Park tonight. Tarek Skubal gets the ball for Detroit. He's looking for win number 13 on the season. And for KC, the talented young lefty Cole Reagans is going to go for them. Good pitching matchup in this one downtown. Tomorrow night at the ballpark, Hall of Fame manager Jim Leyland will have his number 10 retired on the brick wall, officially up in right field. And despite another deadline of selling and the Tigers slipping even further from a playoff spot, the skipper says he likes their direction. The Tigers are 15 games back of first place Cleveland, 8.5 out of the last wildcard spots. That first pitch, 6:40 tonight, right here on 97.1. The Lions ended their first full week of training camp with a scrimmage at Allen Park this morning. First preseason game for Detroit next Thursday at the Giants. And at the Olympics in Paris today, the mixed women's and men's 4x4 set a new world record in qualifying. Men's soccer is out after losing 4-0 to Morocco in the quarterfinals. 3-on-3 women's basketball beats Canada in overtime. And starting this hour, Sarah Hughes and Kelly Chang take on Germany in beach volleyball. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All righty, 4 o'clock hour. Hour number 3, creep you closer to the weekend in Tiger baseball. It's been a fun show already. David and I argued to the death about Jim Leyland. Should he have his number retired? Talked about the Lions. Do you get that feeling that everything's just too great? Does it freak you out at all? Like that other shoe's going to drop? If you missed anything, hit the Odyssey Rewind, 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. We're going to move Who Said It back one segment. Let's bust out some calls, some ticket text, and enjoy our Friday. Brian in Dearborn Heights has been holding on for quite some time. What's going on, Brian?
Good afternoon, gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Okay, I want you to pull up.
Good afternoon.
Oh, there he is. There he is. There he is. I need you to pull up some numbers for me, okay?
Okay.
How many seasons did Jim Leyland manage the team versus how many seasons did Sparky Anderson manage the team?
Jim Leyland is 8. So Sparky, give me a second. Oh, I love my computer here.
Yeah, Sparky Anderson was a long time.
Compelling
17 years.
Yeah, Sparky, very long time. And won a World Series, but never got to a playoffs again.
Now,
well, I guess he did in
you're
87.
looking at the memories that you have of Sparky. I have positive, good memories of Sparky running the team. With Jim Leyland, all I can remember is those controversial calls, the controversial pulling the pitchers or changing lineups or telling somebody to do something and then everything goes to hell because he made bad calls.
Yeah, but Brian, I don't know if that's fair, and let me explain why. Because if you look at Sparky's last 7 to 8 years, very kind of like Miggy, to tell you the truth, they were losing baseball games a ton. 60 and 84, 53 and 62, 75 and 87, 79 and 83. Like, it's not like Sparky was killing it. And that's why, Brian, believe it or not, in 8 years, Leyland actually went to more playoffs than Sparky did in 17 years.
But you know why everybody loves Sparky? He's got the ring.
Because he got a championship.
And he's in the Hall of Fame. But the funny thing is, he's in the Hall of Fame as a Red. But he's still on your wall, but he's a Red. He's not a Tiger.
Leland
you know
may
what?
be a
I got
Marlin.
no problem with putting his name on the wall. If you want to call it the Tigers Hall of Fame versus having your number retired, I think having your number retired is a much larger honor, a much more respectable honor than having your name on the wall. And that should only go for people who have brought us championships in Detroit.
So you believe it cheapens the wall?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Brian, you are not alone. I just think you're wrong.
I didn't know that it was such just.
You are surprised by how polarizing it is, aren't you?
Like, wow.
I told you.
I mean, I just thought like, okay, Leland's going up. He's getting his number. Oh, sure. Why not? And then David was like, well, no, everybody who has their number and name retired has also won a World Series.
Which, by the way, is such a cop-out.
But that's what the Tigers did. That's not a David thing. That's the Tigers.
But that doesn't even fit because Ty Cobb was one of the greatest Tigers of all time.
What did I say? Name.
I understand that, but he didn't wear a number. See,
that's a Ty Cobb
You're getting
problem.
off on a loophole, so you can't say that. First of all, the thing is, we don't know the Tiger standard. They've never said the Red Wings and Tigers standard
we don't know
we retire numbers only if you do this.
And maybe this is why we don't know the Tigers core. Because the Tigers just don't answer questions.
Wait, you think Scott Harris is running the show for the numbers too?
So let me ask you this question because the caller brought it up.
Oh, we're getting back in it, are we?
And you answered just a question because you said that Sparky went in with a Reds hat. What hat did Jim Leland go in with?
Actually, I don't know. That's a good question.
It's a blank cap. So why didn't he go in with Detroit cap then?
There you go. There you go. It's
He's
not a
being
Reds
a
hat.
politician.
He
very
is.
diplomatic. Very diplomatic.
He represents everyone.
I actually heard he wanted to go in as a Marlin, but then the Tigers called and said, hey, Jimmy, we'll put your number on the wall. So he backpedaled. Is that what you wanted me to say?
Oh, is that what? Is
No.
that why?
I just made that up.
Oh, just wait to JV.
I am worried about JV.
Let me help you out.
Yeah.
It won't be a Tiger.
I don't think so either. Vito on a cell. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Vito?
What's up, gentlemen?
Hey, man.
Okay, so first of all, Leland belongs on the wall, but, retiring a number is for stuff that's great. So, even though he's very good, he's not a number, not to retire the number. We'll put his name on the wall. Mostly, though, I am a little nervous because I've been a Lions fan for 30-something years. I'm 50-something now, so watched for a long time. So, of course, you're nervous. You've been, like you said, kicked in the you-know-what for many years. But what do you guys think about this kicker? Do you think we should maybe pull a flag on, maybe pick up Riley again? Or
He already got signed.
Again?
Yeah, he's not out there anymore. But, Vito, I wouldn't worry. They're going to find
got
a kicker.
Washington, right?
Right. They're going to bring somebody in that will compete with Jake Bates, and they'll find a kicker.
And
I
Vito,
won't worry about it.
I wouldn't worry because kicking field goals is not a high priority with this team, and that's not a slant. It's just they go for. I mean, seriously, if Campbell puts the field goal kicker out on a 4th and 3, the crowd is booing. What do you mean we're not going?
That's
for
true.
it?
Yeah,
but that's why I'm saying maybe we get a guy who's that's good at mid-range. Turner was pretty good. He was not a long kicker either, but at least with Bates missing these mid-range and slightly longer kicks to 50s or something like that, maybe it's a good idea to maybe just to light a fire under him or something.
I think it's going to happen. There will be a kicker competition. There was going to be
there will be.
until Badgley got injured for the season. So they'll bring in somebody else. And maybe Jason Hansen's not doing anything.
I mean,
Come
if
on
not,
back.
kickers. There's somebody's going to get cast off, and you're going to pick him up. And this may go on to about week 3 or 4. Like the problem is, you got to hope that he shakes it off before the season, and he does not lose you a game. Because if he, I can only imagine the phone lines.
That means Dan Campbell never ever kicks again for as long as he lives.
Imagine, and I don't want this, Lions fans, but imagine they lose because he misses a kick week 1 against Stafford and the Rams.
Don't say that. Don't say that. Let's pick up one more. Ed in Ann Arbor. You're on the ticket. What's going on, Eddie?
Hey, guys. On the Leland thing, Leland goes deeper into Detroit Tigers history than people are remembering.
No, you're right about that.
The only thing that kept Leland from winning a World Series was George Sparky Anderson. Sparky won with Leland's team. Leland brought all those guys up through the minors. And as a result, Leland ended up in Pittsburgh because he didn't get the job with Bobby Bonilla and Barry Bonds. But him coming back to Detroit was supposed to be a reprieve for Detroit to contribute back to Detroit because that's what he did.
Yeah, I mean, Ed, he's been part of the organization for 60 years or almost 60 years. If people are bummed out that he didn't win a World Series, it's almost like a Lifetime Achievement Award.
Rieger, if his number does not go up, they need to burn the building down.
But Ed, what if it's the compromise and you just put his name up on the wall?
No. Put his face and his number and his history.
That's right. He gets his face on the wall. There
But
we
see,
go.
somebody said give him a kiosk in Comerica Park.
No. Nobody looks at those kiosks. By the way, they need to change those kiosks. Ed, thanks for the call. They really do. You know how they upgraded the TVs all around the ballpark and they upgraded the scoreboard?
No longer the 4x3 black and whites?
No, they made them flat screens. And finally they did. They need to upgrade those kiosks. I mean, they're very old.
Maybe dust them off.
Yeah, they're very dusty. You're right about that. All right. One of my favorite parts of being on this show, filling in, coming up next. Who Said It? Amazing game, which I'm really good at. We'll do it next. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, to celebrate Team USA going for the gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal now through August 11th. Get their best offer yet. 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for 1 year, along with a free 5G phone. And the action does not stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for $15 a month. Don't wait, because when the Olympics games end, well, so does this deal. Go to xfinity.com/Team USA, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with store bank account, equipment, taxes, and fees extra, subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
Oh, I got to tell you, when I'm driving around, usually coming in from my show with Wojo, I always make sure to be in the car when is on.
Oh, this should be a fun edition of Who Said It today, because you upset me Friday.
Why?
because you won. You were good.
Oh, yeah, I've been good twice in a row, I feel.
No, he didn't win. He just got one.
Hey, listen to me.
You're right. You're
Hey,
right.
stop it. Stop it. Stop. Can you say it again, please?
You're exactly right. You just got one.
Thanks, Rico.
You're right. So let's get into who said it this week. First one. The Tigers can trade Tarek Skubal in the offseason. Teams would have 2 years of control over Tarek Skubal.
I'm going to jank myself because I know the guy that keeps saying this.
All right. You said in the offseason, 2 years of control. I mean, hell, I feel a lot of people have said it. Jansen, maybe, Caputo. The first one that sticks in my mind is Gator. So although he's trying to get us as a king.
Who's eligible?
Everyone.
Oh, could be Mark Ryan.
Yeah.
Brian Chapman?
Everyone.
Everyone.
Looking at the moon?
Would you mind saying it again?
The Tigers can trade Tarek Skubal in the offseason. Teams would have 2 years of control over Tarek Skubal.
It's like saying I went to the store today. I bought some milk. It was delicious.
This definitely isn't Mark Ryan, by the way, Jeff. He would not want them to trade
Yeah,
Terry Skubal under any
That's a good
circumstance.
point. That's a good point. All right, I'm just going to go Gator. I mean, Gator's always one of them, I feel. That seems like a Gator opinion now that they didn't trade Skubal. I'll go Gator.
If Evan knows, so yeah, that limits. It's either Jansen or Gator. How does Kang feel about this?
Could be Kang.
Did Kang work this week?
He did. He did. He came back from vacation.
Okay, just
All
checking.
right, you got Kang?
I go Jansen.
All right, Jansen, Gator, Paul.
I'm going to go with Gator. I'm going to go with you with Jeff.
Let's go. And we got a
I just keep hearing Gator keep talking about the off-season. Like, they're not trading him this off-season, okay? If they didn't do it now, they're not doing it then.
Yes, yes, yes. Hit that, Paul. There we go. There we go.
They're not trading him. He's here forever.
It feels good to get off the schneid.
Yeah, I think
right
I
away.
gave that away because he just say this a lot.
He's
So,
the one I keep hearing say it.
Number 2. It's going to be cold. It's going to be gray. And it's going to last me the rest of my life.
It's going to be cold. It's going to be gray. It's going to last me the rest of my life.
Just sounds like you walking around every day anyway.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Jansen's sticking out to me for some reason. I mean, this is
cold.
What the hell is he talking about, though? What are they talking about?
I'm thinking maybe the weather.
It's going to be
For the
Heather.
rest of the life?
It's going to be cold. It's going to be gray.
It's going to last me the rest of my life.
Rest of my life. You talking about a fruit drink?
What do you drink that's gray?
I don't know.
What fruit is gray?
Yeah, I don't know what you're going with.
I have no idea.
It sounds like Acosta because he seems like somebody that wants something that lasts his entire life.
Yeah. Yeah. It's got the Jansen cadence to it for me.
I have
Cadence? How'd you get cadence out of him reading it?
I don't
In my
even
head.
know. I don't know what we're even talking about here. This David, this is good. I'm going in blind. I have no point of reference.
I mean,
I really hope
because
it's
I'm
somebody
thinking
talking about a
weather,
fruit
but it's
drink.
going to last me for the rest of my life.
It's going to be cold. It's going to be gray. Are they talking about somebody's ashes?
I don't think ashes
You
are
know what?
cold.
What do you want from me?
I'm going to go Heather with the news.
This is such a weird statement. Like, it doesn't even, I don't even know what it would be about.
Look at
but I'm
David.
gonna,
He's so proud of himself.
I know. I can't wait to hear what
I'm
the
gonna
context is.
I'm going to go with Evan, though, because I do think it has a little bit of Costa snark to it.
Yeah, it's going to last me forever.
All right.
Everyone's locked in?
Yeah, we're locked in.
Who said it?
That was Mark Ryan.
Let me give you the Mark Ryan. Yeah, let me give you the context here. Mark, they were talking. Him and Wojo were talking about how it was hot outside, and he's saying this is nothing to me. Being from Florida, South Carolina, then they began to talk about the cold weather. He was worried about the cold weather, saying it's going to be cold, it's going to be gray.
See how it is.
Huh.
See how it is. When I'm with Wojo, we're never eligible. Mark Ryan gets
Well,
to be
no,
with
when
Wojo.
you're with
we're
Wojo,
eligible.
they're like 6-minute shows.
I mean, that's a valid
We can't
point.
even get a quote.
Aaron going into Pistons basketball.
Big game.
Pacers in town.
All right, let's go.
That was a
Number
good one.
3.
That was a good one.
That was great.
They had all the requirements to get in, and they were ready to go. I wonder what they did first.
Huh. He's doing good today.
He is.
What in God's name? Well, he is fired up.
One more time, David.
They had all the requirements to get in, and they were ready to go. I wonder what they did first.
This is because of you.
What the F are we talking
Doesn't
about?
it sound like
you ticked David off from last week?
Doug?
He threw you a softball, and then that was it.
Well, I mean,
Doug has to dot every I, cross every T. You got to make sure everything's set before you do anything.
But it's just trying to figure out. I don't know. So last time,
yeah,
David.
please.
They had all the requirements to get in, and they were ready to go. I wonder what they did first.
Talking about like maybe the trade deadline, preparing a trade, being ready to go.
It's like an Olympics thing.
See, I'm hearing some smarm. I'm hearing cookies. I don't know what, but I just hear smarmachan.
Requirements just seem like Doug. He's always so straight lace, getting it all done.
I trust Evan.
Doing
I'll go
his
Doug.
homework.
I'll go Doug.
You think Doug ever missed a homework assignment?
No,
never,
probably not.
right?
You were his roommate. You would know.
No, he went to class all the time.
Oh, yeah, see?
What a bore.
Early,
What a
staying
bore.
late, asking questions.
This one is so weird. I'm just going to go with Jansen.
All right. So we got a bunch of Dougs and Jansen.
So we're all locked in?
Yeah, we're
Oh,
good.
okay. I'm sorry about that. Who said it?
I was one off.
So what's this about?
The reference is they were out at training camp all week. One day they were getting ready to walk in, and there were two ladies sitting there, camped out, ready to go. They had all the requirements of their clear bag.
Oh.
She wanted to know what they did first when they got in.
They sat down.
Got a Hutch autograph?
Try to get an autograph, maybe. I don't know.
You don't get
We'll
those
see.
till after.
Ridiculous.
All right, I feel good.
I miss those days.
I feel
Shut up.
good.
Shut up.
One more here. Here we
These
go.
are great.
You're going to pay what it costs to get them. If you're going to get involved in free agency, pay what it costs.
Oh.
You are picking out the most, just the regular sentences.
No, because
There's no
not
clues
everybody on
here.
this station was all about paying what it costs.
What are we talking about?
I'm going to guess it's trade deadline, right?
It's got to be. David is.
Honestly, Jeff, this sounds like something you would say.
I'm going to pull a Rico. Would you say it again, please?
You're going to pay what it costs to get them. If you're going to get involved in free agency, pay what it costs.
That's not me.
I'm going to say Rico.
I don't even know what the hell we're talking about.
Think it's me? You know what?
I'm throwing some against the wall
Yeah,
right now.
we are freaking clueless.
I'm
Oh,
sure.
you're all good with paying for players
All
and
right,
stuff.
Me? Okay.
All right, we got two for
I
Rico.
mean, David's gone straight serial
That's
killer
what I'm
with this
saying.
one.
I think you're going to pay. You might as well. We've already gone. Let's go. I'm going to go King.
I'm
Let's
gonna
King.
go
Ooh.
Costa.
Yeah.
Who said it?
Didn't even
Paul
think
from
about
Shelby,
Costa.
right? Jesus, this is a bloodbath.
It is.
This is unbelievable.
So he
Not
was
even fun.
referencing people were constantly calling in saying, I'm worried that they're not going to pay or they're going to have to overpay for free agents. The Tigers will. So he's saying, you know what? At this point, if you're going into free agency, you're going to have to pay what it costs.
You've taken the fun away from this game.
So
I love it.
So here's the next one. Ready? School Bowl.
I was going
Right,
to say.
right, exactly.
Sports.
I hopped in my car.
Detroit.
You got one more, last one.
Yeah, last
Can we
one.
end on a good note? Probably not.
Because they're clearly hanging on to Scuba for a while, there is a little bit more pressure on. I like the fact that they kept the pressure on themselves.
What?
Yeah, there's more.
That's got Wojo written all over it.
One more time.
It kind of screamed Wojo to me, too.
Because they're clearly hanging on to Scuba for a while, there is a little bit more pressure on. I like the fact that they kept the pressure on themselves.
Well, I feel Jansen, too. Have we had a Jansen one yet?
No.
I'll go Jansen.
Well, he talked in that Heather one, but it wasn't him.
I'll go Jansen. Although Wojo could be a strong candidate.
I'm going to go Wojo.
All right.
He only worked like a day, though, didn't he, this week?
Still, 2
Did
hour
he?
show.
That's
Did he
true.
work?
That's big for him. He's still
He was
probably
here.
recovering.
His body was here.
I'm going to go with Milliken.
Oh.
Ooh, a golf blast.
I
know
like you
what?
thinking out of the box.
I'm going Cookies. My man Cookies, kind of the backhanded compliment. Okay, well, you're keeping him. That must mean you have a plan, right?
Yeah, that's true. No, I'm just going to stay Wojo.
Yeah. I'll go John.
Who said it?
Yes!
Should have stuck with it. Oh, damn it. Damn it. Nicely done. Nicely done.
Jeez, David.
Oh, that was awful.
That was good, David.
That was awful, David.
Don't ever challenge me again, Jeff.
David, right.
Wow, I felt pretty damn good.
Hopefully David at least calls us in the morning. Jeez.
Wow.
Yeah, why is he smoking a cig right now?
Right.
I am loving this right now.
Holy cow.
Right.
I felt pretty good about myself as a hitter. Then you throw Paul Skeens going against me.
Oh, he just busted out his robe.
That was naughty. All right, and that. I'm going to go vomit. 97 won the ticket.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. The local guy, Grant Fisher, has made Olympic history for Team USA. The Grand Blanc native took home bronze this afternoon in the men's 10,000 meters, just the second American in the last 56 years to medal in that event. Up in East Lansing, the first week of camp is wrapped up for Michigan State and new head coach Jonathan Smith. Also new quarterback Aiden Shiles. He loves so far being in the green and white and has got no shortage of confidence. Michigan State's opener against Florida Atlantic August 30th at the Woodshed. And the Tigers look to even up their series with the Royals at Comerica Park tonight. Tarek Skubal gets the ball for Detroit. He's aiming for win number 13 on the season. Talented young lefty Cole Reagans gets the ball for KC in this one. First pitch tonight, 6:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. More at 5 o'clock or at 97onetheticket.com.
All righty. Been a fun show. Everybody's getting in on the Leland discussion.
Well, first of all, I just want to say, David, good thing Rieger won't be here. Just can you go back and give us some who said it's that? Because I expect next week to be Dan Campbell, training camp, sports.
It's gonna be fun again next week. I guarantee.
Yeah. Oh, so you decided on my last day to just send a message. That's what you wanted. Because God forbid I'm good at something.
That was a fastball high and tight, yeah.
This is the problem. Well, when I finally get good at something, you just crush my spirits.
Yeah,
Thanks
someone
for that.
did text in. Jimmy from Flint said, those were 100-mile-per-hour fastballs. Nice job, though, David.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Great job.
man.
That was not fun.
Right, David Skeens.
I was just
It's like
trying to
you know
grab
what that
quotes.
was like? That's like when you used to play Trivial Pursuit as a kid and you get like the history section. I always sucked at that. I'm like, all right, I need sports. I need sports and entertainment. That's the only way I'm going to answer any questions right. Thanks,
Someone's
David.
saying, how can you guys not get that? Mark Ryan. That was a quote from Groundhog Day. He's the only one on the air that would quote Groundhog Day.
What was that quote? I
He's
forget.
probably the only one on the air that remembers quotes from Groundhog
You're
Day.
right.
I remember the movie.
It's cold. It's going to be gray. It's going to last the rest of my life. That was a Groundhog Day reference.
All right.
Okay.
Yes,
All right.
exactly.
Thank you for that.
Most people quote The Godfather. He quotes Groundhog Day.
You're right about that. I got a couple things on the line.
Anchorman. Like, there's so many other movies you can quote. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, what about any given
Groundhog
Sunday?
Day.
It's a sports movie for crying out loud. The inches in front of your face.
Moneyball.
There you go.
Yeah, there are a lot of other things that you
Get
can
Dave
quote.
Dombrowski on the phone.
You know how much the Yankees are paying me not to be on that? Go ahead.
A couple here on the Lions. Someone says, I would have killed for another edge guy with established production opposite Hutch. One injury to the defensive line or the cornerback room. One of the new additions struggles, and we're kind of screwed like last year.
Well, I think the new additions, I really want people to temper the expectations of them coming out there and being a Sauce Gardner. They're going to be good. I like who they drafted. It takes time in the NFL to become good. I mean, you're going to get toasted, especially your first couple of games. You're not going up against some nobody receivers. You know, Cooper Kupp, Puka Nacua, Mike Evans. Like, you got some names, DK Metcalf. They're going to learn really fast that this ain't college.
I do think, though, the offense is going to be so good. It's going to be even better than it was last year. Another system with Ben Johnson. That offensive line is dominant.
They may never punt the ball all season.
They might not. They might not. It's kind of like when baseball teams say, we're going to be like scoring 1,000 runs. Every good baseball offense always says that. We're going to have 1,000 runs. I don't know if the Lions will punt. There's no reason to have Jack Fox.
No.
Get rid of him. Trade him for a kicker. Can he kick?
You don't need a kicker. Just go for two. What do you need an extra point for? That's for wusses. Go ahead.
Trevor from Macomb says, it's easier to have bad expectations and exceed them. Opening up to the idea of we are a Super Bowl team also brings a fear of failure, which most of us Lions fans know all too well.
See, that's what I'm talking about. And I understand that's not the right mindset. I totally get it. But my mindset is, oh, they're really good. And then the second thought in my mind is, oh, man, I got a little anxiety from this.
Right about that. Someone wants to call you out, Rico, for bringing up the JMO food thing. They're saying, Rico, aren't you supposed to be colon man? The only thing that can defeat you is seafood.
No, it just a fried egg sickle. That's
David,
disgusting.
I sent it to you.
Yeah, I saw it. It is disgusting.
It's like he made it himself.
Right, that's just disgusting. What part of that looks like this is going to taste good? Nothing.
It's not even seasoned.
Right, like
he didn't season the egg before he froze it.
Who wants to eat a cold egg, a frozen egg? David, you're Mr. What's the other disgusting egg dish? What do you?
Deviled eggs.
Yeah,
the other disgusting dish. Deviled eggs are great, man. I just had them on Sunday.
But this makes deviled eggs like, give me 2 of those instead, because like it looks like a mistake.
You want 2? I don't know what do you call it, egg pops,
right?
Over deviled
eggs.
How
angry I would be if I came over to your house, Regan. You're like, hey, you want an egg pop? What? Here you go.
I got to tell you, the other 2 things that he eats look delicious, though.
Yeah, if I was 20,
Frosty on a burger.
No, the
frosting on a burger.
The Frosty.
Oh no, that's fine.
The McFlurry.
McFlurry, actually.
I thought you were talking about the macaroni cheese.
Yeah,
with
so that
the,
looks good too.
But once again, if I was 21, 22, okay, I would probably try that. I'm not trying it now.
You ever eat ramen anymore?
Yeah.
Like those ramen cups? There you go. I used to eat those in college, I'm sure. Now you still eat them.
No, I'm just saying, but like, it's the egg. Oh, it just looks disgusting. You know what it looks like? It looks like something you have to do if you lose your fantasy football league.
Yes. Okay. You're right.
That's the punishment. You have to eat a dozen of these.
While we're drafting the next team.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
While we're all eating wings,
yes,
you have to eat that.
Yeah, I would vomit. By the way, I'm going to steal a ticket text from you, David, because I've been waiting all show for this. I've been waiting for somebody to notice. It says the following. I actually like both Rieger and Rico's shirts. Old man Valeni wears the one polo shirt every Friday that barely passes for floral. Is that true?
I don't really pay attention to what shirt he's wearing on Floral Friday.
I mean, I figured if you're going to, just
listen,
go crazy.
Apparently, I think Floral Friday is a bigger deal than both you guys think it is.
No, because like Mike.
Rico's wearing a shirt right now.
I think he did it for me, which I do appreciate.
Well, Kenny's not here. So, right, I wasn't going to do that. But yes, like Mike is a more, subtle. Like he's never going to wear any bright floral colors, ever. I don't think I've ever seen him in that.
And I'm just not going to do it.
David does
I do it sometimes.
Every now and then.
Just not when I'm here. A lot of anger towards me, David. You hate my Jim Leland opinion. You try to kill me in Who Said It.
No, he killed
and you won't wear the damn floral shirt.
Oh, no. The Oakland County Sheriffs are outside. He killed you.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. They have questions for you.
Right now, it's about to be a chalk outline and some yellow tape on the door.
You do realize if I
David massacred all of us. I mean,
fun.
Seriously, it felt like the baptism in The Godfather.
Oh, by the way, David, the Tigers have called. They've canceled your tickets for tomorrow's game. They don't want you there if you don't think Leland should be on that wall.
I feel like what happened was David volunteered to pitch like batting practice for his kids' little league team and he decided to bean all the kids.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. You're right. It's like playing basketball with your kids and swatting all their shots. You will have no self-confidence. None of you.
Man,
no.
It felt like... Imagine as David is just reading the Who Said It stuff, and we were all, you know what? You're Mo Green. You're this person. Like, we were all just getting taken out.
Yeah, I envisioned.
Do you renounce the devil? Bang!
I saw you in my head as I was getting, yes,
Right.
this is great for Rieger.
Right.
I'm glad I can inspire you. Listen, what can I do? I show up. I'm good at it. It's the one thing. There's very few things in life I know that shocks you that I'm actually good at. You know, Who Said It's one of them. Anyway. All right. A lot to get to still. You would never believe what Michigan football's planning to do. I didn't think it was real. We'll do it in the 5 o'clock hour. I think Michigan fans are going to be okay with it, but I'm not quite sure. We'll get to it in the 5 o'clock hour on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by 24 Seconds Bar and Grill. A local Olympian right here at home has made history for Team USA. Distance runner Grant Fisher, a Grand Blanc native, took home bronze in the men's 10,000 meters this afternoon. Just the second American the last 56 years to medal in that event. Also in Paris today, Sarah Hughes and Kelly Chang sweep Germany in beach volleyball for Team USA. And men's soccer, not a lot of success for them. They're out after losing 4-0 to Morocco in the quarterfinals. The Lions ended their first full week of training camp with a scrimmage in Allen Park today. Earlier this morning, live right here on 97.1, Costa and Jansen asked Eric Barnes about his goals for the new season. The Lions' next preseason game is the first one. It's next Thursday at the Giants. And the Tigers look to even up their series against the Royals at Comerica Park tonight. Tarek Skubal gets the ball for Detroit's looking for win number 13 on the season. Really good pitching matchup in this one. He'll be opposed by the talented young lefty Cole Reagans for KC. First pitch tonight's 6:40 right here on 97.1 The Ticket. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
$97.1, 5:01 on a Friday. We got Tiger baseball coming up in the 6 o'clock hour, 6:10. Mike back on Monday. We've talked about a lot of things. I mean, we had a knockdown, drag-out argument about Jim Leland. Everybody wanted to get in on it. Rico was surprised by how polarizing it was, but does Jim Leland truly deserve his number 10 retired at Comerica tomorrow?
Before we get into the next topic, I do want to ask you a question. Because I just saw it on ESPN. The new kickoff rule.
Yeah.
Do you like it? Do you not? Because to me, it's almost like watching as little kids, you're almost playing freeze tag where everybody's just frozen, nobody's moving, and then everybody just takes off. It's going to take some getting used to for me. I like it. I like where the potential could go. But it was still weird because the ball is in the air, the kicker's running down the field, and yet everybody's frozen in time.
I absolutely 100% am in love with it. I think it's awesome. I watched yesterday strictly, and not like the Tigers were any good. They lost 7-1, but I watched strictly for the kickoff rule, right? And I don't even know, did the game ever come back on?
No.
I know there was a weather delay, and Joe Buck's like, I don't know if we're going to have a game here.
It ended in the third.
So there was about 4 or 5 kickoffs. And
there was a couple right before halftime. Right.
And the one I saw at the very end, because I was watching the Tigers as well, was when they booted it like we normally see into the end zone. And that means the receiving team, gets it at the 30.
Right, which is what you don't want to do.
Right.
If
especially
you're the kicker,
late.
Right, you want to get landed right in the sweet spot where they have to take it out and run with it.
Right. I like that it's punitive against the kicker. Because way too many times it's like, all right, we're about to get going, and then you boot it through the end zone and you just take over for a touchback. There's no touchbacks. It hurts you by 10 yards. If you get before the kicking zone, you get the ball at the 40.
Right.
And then if you kick it in the kicking zone, it's almost like tennis almost, it feels like, then the team has a chance to return it. And I'm telling you, we have not seen the great plays yet. No. We've not seen the prime athletes returning it. I love it.
No,
I think
what I think you're going to start seeing is just that reverse. Kind of reminds you of high school and some colleges where, you got two guys going in opposite directions. Did he hand the ball off or not? You got to kind of quickly decide who has the ball, the shell game. The only thing I do like, it's almost like extra points, where it used to be when it was an extra point, you could just walk away, go to the refrigerator, go do whatever you had to do because it was going to be easy. Now you have to watch the extra points because your kicker could miss it. Same with kickoffs. Kickoffs used to just be, all right, it's a kickoff, it's going to be a touchback because let's face it, the days of Devin Hester are gone where you actually got to see, kickoff returns.
Or like Mel Gray back in the day.
Right, Deion Sanders.
Yeah.
Like those days are gone. It was just like, okay, and touchback, and touchback.
So the rule of the new rules of the kickoff is they're only trying it for 1 year. This is the experimental year. What you've seen so far, is it going to stick? I say without a doubt. Like it's definitely
the NFL never
stick.
goes backwards. So I think that they're saying it's only 1 year. NFL will keep this because they're going to say, hey, they'll produce some numbers and say it's less contact, fewer concussions, and this is the new way of doing it. Teams will adapt. I think it was Good Morning Football. Like Tomlin went to EA Sports and said, okay, give me the data on this so he can kind of see the formations and how to use this. It's going to be whoever can crack that code first. It's going to be a clear, distinct advantage for at least the first couple of weeks if you come up with this unstoppable, like the kickoff version of the brotherly shove, where it's just a play where it's almost unfair because your personnel is so good, and it's going to require. Now, here's what teams have to. You got to put your playmakers back there. If you really want to be a difference maker. If you're Detroit, you may have to put, J-Mo or Gibbs back there.
They're already planning on it.
But consistently. Now, it's, you normally don't want to put a superstar on the kickoff team unless you're in the playoffs and it's an absolute type of thing because that's more wear and tear on the body and more hits and more potential injuries that you could get. But if you're willing to risk that, it could end up that you get the ball out on the 30 and 40-yard line consistently.
Well, it also makes you wonder about roster building, right? Considering the kickoff rule, how many running backs you keeping? Like the Lions currently have, 7, 8 running backs? Jake Funk and Jameer Jefferson and Zonovan Knight and Sion Vikey, that 4th-round pick. So how many of those guys are...
He may have gotten a roster spot simply because of this new rule.
Absolutely. So how many of those guys are you keeping? And then how many of the actual linebackers or backup DNs are you saying goodbye to simply because of the kickoff rule?
Yeah.
But the other thing is, if you get the chops of being a good kickoff team, who the hell knows how much that accounts for? Like the analytics of a football team... I can't wait to look back at the end of the year and how many points are gotten on the kickoff.
Because it may get to the point where I'm like, you know what? Just put them on the 30. Don't care. At least I know they got to go 70 yards. We're not kicking the ball. Just put it as deep as you can. Boot it out the back of the end zone. Instead of the 25, I can deal with that. So you're right. It's going to see where the analytics is going to go because right now we're in brand new territory. It was interesting. It was weird.
I loved it.
I'll get used to it. I mean, I wasn't.
I'll tell you what won't happen. Kickers are not going to be kicking it short because you kick it short,
you're fired.
You're giving the ball on the 40-yard line, especially late in the game. Are you kidding me?
If you kick it short, you're losing your job.
And the other thing, too, is are Lions fans going to be okay if a mainstay, a J-Mo, Gibbs, a Demo, if they suffer an injury on a kickoff? Because I think the immediate reaction is going to be like, dude, you can't put these guys on kickoff. It's special teams. What the hell's the matter with you? But the deeper we get in the season, the more you realize it's a chance for points.
See, I don't even think the deeper you get in the season. I think right now you almost want to start because you want to become that team because it's so unknown that you want to be the team that finds that wrinkle. You want to be the team that finds the play or that personnel like, yep, when these guys are out here, they're going to take one of these back to the house.
I wonder what the people think. I know we're going to get into Michigan momentarily, but did you watch yesterday? I mean, the game was unwatchable. Let's be honest. They did a nice interview with Caleb Williams. It was great to hear Joe Buck and obviously Troy Aikman, but the game itself sucked. It's a preseason game. You're so excited for the first 3 plays.
And then you weren't excited about ripping, throwing quarterback?
No.
Throwing touchdowns?
No. Or Bagent? No. No, I mean, they just kept showing Caleb Williams announcing his signing bonus on Hard Knocks, and then Tyler Bagent was like, huh? He had a heart attack right there.
Yeah.
That was the highlight. But the only reason to watch yesterday, not because of football, nobody cares about the preseason. You get yourself hyped about it, then you realize it's preseason football. It's unwatchable. But the kickoff rule was worth watching. I wonder if people tuned in, and the only reason I stayed tuned in was because I wanted to see a team score so they would kick it off.
And that was it. So he's like, okay, let's see if somebody takes it back to the house. They didn't. 248-539-9797. Were you as glued to watching this game as we were just for the kickoffs? Because other than that, I mean, it was like watching B-League football. It was like a bunch of guys who probably won't be on the roster, but they got to play because all the stars were sitting out.
Well, then the next question is what's next? What's next for next year? I kept hearing rumors that they were going to, late in the game, give you a chance to convert a 4th and 15 or a 4th and 10 to keep the ball instead of an onside kick, which is undoable. Now you got to tell who you're kicking to, and you have to say, hey, we're kicking an onside kick. Like, I love the idea.
The Chiefs have been trying to do this for years, and I guess maybe it's the fear of Patrick Mahomes that teams are like, nope, we're not giving you any more advantages because you have Mahomes, and you'll find a way to get this thing going. But imagine teams with great offenses, teams like Detroit, if you have that option late in the game and you could just line up and come up with you're giving Ben Johnson come up with that best 4th down play, you know he can come up with about 10 of them, you pick it up, boom, you get the ball back. I'd rather see that than the onside kick that's not even an onside kick anymore. Nobody can move.
The onside kick has always sucked.
Right, you can't have the unbalanced line anymore. You can't move. You got to do it and now you have to tell people. It used to be the element of surprise. And instead, it's like, hey, Jeff, we're about to kick an onside kick.
And you can only do it in the 4th quarter.
We're going to kick it right here, so we just want to get you prepared for this thing. It's like, then why do it?
I think if they came up, like if you're down 10 points in a game and there's a chance to go for it instead of stalling out a drive, 5 minutes to go, and you're like, listen, we're not going to pick up the first down, so we go for the onset, whatever you would call it, and you're set up with a 4th and 15 to keep possession of the football. Some people might think it's gimmicky. I think that would be amazing.
I thought it was like, okay, you're down 10, you kick the field goal, and you go and just line up and say, let's go for it. Because you have a better chance of picking up the 15 yards. Once again, look at this Lions team with all the weapons they have. I was joking with you in the break saying they may not punt the ball. Everybody expects them to go out there with the big play after big play. Yeah, this would be what you want. Now, 4th and 15 is trust me when I say it's not a gimme. It's tough to get because if you only get 13 yards, guess what? Other team gets the ball back. You get a false start, guess what? They get the ball back. You get a penalty, they get the ball back.
So do me a favor. Rank them. We've had, over the last 7 years, we've had new rules. Hockey, you get the 3-on-3 and then the shootout. Baseball, the Ghost Runner. Started with COVID, right? Mm-hmm. And now the new kickoff rule in the NFL. Rank them.
I'm in the minority.
I love the Ghost Runner.
I love the Ghost Runner as well. Let's get this thing over with. It provides strategy.
Yeah, you're not wasting teams' bullpens for the next 5 weeks.
Right, because now it's like, okay, can you stop that one run from coming in, or can you get a hit and maybe get a couple more runs? But we're not going to have 15-inning games anymore, okay? Chances are this thing's going to be over with in the 10th inning. 11th at the most. I love that. Keep that. So that's the
of the three, I like them all. I love the 3-on-3 hockey, and then you get the shootout. I could do without the shootout. I don't care about the shootout. I would play 3-on-3 until somebody wins. But what are you going to do? I love the 3-on-3. I love the Ghost Runner. I think it's fantastic. But I fell in love last night, too. I dig. And maybe I just like change. I don't know. See, I dig that kickoff.
I got to see it a few more times before I fall in love.
You will.
And you know what? Maybe I just need to see some big plays.
But you need to see regular season because no team in their right mind is going to show what they're going to do in the regular season right now in preseason.
But the Ghost Runner, brilliant move by baseball. I know baseball purists, it's not how things go. I don't care. I really don't.
It's fantastic. Who the hell wants to watch 8 more innings of scoreless baseball and then next thing you know, you can't use a reliever for 2 weeks?
No. So, yeah, I mean, it's almost like in college football. I like the fact, you know what, we're just going to do the going for 2 plays.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number, 9071 the ticket. All right, people, this is exciting. We've been talking all week about it. We thought it was over on July 31st. Oh, no, baby. This really is the gift that keeps giving. It's back. Black Rock Bar and Grill, limited time, all you can eat ribs for $16.99. The offer is being extended. You heard it right.
Especially if you can't barbecue your own.
Will you stop with that? Endless fall off the bone, baby back ribs, just $16.99. It's being extended. That's good news for you and for me because I can't barbecue, so I'm going to take the family out again to take advantage of this deal. We can all afford to treat ourselves to a great meal at a great price. The savings are endless. Bottomless ribs, $16.99. Hurry in the Black Rock Bar and Grill with all-you-can-eat ribs for just $16.99. Call for priority seating and don't wait or it will be too late. That's so good that it rhymes. The offer's being extended. We don't know until when. So get the Black Rock Bar and Grill right now. All right. We'll get some ticket text on the new rules. Some calls as well. By the way, happy Scooble Day, everybody. Tarek Skubal on the bump today against the Royals. Back. Doesn't seem as fun anymore now that they're in this nosedive. However, we talked about something at the very start of the show, and you would not believe the ticket text and the calls. People have been holding on hold hours to talk about this. And listen, I give all the credit in the world to David for having a bad opinion, but we started the show way back when at 2 o'clock. And I just threw it to David. David is incensed about the fact that Jim Leyland is getting his number 10 retired on the wall tomorrow. It's Jim Leyland Day. Leyland was on the morning show today. And David and I have argued to the death almost about if he deserves it or not. I thought it was a no-brainer. I thought everybody loves Leyland. He represented an era of Tiger baseball that brought the city back to being a baseball town. Although David, being a hard ass, he does not want Leyland's 10 up on the wall. I think it's because Leyland's a smoker. Is that what it is? You're a very religious man. He's a smoker.
It's not that I don't want it. Wow, I didn't know that was a...
Is that what it is?
No, I'm not against smokers.
We've lost Rico.
I'm not against smokers.
This argument gets more and more ridiculous as the day goes on. Paul, he's not going to go in because he's a smoker. Okay.
I'm not against it. I'm against it because of the standard. The standard that the Tigers have set, which is you have to have a World Series championship to have a retired number. He did not win a World Series here. Great guy. I love him for what he did. He brought baseball back to this town. I enjoyed it. Went to Comerica Park almost daily to watch that team. But, sorry, no World Series, no number retired.
All right, here's the deal. And we went through this. We'll go back to the calls. The kickoff rule isn't fair play. We got a Michigan Nugget to still hit from the OC, from the Wolverines. However, I got to get this off my chest. The longer we get into the show and closer we get to ending it, I actually become kind of angry. Simply because, the more you think about it, the Tigers have never laid out standards of who deserves their number retired, number one. Number two, people have called the show and said, hey, Ty Cobb never won a World Series. George Kell never won a World Series. They're up there on the wall. David's response is,
no number.
But they have no numbers, so somehow it doesn't count. We've even talked about the premise of putting Leyland's name up there, but not his number, as in to cheapen it. I would love to know for the new 5 o'clock crowd, does Jim Leyland being on that wall, that brick wall at Comerica, does that cheapen the wall? Because the Tigers have been around for 121 years. They've been to 16 playoff appearances. Leyland's responsible for a freaking quarter of them, more than Sparky is. Leyland in 8 years went to 4. Okay. Sparky in 19 years went to 2.
Right.
I mean, my God, already. Okay. Give the man his due.
No. Do not bury the lead. If you're going to compare those two, what does Sparky have that Leyland did not in Detroit?
He's got a title.
No, don't say it so dismissively.
He's got a
title.
Okay, but
he's got a World Series.
Yeah,
one that we still talk about to this day.
Yeah, because it was the last one. But you don't think...
Why is it the last one?
But I love how...
Because Jim Leyland...
How many World Series games did Jim Leyland win as a Tiger?
One.
One series?
But Leyland... No, one game.
One game.
One game.
Okay.
Yeah, by the way, game 2 of the 06 World Series when Kenny Rogers had the schmutz on his hand at Comerica Park on Sunday night. Yeah, and Joe Buck was sitting up there and Tim McCarver. What's on his fingers? What's on his face? Those jerks. Bunch of Cardinal fans. Anyway, the point is, what Jim Leyland was able to do in Detroit to bring Tiger baseball back. Guys, you might not remember it. Rico, you didn't give a damn. David, you probably didn't give a damn either. I was the only schmuck that was going to Tiger Stadium and watching 100 loss team after 100 loss team. And then 03 hit, and they went 43 and 119. And it was unwatchable baseball. And next thing you know, 06 rolls around after Trammell didn't do a good job and he didn't have players. 06 rolls around, and they bring in Jim Leyland. And next thing you know, boom, 30 games over 500 after he made that speech on Getaway Day against the Indians. I mean, this guy was a blessing. Mm-hmm. And he made my 80-year-old mother give a damn about baseball. To this day, we bitch about Scott Harris because Jim Leland brought baseball back. So to say he doesn't deserve the honor, it's crazy.
So we're going to be sentimental about this instead of being factual about it.
Yeah, but they've already made the exception. Willie Horton is the exception.
He won a World Series.
He did win a World Series, but he's not a Hall of Famer.
The standard is a World Series.
No, but you admit
standard is the World Series.
He was not one of the better players on that team.
Standard is the World Series.
The reason he is on that wall is what he did for the city. He deserves it. And what happened during the riots.
What did he do for that city? He won a World Series. In a time the city needed it. They needed it to bring us together.
Go look at the players on the wall. They're all Hall of Famers except for Lou and Willie. Lou deserves to be a Hall of Famer, okay? But they're all the greatest of the great Tigers ever to exist. Willie Horton, God love him, is not. So, they made an exception for Willie, but yet you don't want them to make a so-called exception for Jim.
So here's what because I think you're saying Hall of Fame is the standard. Everyone out there is on a Hall of Fame but two. So then what you're saying to me is they broke their own standard.
Already with Lou Whitaker.
They broke their own standard with Lou Whitaker and Willie Horton.
Guys,
they broke it.
There is no
So you know what?
Well, Lou deserves
Put Leland out there then. There's no standard anymore.
It's math. When you look at it, the common denominator, World Series.
Okay, so no Miggy then. No Miggy?
Okay. This is straw man. We're not talking Miggy right now.
Yeah, but
we're talking Leland.
I was told you got to win a World Series. He did.
Rieger, stick to the subject at hand.
Because you know it beats your...
Because this is what Wojo goes through every day. God, but look, you know what? I used to say,
Wojo's
Wojo,
not here enough.
You work 10 minutes, but I understand 10 minutes with you
you think
is
that's what
4
it is?
hours.
Oh, you think it's aged him?
Yes.
You think that's why he can only work 45-minute shows?
Yes.
You've worked all week with me. How you
and
feeling?
I can't wait for another hour from now.
Rico.
What you did
Come on.
what you
I thought
did
we were buddies.
What you did just now, Jeff, is you enlightened me. You just told me that there is no standard anymore.
No.
Because Willie Horton's out there, no Hall of Fame. If that's your standard Hall of Fame.
My
Whitaker, no Hall of Fame.
Special
the
to the
compliment
organization.
is, and we've had people call in and say, hey, well, there's other names out there. No numbers. Put his name out there.
Oh, my God, that's such a cop-out.
How is that a cop-out? His name is up with some of the Tiger greats.
Because Ty Cobb didn't have a number. He also didn't win a World Series. All right, listen, 248-539-9797. The Michigan stuff we'll get to. We talked about the kickoff rule, but this is what everybody's wanted to talk about, and Rico's surprised by it. It's very polarizing. Does Jim Leland deserve the honor he's getting tomorrow?
Because for the record, I said I had no problem with him getting the honor. David gave a compelling argument, and I'm like, wait a minute, I didn't see it that way. I now have some doubt that I'm like, well, maybe we should just put his name up there.
Well, I do
and
think
no number.
There's this great ticket text says you keep saying standard as it's written somewhere, and that's kind of a BS argument.
It's just research. When you look it up, you can just see what the standard is.
There is no standard. There's not some press release saying our standard to retire numbers is you have to win a World Series and you have to be a Hall. There's no standard. This guy was so important, and nobody even talks about
tell a
that.
standard.
You figure it out. It's like the core of the team right now. You just figure it out.
And he is the face of a franchise for that era.
Because I brought up the Pistons earlier, and while we laugh at all the numbers they have retired, I think their standard is you got to win a championship for this town.
I mean, the Pistons not so much. I mean, you got David Bowie up there. You got Bon Jovi
well,
up there.
I'm talking about basketball
players. Oh, yeah. How about they have Dennis Rodman up there who held out. He was a bad Piston.
But he won a championship. Apparently that is their standard too. You got to win a championship.
248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number if you would like to chime in. I mean, listen, the kickoff stuff is out there. The Leland stuff is out there. Get you up to Tiger baseball. I mean, David and Rico, very disrespectful. By the way, we have Jim Leland calling us at 547. You guys can tell him to his face that you don't think he's worthy of the honor he's getting tomorrow. 97 won the ticket. All right. 97 won the ticket. David, you want a couple ticket text? Take some calls. Get you to Tiger Baseball.
Yeah, I love ticket text like this. David is right. Rieger is wrong as usual. I love those ticket texts.
How about this? Cobb, Crawford, Manouche, Jennings, and Hellman did not wear numbers in an era where players did not wear numbers.
Well, I'm sorry, but they didn't have it, so you can't retire a number.
So
Your name's
I
out
never
there,
knew
though.
that this was a hot button topic. I just, when David originally told me this as I was walking out the door yesterday, because I was ready to go home, and he's like, hey, I got this topic.
I know.
Great. Hey, we should do this. Honestly, I felt like Big Red from the 5 Heartbeats. David, my office hours are from 9 to 5. If you got a show topic after that, take that up with somebody else. I'm going home.
That is the wrong time to tell you that I have a topic.
Like, David wants to go all in depth, and I'm like, what are you, hey, seriously? You're like, when the cleaning lady came in here and asked us the question yesterday, like, I'm doing a show. Serious?
And of course I can do that with Jeff because he's just going to have his 7th show for the day. So it
Oh,
doesn't
yeah.
matter.
No, I was excited about the topic. You kidding me? David told me right as I was walking out the door. I'm like, all right, let's do it.
I was like,
I love it.
I'm like, put it on the sheet. Put it on the sheet. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
You got a
But
couple more.
I didn't realize that it was going to be so polarizing. Because I assume, and look, I've had fun listening to people argue, listening to these two argue. I think me and Paul had the best seat in the house. Yes, I do think that Leland has deserved it, Rieger. I know you think it's disrespectful.
Thank you.
But yes, if
You see
you're
both
gonna,
sides.
if you're going to put some, yeah,
You're on the fence.
he's done a lot. I see where David's point is. It's kind of breaking Tiger tradition, but traditions are made to be broken. Okay?
Correct.
I
Very
like this
true.
ticket text. Why does Hatchet dislike old white guys? I mean, I think that is a very important question that needs to be answered.
You know what? The sad reality is there's been a bunch of those ticket texts. So,
There has been.
well, David and Rico only want the black guys up there. Like,
Well, I'm just saying.
I know I'm welcoming, just like Hillbilly Bill at Text In. I was Team Rieger until I heard David's side. I side with the Black Caucus, if you will allow. Yes, I will allow this.
Well, of course, you agree with him. Is that going to turn you down? All right, you got one more, then we'll hit the calls.
I got one more.
Yeah.
I think Jared Goff was talking about David. Very negative.
Oh, Kenny. Picked a good day to be off. Let's go to Scott in Rochester. You're on the ticket. What's up, Scotty? How are you?
Hey, how are you guys doing tonight?
Good.
Yeah, I think this, for me, it's easy. I think definitely Leland deserves to get his number retired and everything else because you have to be realistic in what the Tigers are. Tigers are a poor franchise and have been for 126 years. We have very little success, so you can't hold anybody to success. This isn't the Yankees. So the way I look at it, did we look at baseball differently under the Leland era? Did he bring success that most people didn't see in their lifetime? Yeah. And we had great teams. We had a decade of great teams. So, I mean, yeah, does it seem low? Of course it does. But we have to remember we're not the Yankees or the Sox or the Dodgers. We are who we are. And in our era, in our team, our reality, Leland was one of the best managers the Tigers ever had.
No, Scott, he has the third most wins in Tigers history. Now, it's by a long shot, considering he was only here 8 years. But the impact that dude had in 8 years. Listen, I get it. I'm sure the Tigers are like trying to get a sellout, which I'm sure it's sold out tomorrow. I'm sure with a team that's struggling, I'm sure they just want a full gate, and I totally understand that. But you can want a full house and still have it be important and real, and I think that's what it is.
And this could be a learning experience for Chris. Let's look at this positive. See, and we can all point it out to him. See, when Daddy spent money, we had success. See if he understands that. And maybe if he does, we can be winning soon.
Here is a question. Is Chris going to speak tomorrow? Do you think?
Is Chris going to be there?
Well,
hey, Nate, are we going to eventually see who our actual GM?
You know,
We
rumor
didn't see
has
him
it.
all during the trade deadline. That's kind of weird, too, isn't it?
Well, Scott, I heard rumor has it that Chris may be having a shovel out at the district groundbreaking.
Well,
20 years late. Good. I mean, how can I say this kindly? He's almost the pure definition of a slumlord.
All right. That's probably a little too far there, Scotty. But here's the deal. I do wonder if Chris is going to be there because it would be his chance for a Sheila Ford Calvin Johnson type moment. Do you remember when
She got booed.
Sheila got booed and she wanted to get booed? My theory on that
No,
is.
see, I don't think so.
Oh, see, I think she wanted to allow the Lions fans that have had that pent up aggression because it changed pretty quickly after that.
Rieger, because she brought Calvin out there, tells me she didn't want to get booed because she figured you're not going to boo me because Calvin is standing next to me. So you're going to see Calvin. You won't see me.
Yeah, but
won't boo.
With the "it's all right" when Calvin was trying to calm down the crowd, and she's like, "It's all right." I actually think she was giving the crowd a chance to air their grievances for the first time, and it was genius, by the way. That's what I think it is. Yeah, it's all right. And then it changed from that point after. Now, will Chris speak tomorrow? Because he should.
No.
He should be in attendance.
Should he?
He's going to get booed.
And that's why he won't be there.
I think
because
he
in his
will be there.
world, I'm not going to take away from a positive day at Comerica Park.
Okay, so who's
if
gonna
I
be
show
there?
up, then people are going to boo.
Well, Scott Harris is going to get booed too.
You don't need what do either one of those have to do with Jim Leland?
Well, you have to
Nothing.
have people at the dais, right? You know how these things work. They're going to have that.
You go find Alan Trammell or somebody and bring
Trammell
them
will
out
be
there.
there. I'm sure
Chris
Gibson will be
Ilitch
there.
needs to be there.
He's going to be there.
He needs to represent his
should.
family.
He won't.
Got you.
Oh,
Why
you know
would you take away from a positive day? Because if he shows up,
I get what you're saying.
he is the lead story. It's nothing to do with Leland.
It's not about him
nothing to do
anymore,
with
yeah.
the number.
Very true.
Nothing.
Rico?
He takes over because any journalist worth anything will now pivot and have to write that story.
Rico, I'm not going out with a win. Let's go out with 2 wins. $20. Chris is there tomorrow. At the dais. Now, I don't think he talks.
Well, hold on.
I think
hold
he's going
on.
to be out there. I
Hold
don't think he's
on.
going to talk.
No.
Being there isn't the thing. It's
right.
speaking.
Well, so I was trying to think back to Lou
Right, it's
last
like
year.
it's like Gores when he did his
Oh.
secret visit at the game and came through the back way. No, he speaks. $20.
No, I can't do that.
Speaks.
No, I can't do the speaks. I thought you were saying he's not going to be there. I
I
can't
don't think
do
he's
the
going.
speaks.
No, I don't think he's going to be there because if he's there,
$20.
Some camera's going to find him and say, "Oh, he's in the suite." No, he's not going to be there.
I think he's going to be there.
He won't.
$20.
He won't be
There.
there.
You good?
No, he speaks, Rieger. That's the deal.
You just said there. All right. 248-539-9797.
I'm setting the parameters. Okay, I'm Scott Harris. Okay,
The ticket
seller's
text,
market.
The
You come up
exact
to my
same number.
He speaks.
No, he's there though. He's definitely there.
So you're afraid.
Yeah, I mean, Dan Dickerson, I would assume, or Jason Benetti is going to be the MC, the master of ceremonies. And then I would assume, here's what I think. I think you're going to have Trammell out there.
So
I
why
think
would
you're
you
gonna
show
have
up if you're not going to speak?
I think you're going to have like maybe a Guillen or a Maglio
Miggy.
or a Polanco. You think Miggy? Maybe Miggy?
Miggy has to be
He's
there.
part of the
there's
organization.
Special guest list isn't announced yet. Will you get Pudge?
Yeah.
I think you will get Pudge. Yes. Yeah, I mean, Verlander's
Chris
still rehabbing,
will-
right? Can he come back?
See, I don't know if Chris is there.
Chris will
Verlander's
be
a little
there.
busy right now. Verlander's busy.
Fair.
I don't
Fair.
think Chris is going to be there.
What about Max? Probably not. All right.
Oh, Avila. Maybe.
What about Barry
Not
Bonds?
the GM. I'm talking about the catcher.
Oh, well, Alex is part of the broadcast. I'm
So,
sure Alex will
yeah.
be there. Yes, Alex might even be on the field. That's right. All right. Andy Dirks, I'm sure, is going to be on the field. He played for Leland.
There you go.
Will Brandon Inge and Don Kelly and Marcus Timms and Ryan Rayburn, will they all be in attendance?
Why am I drawing a blank
Who?
on the reliever?
Todd Jones?
No.
Oh,
He'll be there.
Valverde.
He played.
Not him.
The one who got injured
Joe
playing
Nathan?
a video game.
Oh, Joel Zamaya.
Yes.
Yeah, he will not be there. I almost guarantee he will definitely not be there. I don't think Zoom's going to be there. Although, I mean, he had a career because of Leland. Leland took a chance.
Right,
on
that's
him.
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You know, remember he was throwing 100 miles an hour.
I would like to see Brandon Inge, but Chris will be there. I guarantee it.
He will not be.
Yes, he will.
He will.
All right, $20. That's the bet. All right, 97 on the ticket.
Brought to you by Cars for Kids. The Tigers look to even up their series with the Royals at Comerica Park tonight. Tarek Skubal gets the ball for Detroit, looking for win number 13 on the season. Good pitching matchup in this one. The talented young lefty Cole Reagans will go for KC. And tomorrow night at the ballpark, Hall of Fame manager Jim Leland will have his number 10 retired on the brick wall out in right field. And despite another deadline of selling and the Tigers slipping even further from a playoff spot, the skipper says he really likes the direction they're headed in. The Tigers are 15 games back of first place Cleveland, 8.5 out of that last wild card spot in the American League. First pitch tonight, 6:40 right here on 97.1. The Lions ended their first full week of training camp with a scrimmage at Allen Park today. Detroit's first preseason game next Thursday at the Giants. And at the Olympics, the local guy, Grant Fisher, made history for Team USA today. The Grand Blanc native took home bronze in the men's 10,000 meters, just the second American the last 56 years to medal in that event. And also in Paris, Sarah Hughes and Kelly Chang, they sweep Germany in beach volleyball. Men's volleyball beats Japan to finish pool play undefeated. And men's soccer is out after losing 4-0 to Morocco in the quarterfinals. At the Corbell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right. 6:02. Tiger baseball just around the corner. It's Tarek Skubal Day, Rico. Come on. Come on. It's going to be a full ballpark, I got to believe, on Friday and Saturday. Sunday, probably not so much. All right. Let's do it. Is it the final countdown? I knew what it was.
By the way, Tarek Skubal Day doesn't feel the same as must-see JV because they were winning during that era. They're not winning now.
Right, because of Jim Leland, right?
I'll just start it with this. Yes, we talked about Jim Leland. He is getting his number retired, but I don't think because of their standard, his number should be retired.
David made a valid point. I think that Leland's number should be up there. He did a lot. Yeah, I'm playing the role of Stoney. I am in the middle. I didn't think it was that big of a deal. Like, yeah, of course Leland's number is going to be retired. Like, yeah, he's Jim freaking Leland. But David brought up a good point that everybody whose name and number is up there, the common denominator, they won the World Series. Leland only went there twice, won one game, and the 2 times he was at the World Series. Doesn't fit that criteria, so I understand where David is coming from. Would I put him up there? Yes. So my thing is, treat him like all the other players who technically didn't have numbers. Just put his name up on the wall because he's going into the Hall of Fame. I think that's a win.
Cancel the ceremony, Jim.
I mean, think
sorry.
about it. When you think Tigers and number 10, do you think Leland?
Yeah. I mean, listen.
Like, there's certain people you see a number and you're like, yeah, that's that guy. Like, okay.
The organization has been around for 120 plus years. They've gone to 16 playoffs, 16 playoff appearances. Leland has brought you a quarter of them. It's a team and a franchise that hasn't won all that much over the course of its existence. And Jimmy's brought you a quarter of that winning, of course. Not to mention, without Leland and that era of Tiger baseball, we don't care. We don't talk about Tarek Skubal. We don't bitch about Scott Hare. We just don't care. He brought us, which maybe is a bad thing, because he made us care again.
Well, then let me ask you this. This is a separate thing that I never really brought up, but why do managers have numbers? Why?
David, why are they in uniform?
Why not?
I get the uniform. I think I get the uniform.
You know what? If I was
Maybe
a manager,
I don't get it. Now that I think about it,
I would wear one of those pullovers.
Right.
I would not like Aaron Boone, the skipper of the Yankees. He's always wearing one of those.
Where you're uniform-ish. You're kind of related, like the full uniform. Like, what are you going into the game?
Yeah,
it wouldn't be nothing wrong with wearing just a Tiger polo. Nothing wrong with that.
Guys literally would rather wear a sweatshirt in 90-degree weather than have to wear the uniform top.
You're exactly right about that.
You know what I miss, though? Here's what I miss, too. In college basketball, when COVID hit, coaches went away from the suits. Same thing in pro basketball.
Oh, you're right. They
You
went
know,
the easy way out.
Yeah, the hockey guys still wear the suits, but nobody else does.
I see. That's one. If you put on a hoodie, I can understand because you're on ice.
If it's cold,
Because that makes sense.
It's a good point. It's a good point. Put on skates while you're at it.
Well, you're wearing a hoodie, but what you wore today, you participated in Floor Friday today,
You
Jeff.
didn't.
You were excited. Everyone participated, but me. Not doing it. Just not a thing.
Why?
Just no. I don't know. I just don't want to do it. I don't want to make Kenny happy. I know Kenny's not here today, but when I wear it, I feel like I'm making him happy, and I don't want to.
You would have made me happy.
Don't want to do that either.
Oh, yeah, of course not.
Of course we don't, because you saw what I did and Who Said It.
Yeah.
I dunked on you, Jeff.
No, you did. That's okay. I'll get my revenge.
I made it
Eventually.
very difficult.
I will. You know what I'll do, David? Next Friday when I'm driving around, probably driving in here to do a show, and Mike's back, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to play in my car, and I'm going to kick ass again. That's right. Going to play the car edition of Who Said It.
You think you're going to win?
Damn straight. Okay. I always win in my own games.
The car edition of Who Said It. We went over stadium rankings, guys, stadium and arena rankings, and Detroit did okay. Comerica Park was ranked number 22nd. This was all out of MLB teams, NFL teams, and what am I missing? MLB teams, NBA teams.
NBA too.
22 was ranked for Comerica Park. 43 was the ranking for Ford Field, and 75 for LCA for the Pistons. So I guess it was an okay ranking for Detroit landing.
It was, but I thought the Pistons was just way too high. I mean,
Way too high at 75.
Right. I mean, and Comerica Park was like 22.
Yeah, it was 22. Yeah.
I guess I didn't think Comerica Park was that great of a park. I mean, it ranked higher than higher than the Jerry Dome in Dallas.
Did.
Like,
it did.
That's state of the art. Like, this is just, a Ferris wheel and a Coney pizza and some daiquiris.
I don't know, man. That AT&T
and a new
Stadium's
scoreboard.
not
I'm
special.
sorry, and a new scoreboard.
It does have a new scoreboard. One thing that seems to be a problem there in Lions training camp is Jake Bates. He's missing kicks in camp right now, and that seems to be a concern. But we talked about your concerns, or your is it a little too easy?
Right.
for
Does
the
it give you an
Lions right now?
unsettling feeling
Yeah.
that everything is so great? And by the way, everything is so great. You got to look really
Your
hard
biggest
to find negative reports.
Your biggest concern is your backup kicker and your third wide receiver.
I mean, that's really it, which is nice. And maybe
And-
somebody
and-
opposite of Hutch.
Right. And, apparently I've given up on that because that's not a concern for the Lions because they don't draft anybody. They're happy with the people that they have. So I've been saying this for years, and it's fallen on deaf ears. Guys, you believe that you got that personnel. Let's hope it works.
We also went over Madden QB ratings that came out, and Goff was behind Stafford, Cousins, and Rodgers. He was 13th. All of them in front of him.
So
and Purdy.
I just
yes.
saw Jake Bates' rating. I'm not Jake Bates, Jack Fox, the punter.
Yeah.
Who we're led to believe like one of the best punters in all of football.
Yeah.
Like he's only at like a 76.
He's a punter.
Is that why? Can a punter not get 99?
99? I don't think a punter's ever.
Like, did Adam
No.
Vinatieri get a 99 for the kicking
I
rating?
don't think
thinking
so.
That's probably
No.
Tucker.
Closest.
They just don't allow
Tucker,
it.
maybe.
Justin Tucker's probably a 98 or
Another
99.
one. Forget about him. He's pretty good.
Yeah, he's pretty good. He beat your Lions a few years back.
Your Lions too, David.
Game.
You
sure
live in
it is.
Detroit.
Detroit Tiger baseball coming up.
Bye, everybody.
Leland's retirement tomorrow.